Ursa.
Dialga plus. I almost feel like instant.
Really?
AV. The Ursa.
Is it Ghost?
It's Ghost. Ursa Grass Instant.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series
I think
where
I'm
we
here. I don't
showcase
bring Ursa
important
Luna.
matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's fourth consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus, and Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir, not quite! Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in the lines are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. A critical hit, and Sejun Park takes down Mo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers, Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokemon tournament, it's important to ensure that you choose the moves, items, and stats that best suit a Pokemon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down. Pokemon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle: HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokemon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokemon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokemon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokemon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokemon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats, but that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokemon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So, how can you optimize a Pokemon's stats to best fit its role in your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, so attacking Pokemon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokemon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokemon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokemon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokemon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokemon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the Judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the Hyper Training Trainer in Monte Nevera in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its 6 stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn, as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies. Testing your team and how your Pokemon are trained is an important step in figuring out your team's strategy. Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokémon League. Looking for inspiration? Check out Pokemon.com for more information on past events, upcoming tournaments, or ways to train your Pokemon. Until next time, trainers, see ya!
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up our path, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up our path, it's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special stream. My name is Aaron Cybertron Zheng, and I'm joined by my good friend, Wolfe Glick, and we are here to showcase some fun battles here in the Grand Challenge. Wolfe, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, Aaron. It's very exciting to be here. You know, normally I play these from my bed. I'm kind of just like lying down, I just kick the table, so already things are off to a good start. But no, it's very exciting. I mean, we're here together. Should be fun. Normally, we just, message each other after the fact. We're like, oh my god, I just played against some crazy Pokemon. So yeah, it's really exciting to be here.
And of course, for some quick context for those watching, the Grand Challenge is one of these big global online Wi-Fi tournaments.
Maybe global. Maybe
okay, actually, yes, it's grand. It's grand. It's not quite global,
yeah,
actually.
It's not so global.
There are actually different types of these online Wi-Fi tournaments. Of course, you can get championship points to qualify for the World Championships. Wolfe, of course, has qualified for Worlds basically 3 times this season.
I believe so.
I don't know if you need any more points, buddy, but I think I have
Give me the points.
0 points. I'll try to get some right now. But this I think might be the last one.
It's one of the final ones for sure. So for those of you curious, there are 2 types of these online challenges this season. There are grand challenges and global challenges. The big difference is that certain regions are not competing in the grand challenges. So global, many of them are used to help qualify for certain other circuits, like the Japanese circuit most notably, but also I believe the Korean one and a couple others as well. Whereas in the grand challenge, which is what this one is, it's only those regions are not present. So we'll be playing against still very strong players, but most players from Japan and Korea and a couple other regions are not going to be playing in this. Still an extremely difficult tournament, though.
Of course, yeah. And the way that these work is that you basically get up to 15 games in a 24-hour period. And so the tournament kicked off last night, and it goes on until basically Sunday afternoon/night, depending on where you are. So you don't have to play all 45 games. Wolfe, you actually won one of these pretty recently, but I think, how many did you play? Maybe 20, 25?
30, I think, in the end. I went 27-3. So,
okay.
Yeah. But how much you play if you want to win really depends on how much you're winning, or more accurately, how much you're losing. And so these tournaments are really grueling, they're really challenging, but they're also a lot of fun because they use a different format than many of the in-person events that Aaron and I play in, which one of the key differences is that we play a format which is best of 3, so you have to win 2 games against any given opponent. And we play something called Open Team Sheet, where we can see the information that the opponent has, such as the moves they have, the items, the Terra types, etc. We don't have any of that today.
None.
We don't have
nothing. No information.
We're gonna have to be figuring it out on the fly. So it makes these tournaments volatile and very memorable is what I would say, and a lot of fun.
And it's honestly a fun throwback to VGC history, because back in the day, Wolfe, and you and I first, back when we were just young kids and we were starting to play,
we had to walk uphill both ways just to get to this tournament.
It was the wild west back in the day, because it was best of 1 closed team sheet. When you and I first competed in that DC regionals way back in 2011.
For years and years.
That's
right.
right.
Switched to best of 3 until 2016, I want to say.
15, I think.
Okay, 2015 then. And then, yeah, I mean, Open Team Sheet was that's a Scarlet and Violet innovation.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's very exciting that that's now the norm, because I prefer it personally. But it is nice to go back to these kind of classic VGC a format, not in the sense that we're playing, VGC 2012, but in the sense that we are playing closed team sheet best of 1 again.
Yeah, and I do think, with the open team sheet environment, it leads to probably more consistency, but it means that surprises in team building, of course, are a little bit more difficult, whereas best of 1 online ladder is, or these tournaments is the environment where you can make truly crazy surprises work, right? And so if you look at a lot of teams that are often successful in a format like this, they might use conventional and strong Pokemon, but have some slightly unconventional twists.
Yes.
Throwing on an item that you normally don't see on a Pokemon, for example, changing the way a Pokemon is trained, or giving it a unique move that it normally doesn't have, even a unique Terra type. All of those can go a really long way. And by the way, this is meant to be an interactive stream, and so we see a lot of you all in chat, so thank you for interacting with us. We'll be answering questions throughout the entire stream, so feel free to drop your questions, and Pokemon might select some of them to be displayed on the stream, and we'll get a chance to try to answer as many as we can.
Yeah, we're not trying to, sit down and try and win the whole tournament the first day here. We're hoping that this will be a fun and also hopefully a little bit educational stream, even if what you're learning is what not to do from Aaron and I. Oh my god, I can't believe they made that play, and we're like, yeah, we can't believe it either.
I will say, I think these tournaments, like you said, Wolfe, are really grueling, and so I think even you see players of really high caliber sometimes struggling in them, right? Because it is a big mental battle.
Yes.
And part of it is you have 45 games. By the way, back in the day,
Back in our day.
back in our day, yes, when we were just wee lads. Like,
Tell him.
These tournaments had no limit, no cap.
Nothing. You could play. You were only capped by how much you wanted to play. So people would play like 100 games.
I definitely had weekends where I played up to 200. It was wild. And
so we're very grateful that there's a cap of 45, is what we're saying.
And part of it was, in 2013 specifically, these tournaments actually were a big deal in qualifying for the World Championships, because back then you only had 3 regional tournaments that would count towards your BFL. Now you have, I think, up to 6.
Yeah.
And then you have
5,
one nationals as well. So it's like three regional level tournaments, 1 nationals, and then there weren't locals in 2013, but there were like 5 of these online Wi-Fi tournaments as well. And back to qualifying for Worlds in the 2013 season was literally only the top 12 in championship points. To show you how much the game has scaled since then, this year in North America, it's the top 75, right? So that is more than 6 times that pool back in 2013. But you imagine—
It's quick math.
Yeah, thank you, man. But back in the day, back in our day. It was really, really wild. And so, yeah, to give you some sense of how these Wi-Fi tournaments have evolved and changed a little bit, now maybe we should all be thanking them for giving us a limit of 45 games. But it means you only have 45 games. You got to make them count. A lot of times what these like really high level players who are trying to grind for championship points do in these is, often actually get to a point where you might feel comfortable enough with your rating, like the high 1600s, low 1700s is often good in these events to secure a good amount of championship points. We're nearing the end of the season as well, as we of course look towards Portland Regionals, NAIC Worlds, and of course multiple regionals in some of the other regions. But for those players that are on the cusp of qualifying for a Worlds, an event like this actually really, really means a big deal.
It's really important. Yeah, like as Aaron was saying, it's only, at least in the US, it's only the top 75, I should say it's North America. Yeah, North America. It's the top 75 players who qualify. So for the players who are like, around that 75th mark, these tournaments can be a big deal because they don't overlap with your best finish limit for regionals and internationals. They're their own separate category. So yeah, there's a lot at stake here for a lot of players who are trying to earn that really prestigious Worlds invite, which is also much more competitive than last year because of the format changing, where last year you just had to get to 300, I believe, or 350 championship.
I think it was 500. 500,
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm old head brain there. But yeah, now this year, it's a limited number of slots, whereas last year as many players could qualify as were able to get there. So yeah, we're excited for this. It also means that there's a lot of incentive for players to kind of break out that secret tech they've been harnessing or saving, right? Like there's real reason for people to be going their hardest. So it makes us a little bit nervous. I'll speak for myself. It makes me a little bit nervous to be like, oh, I hope I can, have some good games where I don't just get completely blown up. But speaking of which, do we want to talk about the teams that we're going to be using, Aaron?
Yes. I know a bunch of people have actually been asking in the chat, how do you pick a team or build a team for a tournament like this rather than a best of 3 open team sheet environment? And so let's quickly take a look at the teams. I'll be talking first about the team that I am bringing to this event, which is going to feature Zacian as well as Miraidon. And so part of the reason why I wanted to use this team is because Wolfe and I got to cast the very first Reg G regionals about a year ago in Indianapolis. And that was the tournament where Miraidon really demonstrated, hey, right. I'm a legit contender.
That's right.
Which is wild to think about because a year ago, people were thinking, Miraidon, it's like a B-tier restricted Pokemon. Like, you've got Calyrex. This is not very strong.
They were saying it was washed. Well, washed is the wrong word. They were saying it was fraudulent. They said Miraidon can't keep up with the real restricteds, and Miraidon, well, it had a lot to say about that, is what I'll say. And actually, Aaron, I think if I'm not much mistaken, I want to say this is 5 of the same 6 Pokemon that won that regional.
I think so, yeah. I remember there was a Rock Ogerpon. Maybe there was something over Iron Hands. Was Hands on that team?
I forget it. Was it Incin?
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, but it's similar. It's core 4 at the very least.
Yes, exactly. And so, one, I wanted to give a good throwback to, of course, when we got to commentate that, of course, Rajon Ball winning the Indianapolis Regional Championships, constructing that team with Aaron Traylor, and this was actually a team composition that Aaron Traylor, and I believe you had been brainstorming a little bit.
I would give Dr. Aaron Traylor most of the credit, to be honest, but I gave some input here and there. But yeah, no, this is his creation for sure.
Yeah, and so I selected this team because I think when you approach these tournaments, there are a lot of different approaches that you can take. My take on the Wi-Fi tournaments is you are going to play a lot of games, and I really don't like slow-paced teams. And so teams, for example, like Terapagos with double Fake Out from Incin or Rillaboom, I think it's really strong, but it often can lend itself to playing 15-plus minute games.
Yeah.
For me, for something like this, I like really fast-paced offense. I like things that can just hit really hard and can win games really quickly. And you know what can do that? Electric Terra Choice Specs Miraidon. That is really, really powerful. And Zacian, but
yeah. Now, Aaron, if I had to say, is there one move on this team that you suspect you'll be clicking more than others? If there's one move that you had to lock into, just on the whole team, if there's one move that you had to really lock yourself into, what move would that be?
It might just be Discharge. There we go.
Yeah. Well, I am very excited to see Aaron click Discharge a lot, because Discharge is a really, really, well, you'll see, it's a funny move.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about this is this team obviously looks pretty familiar if you played Reg G at all. Of course, Miraidon, Farigiraf, Iron Hands, Whimsicott winning the World Championships as well. I think in a dual restricted format, having really powerful Pokemon like can kind of stand up to the restricted Pokemon in terms of damage is really important. And so, Ursaluna Blood Moon, of course, can do a lot.
So
and
strong.
Yeah, if you're running max speed on your Ursaluna, you can even outspeed Calyrex Shadow Rider under Tailwind, which I think is really cool. Zacian is this interesting Pokemon where in Regulation G, it did top cut the World Championships.
That's right.
But this thing was like just so unbelievably good when we were playing, of course, back in the previous era.
It was on 2/3
Maybe a little.
of all teams at Worlds in the final year of Sword and Shield, which was the only World Championships it was legal for. And since then, it was received a couple nerfs. The ability Intrepid Sword received a pretty massive nerf, where now it's only once per battle compared to every time it switches in, and also there's been a pretty significant stat nerf. But even still, with the how powerful Miraidon is, how powerful, like how popular Pokemon like Calyrex Ice Rider is, with Sacred Sword ignoring the defense boost from Zamazenta, Zacian is seeing a bit of a resurgence. So I'm excited to see you use it here.
Yeah, and I think it's just interesting because people probably aren't used to playing against it in a dual restricted format. It's not the most popular right now. I do think this team is also interesting because I feel like what we've seen succeed in that very first Reg I regionals in Milwaukee was actually really bulky, slower paced stuff. We saw Electric Seed Lunala paired with Assault Vest Miraidon win, with Grimmsnarl, Ursaluna as well. Not Blood Moon though, just the regular variant. And so we're still very, very new in this format. Like it's what, May 9th? We're like 9 days.
Yeah, it looks like May 9th to me.
Yeah, 9 days into the format, officially, of course. And so, but this is the format that will be displayed at the World Championships, which is still, of course, many months away. But we have a couple majors, of course, leading up until then. But I think these tournaments are fun because, especially in a new format where things are so open, like, I still don't really know what the best restricted duos are.
Yeah.
Calyrex Zamazenta, for example, everyone's like, this is going to be like the best duo, and it actually really fell flat.
I don't think it even top cut at Milwaukee.
I feel like the best finish was like in the 30s or 40s.
Yeah. Familiar.
But I think this is probably the most interesting dual restricted format we've ever had because there's so many viable restricteds, and you can pair them in so many different combinations as well. Whereas, if you look at formats like 2016, it was like you have four. Yeah. And like maybe Yveltal.
Yeah, you can maybe throw Yveltal in there.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, this is going to be the team I'll be featuring. Of course, very fast paced. You've got Tailwind from Whimsicott with Miraidon, just clicking Discharge, and you've also got the Trick Room mode with Farigiraf, Iron Hands, and Ursaluna being able to function under Trick Room. But Wolf, I think we should talk a little bit about your team.
Okay, twist my arm, Aaron. We can talk a little bit about mine. So speaking of, fast teams here, we can go ahead and jump over to my team, which you'll see on the screen here, which is a little bit slower, actually. I did a little bait and switch there, forgive me. So my team is built around Trick Room, and I was thinking about what I wanted to use for this tournament. I just competed at Milwaukee, but I don't know, I felt like this is like a fun tournament. I wanted to use something a little bit more creative, so I was going through some of the restricted Pokemon that I thought were a little bit undervalued, and my eye caught in Dialga. And so that was actually kind of the starting point here, where I was like, Dialga got this new form. It wasn't that good in Regulation G because some restricted Pokemon, I think, work better as a secondary restricted, where they don't have to be the one doing most of the work, but they're still really, really tanky. Maybe they offer some support. And Dialga stands out to me as one of those Pokemon. And so with its new origin form, thanks to the Adamant Crystal, which I will explain for anybody who might not know.
I don't know. I had to ask Wolf. I was like, I've seen this Pokemon once.
So if you give Dialga the Adamant Crystal, not only does its appearance change, but it also has its stats redistributed in a way that makes it slightly better at using the move Trick Room. And also it gets a damage boost on both of its Dragon and its Steel type moves. And so actually it's a pretty interesting change. I don't think it will ever be like, a top 5, maybe even a top 10 most used restricted Pokemon, but for something like this, I thought it was actually quite interesting. And so this team is kind of built around Trick Room. We've got Dialga and Lunala as the restricted Pokemon. Lunala's here actually as the primary, I would say. It's going to be coming to most battles. It's trying to, just do a ton of damage with Expanding Force and Psychic Terrain, as well as Moongeist Beam and Meteor Beam as well, 2 beam moves. Ursaluna is the strong physical attacker on the team. It pairs really well with Dialga because Ursaluna has Earthquake. Dialga's telepathy makes it immune to all moves from the partner, so it's immune to Earthquake here. And Lunala also has Wide Guard to help get around Earthquake as well in a pinch. And DD helps kind of support the team, get Trick Room up, like helps enable Psychic Terrain. I was also interested in using Psychic Surge specifically because like Miraidon is so popular right now. It really dominated at regionals, and so excuse me, I had a salmon bagel for breakfast, and I'm like, I'm feeling a little bit. I think it's like flopping around in there a little bit in my stomach. Anyway, so I wanted to use a terrain. I thought Psychic Terrain made sense, especially on Trick Room. And then Incineroar is here. Moving on. And Whimsicott's the last Pokemon, and I thought Whimsicott was interesting because both Dialga and Lunala are somewhat, they're not so slow. Like they can work in Trick Room, but they don't have to. And so I thought a Tailwind option could be kind of interesting. We have kind of a fun Whimsicott set here with Endeavor. So yeah, it's a cool team. I practiced a fair bit with it to make sure that I could play it well enough for you all and hopefully not embarrass myself. But I'm excited because yeah, this is a different team style than I normally play. I almost never use Psychic Terrain, honestly, so I'm excited to give it a shot.
And I think it features, I mean, Ursaluna actually I feel like is one of the most talked about Pokemon right now because it looked really incredible in the most recent regional championship.
Yeah, it won.
Yeah, it was, in first place, it was in top 4, and turns out when you have something like one-hit KO Pokemon and it's not a restricted Pokemon, it is pretty darn good. Yeah, and so I think the evolution of Lunala will be interesting to follow. Lunala was a Pokemon that people weren't talking about very much, actually even in Regulation G. Up until the last, exactly, the very, very end, Lunala won a regional championship. And then we saw different sets on Lunala. We saw the Power Herb, kind of very similar to what you have, Wolf, but I think it was Trick Room over Wide Guard. And then we also saw a Calm Mind Lunala do very, very well, getting second at regionals. And now we're seeing Electric Seed Lunala pop up as well. And so Lunala, when it's been viable in these restricted formats, has been incredible, right? Like it's made it to the World Championship. Exactly.
Got second at Worlds.
Yep.
Those are the only times it was legal, actually.
Yeah,
it has a first and second at Worlds as its top 2, and yet it's still always underrated, right?
Exactly.
People are like, oh yeah, Lunala is like a top 10, but like not top 5. Maybe this is the time. Maybe we know this time.
Exactly, yeah. And so, yeah, I think it will be a interesting tournament. I think, we are gated, unfortunately, in the sense that we only get to play however many games we can in day 1 up until whatever our time limit is. I think we have like maybe 6-ish hours. But our goal here, of course, is to be fun, be entertaining, and of course try to teach you along the process as well. I think, obviously as competitors, we like to win.
We would like to do okay.
but I think, more importantly for us, it's about having this shared experience with all of you. So once again, if you all have questions, feel free to drop them in chat throughout the course of the stream, and we will do our best to answer them. But kind of ready to play some games, Wolf. I don't know how you're feeling.
Talking about our teams has got me kind of hyped up.
All right,
I think you're up first.
I'm up first. We're just jumping into it. All right.
Jumping right into it.
So just for those watching from home, Wolf and I are playing, but we have separate TVs. But the TVs are actually pretty tiny. So I don't know how your eyesight,
not glasses. Good. I got the glasses, but I haven't been to the eye doctor in longer than I should, probably.
All right, so how this will work is we will be alternating between games. And okay, David K.
Already 15-30.
15-30. He's probably won 2 games already. Oh, okay.
Two. So. Wow, Aaron. You know what I'm saying?
So we've got Miraidon, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, the 2 restricteds, but you've got Incineroar, Iron Hands as, of course, 2 fake out users, Urshifu, and Whimsicott.
Yeah, I just said that, Aaron.
Just to translate for those that don't speak Japanese, Okay, so I think a bunch of interesting things in this matchup, right? We both have our Whimsicotts. They have Miraidon and they have Calyrex, right? So those are really speedy Pokemon, Calyrex in particular. One approach that I could take is going with the Trick Room approach, right? Part of the thing about the Farigiraf, though, is if I lead it and they lead Miraidon, I'm really, really exposed. So, like, one of the approaches is I could just match Tailwind, bring my own Whimsicott, for example, go Whimsicott, Miraidon. I think with this team, you're normally going to want to bring both of your restricteds, but as this format develops, one of the things you want to pay attention to is when do you actually drop a restricted Pokemon, for example. So I think these 3 definitely make a lot of sense. And then for the last one, you could go Ursaluna, Blood Moon, Iron Hands, or Farigiraf. Farigiraf is actually interesting because, first of all, it's completely immune to Calyrex's Astral Barrage, and what this means is if we both end up setting Tailwind, they're generally going to be faster with their Calyrex, for example, so I can actually bring out the Farigiraf and potentially set up that Trick Room.
Ursaluna. Because Ursaluna discharge. Yeah. By the way, this is something that I think is interesting is that your opponent has 2 special attacking restricted Pokemon.
Yes.
And you have Light Screen. So personally, for me, I like to
Light Screen turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say I like to personally have both a physical and a special attacking restricted. Generally, then again, I just realized that I have Lunala Dialga, who are both special attacking restricteds.
All right, there's Miraidon and Calyrex.
All right.
Okay, interesting. So the advantage here is I do have Whimsicott. I can set up that speed control immediately. Calyrex, a Pokemon that can run, of course, many different moves. Miraidon, also something like could potentially go for that Fairy Terra, which is pretty common. We actually see their ability activate first, indicating they're likely going to be faster. So thinking Tailwind here, but we have a lot of options with Miraidon here. Now I'm Electric Terra, right? And so that means I can have a pretty good defensive option against Miraidon here, but they can still Draco Meteor me, which is part of the problem. So honestly, the question here is, does Miraidon go for a Terra? Or, you've normally got to be worried about like Fairy Terra, Dazzling Gleam, or Draco Meteor. So I'm gonna tell you what I want to do.
Okay.
Wolf, I'm gonna Tailwind here. I'm just gonna send it.
Wait. Okay, so I think the smart play here is to Volt Switch to Shadow Rider because then you get the switch.
Yes. But what if
but
Shadow Rider protects?
Then you boom. Yeah. So 5 discharge. Yeah.
They're gonna Terra Miraidon. It's gonna be fun.
Terra to Fairy. I don't think you KO though, right?
No, but it's fine.
Yeah, but you get the para.
Yeah.
Okay, so we want to see. Is that your Terra? Uh-oh. Is that you? They're fast.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Okay, wait. Yeah.
I'm going with the song.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so Fairy Terra, excellent. It makes you immune to Dragon.
This is actually, we're already off to a really good start because obviously if they did not go for that Fairy Terra, I would do like negative
Yeah,
damage.
because it was a quadruple resist electric.
Yes, but we got the Terra. And you see, they're faster, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, Tailwind. Oh, I don't protect from Calyrex.
Okay. You might lose both Pokemon.
I don't care.
Doesn't matter. It's cool. Okay, so here's Discharge. So normally Miraidon uses like Dazzling Gleam as its first.
Okay.
Please. Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Full para.
Chat, one time.
Please. We've been so good. Please. Oh.
Okay, whatever.
It's fine. It's fine. We didn't want it anyway. We'll save it for later.
Oh, I didn't even take half.
Yeah, but
But now.
But now you have Ursaluna in the back. And at the end, you can just discharge yourself.
So they should, well, actually, because of the para, even if they bring out Whimsicott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, if they didn't get the para, that could have been bad.
It may have been bad, yes. but I'm goated, so.
Yeah, you knew. That's not, wait, Terra Electric Discharge KOs Miraidon in one hit?
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, Iron Hands.
Eisenhand. Okay.
Well, we haven't won yet.
Well. Okay, so this could protect right now. They've already Terra'd.
Yes.
So, one option is simply, I'm watching the chat right now, everyone's just, that actually couldn't have been a better turn 1. But I'm like, I need to win the game now.
Yeah, we gotta make sure you win.
Let's.
You have Zacian in the back, so like you can always one-shot this Iron Hands later, right?
Yes, true.
Then again, if they KO your Ursaluna,
I have to
then
discharge
you have to discharge your own Zacian.
That's right. So I'm thinking I could just Earth Power here.
You won't lose both Pokemon, right?
Exactly,
Yeah, because they can fake out one, like they can fake out Miraidon. They also can get full Parrot.
Yeah, I like if I were them, I would actually protect the Calyrex right now and try to KO the Ursa.
Oh, they switched. But do they have a Pokemon that can take this? They don't have Rillaboom, do they?
Elfun. That's Whimsicott.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Boom! Bring big boom!
Boom! Wait, it's only 2, right? Because we hear Ursaluna's a
Yeah, but no.
Oh my God! Wait, you can just discharge Earth Power, yeah.
Dude, I told you discharge was the play. Wolfe was like, I think you should have Volt
Switch. I want you to be safe, but no, I forgot you're goated.
And so, of course, the Ursaluna here is very, very speedy.
Extraordinarily fast, which is why Aaron is confident going for this play. He knows that even if Whimsicott goes for Tailwind, the Ursaluna will still outspeed the Iron Hands, unless it comes to guard that. Yeah,
that actually does so much damage.
I'm pointing. Like, it's nuts, because that Iron Hands is extremely tanky and likely holding the Assault Vest item, which
exactly.
increases the special bulk. As you can see here, Earth Power moves next. Dang. Yeah, that's the power of discharge.
I have to say one of the most satisfying feelings in Scarlet and Violet VGC is when your opponent terras and you go for something that just, because it's like, not only do you get a prediction right, but you often actually get a huge positional advantage in the game because Terra, of course, is the competitive mechanic, right? And so Calyrex comes back out, but I believe it's just going to be another discharge. How many times do we click it? Do we get 5 big booms or 4?
4, I think.
Oh, okay.
But it's not your, it's like, because you got
Well, they're parrots, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
If they stall out.
And they also can't KO both at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, we only got 3 so far. You took 3 KOs with 3 discharges.
Miraidon?
Honestly, great opening. Great.
Actually, that couldn't have been better. That was literally like, I could lose all the other games and I'll be good. Like, that turn 1, chat, you gotta clip that. You gotta clip that.
Somebody clip it,
Somebody, please.
Oh my god.
Well,
wow.
David, GG, and thank you for sacrificing your Miraidon for
We're grateful.
purposes.
We're grateful for you terrestrializing.
It is crazy that it just...
Yeah, I really didn't think it was gonna one-shot. We played a practice game before this in Zamazenta. Aaron faced off against the Zamazenta.
Oh, wait, let's ask the chat. Oh wait, I was gonna ask them about the Calyrex Ice right
Oh yeah.
You can finish
We
first.
faced off against the Zamazenta, and I was like, yeah, Terra Electric Discharge will certainly get the KO, but it didn't. And so I was like, yeah, well, Zamazenta and Miraidon, those feel like spiritually similar in bulk, right? But this one didn't survive. Now, we also played another practice game, and it was Aaron had Terra Fairy Zacian against a Calyrex Ice that was Terra Grass, and he went for a Helping Hand Terra Fairy Play Rough. Do you think that KOs Ice Rider? Put it in the chat, yes or no. We have a 30-second delay.
Yes.
So we will see your responses in 30 seconds. I see people saying the perfect
Don't look at the person next to you. Oh,
yeah.
Write it down with your eyes on your own.
Eyes on your own paper here. Any learnings from that game, Aaron? Anything you wanna take away?
From the one we just played?
Yes.
I will say the nature of the team that I'm using is very much like if things go well, it accelerates so quickly, but if things don't go well, like if Miraidon was like, I'm just gonna not Terra turn 1 and I'm gonna Draco Meteor and Calyrex protects, I would have been in very bad shape. But if you think about the turn 1, like it's tough for my opponent, right? Because like they know they're facing down a Miraidon. They know they're facing down Tailwind from Whimsicott as well, right? Yes. And so I think like what you can do in that position, if you wanted to like guarantee Tailwind up and save your Miraidon, you can Tailwind and then Volt Switch into Miraidon on the opposing side because Calyrex often carries Protect, Miraidon doesn't. Oh, everyone's numbers, people are giving yes or no's. Okay,
yeah, looks like
it's actually pretty split between no and yes. Yeah. Okay.
I wonder, it'd be funny because, well, I guess we have 30-second delay, so I can say it. I ran the numbers afterwards, and it has about it's like an 18% chance to KO. So can you imagine if chat was 18% of them said, wait, what did you say? 18% of them said yes.
Yes.
And then the rest said no. But we didn't factor in accuracy as well.
We didn't,
anyway,
yeah.
I didn't get the KO, and we were quite sad. But maybe next time we will get it.
Someone said nope because play rough miss. And that would have been hilarious because we were like, we should just learn how much it does. But it would have been like so. I mean, that's what happened.
0.
Yeah, I do think like that's the other downside about using Zacian because it's like, oh, if that KO is great, but it's like all that drama just to miss.
You invested both your attacks and your Terra on that turn.
Yes.
We're talking about a game we didn't even play, but that's fine.
Yes. Anyway, good start. I think I actually could not have picked a better discharge like highlight, and so I'm good.
You put a lot of pressure on me because now I'm like,
how you gonna
yeah. Okay, chat. If you're ready, we'll jump into my first game in just a second here, which I'm excited for. My team is a little bit less explosive, so I wouldn't expect it to look as flashy as that. But here we go. Here, you can jump on in here. I'll pick the battle. I have random music on because I always use the top champion myself personally, but then whenever I stream, my chat is like, "We're tired of the music," and I'm like, "All right." So I set it to random. Okay, we found somebody.
Someone asked, by the way, were the outfits coordinated or are you guys just that in tune? It truly wasn't.
Oh no!
Cakes!
Wait, no! They've got the super tanky restricteds.
Oh, this is actually gonna be really interesting.
Okay, so I mean they have Tinglu. I have Encore, my Whims, they have Glamora. Do I have a poison type? I don't have a poison type. This is a team that tries to like wear you down over time, is my intuition here. So, they have Sinistra. Oh man, this is tricky. Tricky room. I mean, let's be honest, Lunala looks pretty good here, and so does Indeedee, but the problem is the Tinglu, I think. Because the Tinglu is really difficult for me to break. I have kind of two modes in this team. I have like Dialga mode, and I have Ursaluna mode. Or sorry, I have Dialga, like Dialga gets Trick 'em Up, and then Ursaluna tries to sweep. And then I also have Indeedee Lunala. But I feel like for this kind of team, I kind of want to use all my offensive pieces. I think I have to. I mean, I have to bring Ursaluna or I'm never getting through that Tinglu, right?
Yeah.
It's a little unusual. It's not what I normally do, but I kind of want to try these four.
Ooh.
Do I need Indeedee or should I bring Ensign? I'm running out of time here. This is tricky. Ogerpon could have Taunt. They will occasionally carry Taunt. I think I do these.
I like it.
I like bringing both Ursaluna and Dialga here because many Glimmora will focus on using like poisoning the team, and Dialga's immune because it's a steel type, and Ursaluna with the Flame Orb will take less damage.
I think one of the interesting things, of course, is, you know, Indeedee plus Lunala seems terrible into Tinglu, and it is, but you created this win condition where if Tinglu is eliminated, then Lunala can go expanding force into everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And my idea here is that Dialga's so tanky that it's actually quite difficult for them to deny me from just getting Trick Room up here, so Trick Room plus Protect is actually relatively safe, I think. Not quite as flashy as Discharge plus Get the KO, but I think... Aaron, do you see anything wrong with Trick Room plus Protect? I don't believe either of these Pokemon get like Taunt.
I don't, yeah. I think there's like not much upside, I'd say, in attacking with Ursaluna, and it's like you open yourself to getting crit.
Yeah.
So
I also don't know if I want to set the Psychic Sword, like the Poison Toxic Spikes up.
Yes.
Like I think I might want to be using Flash Cannon to get rid of this Glimmora rather than using like Earthquake.
I think one of the advantages right now is that Ursaluna is so powerful that your opponent's team normally probably wants to really stall games out and draw, you know, the turn after turn after turn. But it's really hard to do that when you're staring down an Ursaluna, which can potentially one-hit KO and definitely two-hit KO basically everything on the opposing side.
Sludge Bomb comes out into the Ursaluna, so they were maybe predicting a Terastallization there. Or maybe they didn't have a more effective move here. And this Sacred Fire, oh, nice play into Dialga. This is a 50% chance to burn, so we will see. Nice, that's my goat. That's my horse.
And Trick Room is up.
So overall, pretty good turn, I think. We didn't let the Toxic Spikes go up. We got Trick Room up. I actually am not familiar with my Ursaluna calcs, but I don't expect Facade to get the one-hit KO on the Ho-Oh. But I think I'm just happy to click Flash Cannon and Facade here. A lot of this, I think, is just trying to get things into range of Expanding Force. We do need to keep Ursaluna safe, though, because until we confirm that Tinglu is not in the back, like, if I could be up 3-1, but if it's Tinglu in the back and I only have Lunala and Indeedee, like, I'm actually probably losing that.
Yeah, the question for me is, how does your opponent now deal with the Ursaluna?
Yeah.
As Umbreon521 asks, what happens if you don't pick your next move on time? That is a great question. It's answered after this turn plays out. Okay, you were right.
Oh, it's Helmet.
Ooh.
Dang, I didn't expect Rocky Helmet. That's a very unusual item choice. And my Ursaluna takes some chip damage, especially with the burn. Oh! Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Bye-bye, Dialga! Whoa, you like kind of did a little hop there.
I have never seen that animation before.
Neither have I. I wonder if all the Pokemon hop or just Dialga. We want to see Lunala here? Aw. Well, that's okay. Can't win them all. Indeedee comes out. We get the Psychic Terrain up early. This is fine. It's not like the ideal situation, but it's fine. Indeedee actually still will probably do a decent chunk of damage with Psychic here into the Glimmora. I also have the option of going for Headlong Rush, but I think I'd rather not let the Toxic Spikes go up. So I think Psychic plus Facade feels pretty safe here. I could make a prediction.
Is there any need is the question.
The problem is they have Sinistra on the team as well, which we didn't really talk about, but like Sinistra is like the best Pokemon against Ursaluna actually, because it's immune to Ghost and it resists Grass. To answer your question, Umbreon521, if I were to not select my move on time, the game would auto-pick the first move. So in this case, it would be Psychic on Indeedee and Protect on my Ursaluna. So actually a fun fact is that I often will put the move in the first slot as Protect, because if I time out, then it will auto-select Protect for me, and then I feel like, okay, in most situations that should be fine. Here, I don't want to time out this. I'm going to click Facade. Let's see, we don't want to see a switch here.
Oh,
this is Sinistra.
That would be interesting.
Dangerous.
It would be. Oh, Miss Tinglu.
Okay, getting damage on this is massive. It's really important here. Ho has incentive to switch there because it is the Regenerator ability, which will heal it every time it switches. Question is, do you think Indeedee gets the KO with Psychic? That's a lot.
No,
because of Vessel of Ruin.
Oh.
Maybe not. Maybe
yeah, it would have been close, yeah.
Oh, I tried so hard to not let them get them up, and they got them up. Oh, man. So with my team, it's really important to kind of manage the Trick Room turns as well. So I think we have 3 or 2 left? Only 2 left, so we got to start thinking about this. I kind of want to switch to Dialga and Earthquake.
What would they do?
I don't know. I mean, they could switch in Ho-Oh, but you figure they've probably brought both their restricted Pokemon, right? Surely they have Eternatus in the back, surely. The thing is, if I switch Indeedee out here, there's an interesting dynamic here, because if I switch Indeedee out, then it'll get poisoned next time it comes in. You know what I mean? Because the Toxic Spikes are up now.
Yeah. The question really is, how will they ever do damage to you?
Yeah.
Because everything is taken so much, and none of these are offensive threats. The best that anything can do is maybe 35% right now.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually taken, I've taken one direct attack, and they actually didn't even protect here from the Glimmora. So we'll get the KO on the Ting-Lu. Ursaluna is an extremely slow Pokemon, so it's able to underspeed there. I think maybe it's possible for Ting-Lu to underspeed, but my Ursaluna is quite slow. And we're just gonna get a double KO here with Psychic and Facade. So, I mean, that's pretty good. Not complaining about that.
We'll take it.
We'll take it.
I think this game highlights one of the downsides of using a more slow-paced, what people often call stall-oriented team, because you need to, at some point, do damage often, and in a game like this, like, there's just no damage being done, and so the idea is Glimmora, of course, sets up the Toxic Spikes. Eternatus, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, it just consistently tries to heal back, but Ho and Eternatus just aren't pressuring with any damage, and so if you're not able to actually get the poison going and start healing up, you're really gonna struggle, and Ursaluna may be the worst Pokemon for them to run into, truthfully, because it's just able to do, even if it's not a one-hit KO, doing 75% to something is so huge. You really don't like that if you're on the opposing side.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Aaron. These teams really thrive with the idea that they will they will win the war of attrition, which is great when you're able to really slow down your opponent's Pokemon. Maybe you have Regenerator Ho-Oh, you have like healing from Sinistcha, from its hospitality ability, you have Vessel of Ruin from Ting-Lu, and that's all like, it makes a lot of sense in theory, but the problem is what happens when you run into a Pokemon like Ursaluna, like you're saying, that has so much burst damage that you're not really able to like actually effectively slow it down.
Absolutely. Tippy Town asks, by the way, how do you decide who to lead? I think this is a very, very good question. It's probably one of the most common questions we hear in VGC, and I think that I'll answer this in the context of for the Grand Challenge, which we're playing right now. I think basically I want to bring a lead duel that doesn't lose me the game immediately and often applies a lot of pressure. So for example, with the team that I'm using, Whimsicott is a really consistent lead because with that Cobra Cloak, it almost always ensures that I set up that Tailwind. By the way, Poison Terror Eternatus.
Yeah, I'm a little bit spooked.
Okay, not a combo.
Oh! You think Ursaluna survives?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bop.
Do you think that survives?
No. GG. Go ahead, Aaron. You were saying about leading?
Yes. So I think with leads, like especially in the Grand Challenge where it's closed team sheet, best of one, you can lose the game very quickly. You might lose your restricted immediately. Having an effective lead duel that allows you to like control the pace of the game a little bit is really important. And so, for example, with the team that I have, Miraidon plus Whimsicott, Miraidon plus Farigiraf, I think both really solid options because it allows me to set up speed control immediately, right? And this means that I can react based on what my opponent's doing, but I can also set the tempo of the game because Trick Room and Tailwind inherently are such strong field states that if you set it up properly, it often can just gain you a huge advantage. And so team preview, I'd say, is very much dependent on the team that you're using. Some teams, I'd say, you know, maybe only leverage like 4 to 5 Pokemon and you bring like the 6 Pokemon in very specific matchups. Mm-hmm. Some teams are very flexible where you can truly lead any combination of Pokemon. For me, in a tournament like this, it's really important to bring something that I think sets the tempo and forces my opponent to react to me rather than the other way around. Yeah,
I think that's really well said. For my team, I think that oftentimes I'm thinking about the speed of the battle and how I'm going to get speed control over my opponent, how I want to ensure that my Pokemon are moving first. And so in that game, it was Trick Room, for example. But like in other games, maybe I use Tailwind Whimsicott. Like you're kind of just like trying to think about how are you going to, for me at least, it's often thinking through how am I going to get control of the speed and also how am I going to survive the first couple turns. Like I look at my opponent's team, I think about what's the most threatening thing they have here. Like what, like maybe they have like, I don't know, Chi-Yu plus Caloric Shadow, and I'm like, oh, that actually is really strong. Like that's threatening a ton of damage. Or they have like Koraidon plus Chi-Yu, these really big offensive threats. And so I think, what do I need to do in order to make sure that if they lead their most powerful Pokemon, I'm not just going to immediately lose one of my key pieces, or, you know, if I am going to give up something, I'm going to get something valuable in exchange. And so, yeah, I think for me, it's often about thinking about how to get control over the speed of the battle and how to survive my opponent's big threats and hopefully counter them as well.
Absolutely. Oh.
Aaron has jumped into another game here.
I accidentally just...
he was like, yeah, okay, good point, Wolf. Searching for opponent.
I meant to just see where my rank was, but now we're actually just getting into the second game. I was not prepared for this, but we are up against 1500, probably their first bout of the tournament, and this is actually pretty cool. Miraidon and Koraidon, the
double bike. Bike.
With Fluttermane, Iron Bundle, Tornadus, and Incineroar.
Talk about speed control. We have 3 Pokemon here who are excellent at controlling the speed of the battle.
Now what's interesting interesting is I think their team is really fast-paced. So
Yes.
a well-positioned Trick Room I think can be really valuable here, and Ursaluna, even though my Ursaluna is fast, my opponent's team is also
Way
really
fast.
darn fast. And so I think one potential mode is, for example, Iron Hands Farigiraf or Miraidon Farigiraf, just try to set up that Trick Room and go from there. I could also go Whimsicott here. Discharge, I think, maybe is not terrible here, but I'm also up against Miraidon and Koraidon. So
Yeah,
I
they
can't-
both resist electric.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Iron Hands Farigiraf is really good, but what if they have Taunt on one of the Pokemon, like Fluttermane?
Exactly, yeah. The scary thing here is, do you have that manual taunt, right? Often Tornadus will carry taunt, but something like Incineroar, something like Fluttermane can carry taunt as well, and so that's the main question to me. I do think in the previous game I featured just Tailwind. I am kind of intrigued by trying to go the slower route here. That may punish me at the end of the day, but you know, we're here to learn.
What if you did? What if you did Zacian Farig?
Ooh.
See what you like, and that
see
way,
the vision.
because that way, if they lead with Miraidon, who can KO you, I mean, trust your instinct. Sorry, not to backseat.
No, not at all.
Oh,
Let's give it a spin.
Yeah, sorry.
In my 2 seconds.
Nice.
Okay.
In time. Sorry, I think I messed you up.
All good, all good. But yeah, let's take a look here. I think this is a cool one. Miraidon Koraidon is a dual restricted, not very common in this format. By the way, someone also asked, how do you figure out a good synergy for a VGC team? Really good question. I'd say what's really important to me is having like a spread of different moves that can cover for different types, and also having Pokemon of different types or Terras that kind of cover for it. I also think generally you want like, you know, good mix between like physical attackers and special attackers, for example. But let's get into the game. It's actually,
Special attack.
ooh, interesting. So with the Fluttermane like this,
Did the sunlight go up before your ability? Is this Scarf Koraidon? I wasn't paying that much attention.
it did go up first.
Yeah, Trepitor was definitely last. Is this Scarf Koraidon?
So I think my main goal coming into this one was Trick Room.
Yeah.
The thing is, if this is special attack, it's probably Choice Specs. It could be special attack booster energy as well. I'm mainly at risk of them potentially doubling up onto Farigiraf to deny me the Trick Room. This is one of those interesting situations where I actually don't mind them KOing me on Zacian, because basically if they are targeting, and there it is, yeah.
Scarf, yep.
But I'm okay with this, right? Because yes, you get the knockout, but now you grant me the free switch into Ursaluna Blood Moon, and so I'm sacrificing restricted for what I think is really strong positioning. This goes downhill, by the way, if a taunt comes out from Flutter.
Oh yeah, if it's Taunt, okay, it's clean.
Nice.
I almost suggested you switch to Miraidon, so it's a good thing you didn't. And I think you're right, Aaron. I don't think it should be doing that much damage without a Choice Specs boost. So I think that the good news here is that you've kind of got them
Pinned, I'd say, in the sense that
well, can you KO? Because can you KO the Fluttermane is the question with Helping Hand Hyper Voice? Because I'm not sure you can.
yeah, I do have the normal Terra on this as well, of course.
Yeah.
Another approach is to actually Psychic the Koraidon,
think I
of
like that
course,
more.
and go for a Blood Moon onto the Fluttermane.
You
But
might need to Terra. I'm not sure my calc's here.
yeah, the question here is whether or not they switch out. I think the other concern is Koraidon, of course, could Terra here, but it would be just getting a Flare Blitz off. The problem there is if you Flare Blitz Farigiraf, Incineroar comes in, Incineroar is going to be faster than me under Trick Room, most likely. And so, you know what? I think I'm going to go for Helping Hand, normal Terra, Hyper Voice here. But
I don't
we'll
think
see.
this KOs.
We'll see. Okay,
I don't
Koraidon
think this
switches. Koraidon switches.
I don't think this KOs.
It is Incineroar. Here we go.
Psychic.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna suggest. Okay, we're gonna have to see here.
I think where this gets scary is if I don't get the knockout on a Fluttermane and then Incineroar ends up being faster than me under Trick Room, which should be the case, because then if it has Flare Blitz, it can Flare Blitz and KO my Ursaluna, which will
Yeah.
also have taken a Specs Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, I think this is looking a little spooky to me. But maybe it gets the KO. I'm really not sure.
I would say if I get the KO, I actually think I win the game
Oh yeah,
on
if it
this
gets the
turn.
KO, it's over.
So let's see. Normal Terra, Life Orb boosted, Ursaluna with that Helping Hand. Oh, so close. And you know what actually makes the difference here, Wolf?
This.
It's timid nature.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what?
It's not Choice Specs!
What?
Wait, what? Wait, it did so much damage with Dazzling Gleam!
Wow. Is there any chance this... No, wouldn't be Focus Sash though, because if you're Sash... Okay, it's actually fine, because Ursa's still going to be faster.
Incineroar.
So I get a double KO right now.
Yeah.
But then it's going to be Miraidon.
No, I
Koraidon.
see how you go in. I see how you go in. Okay. Yeah. Okay, because the last one's gonna be Miraidon, right?
Yeah.
I see it. Okay. Because you can. Oh, a mistake. Armor Tail.
Okay.
Thank you for because in the global and the grand challenge stuff. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, so much. Okay, so here's the thing. They're gonna have both bikes in the back, right?
Yes.
Oh, but their Miraidon's probably faster. Never mind. Yeah, okay, no, it's might be doomed.
So this is, you know, one of these interesting things about the Grand Challenge, which is Flutter Mane running Trick Room, you almost never see,
ever.
especially a special attack boosting Flutter Mane, right? And so one of the main questions I had here then is, was Flutter Mane Focus Sash? If not, I obviously could have launched the Blood Moon into the Flutter Mane slot. That would have gotten the knockout. Well, if you were saying, hey, I'm not sure that Blood Moon or that Hyper Voice will KO, it was really close. This is Timid Ursaluna, not Modest, and that's specifically to get the edge against Calyrex Shadow Rider. The downside is you have that little bit of damage trade-off here.
Let's pay attention to what order the abilities activate in here because they haven't terrored it either, I realize.
Yes, so it's looking a little bit tough.
First Koraidon, which makes sense because it's Choice Scarf. Yeah, what I was thinking here is that if you could if you outsped them, you could Draco Meteor their Miraidon and then maybe Draco Meteor their Koraidon and win. It's gonna be tough here.
Yeah, so this was the point I was talking about earlier, which is where like having that speed control is going to be really, really important, right? And so we did set up that Trick Room. That was great, but I sacrificed a lot. Another move I could have gone for on turn 1 was, of course, Protect with the Zacian. I was willing to sacrifice Zacian because I was like, I think if I get Ursaluna out under Trick Room, should be in pretty good shape, but then we ran into Trick Room on Flutter Mane.
Yeah.
But of course, that turn, I could have just gone Blood Moon into that slot, which would have put me in a much better position. So now in this game, say I can obviously Protect here. Koraidon's gonna outpace. I mean, if Miraidon just Draco Meteors here, they probably just end up winning the game.
Unless they miss. I think that's your win condition.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
So maybe
If it's Terra still too.
Discharge.
I'm down.
Let's see if they Terra here. Oh.
No Terra.
Well,
great.
if your Miraidon gets an attack off, then it's my bad. We should have Draco'd.
Dragon
Oh my
Claw.
God. So I think given that, there was nothing we could do to win.
Yes, because they could always Dragon Claw.
Yeah,
Exactly.
on both,
Yeah.
Double Bike is a really scary composition. It's like a little bit, oh, and they had Gleam too. I think we were kind of doomed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, double Bike is a really scary composition because the Paradox Pokemon are so powerful that, but like if you enable their abilities and you have the two powerful restricteds, I think it makes sense that they targeted your Zacian turn 1 or Zacian turn 1, just trying to get rid of it right away.
Yeah, and I'm actually was also curious what the damage roll on Furgraph was because it was a single target dazzling on turn 1 of the game, and so if we had survived and gotten a Trick Room up again, I would have felt very confident about the position we were in.
We just needed to keep Trick Room up.
So okay, let's talk about this game, right? Because I didn't win. So when you lose in Pokemon, it's really important to think about all the different variables, right? So there is the first thing I think about normally is just like my play itself. Were there any key turns where I could have gone for different plays? And there are a couple that we've already talked about, right? Turn 1, Protect Zacian and Furgraph Trick Rooms. The reason that I didn't want to do that is, of course, we knew that it was going to be Scarf Koraidon here, and so if I Protect and they just Flare Blitz Moonblast into the Furgraph, that can be really bad. It also could have been like, I was thinking it's going to be Choice Specs Flutter Mane, right? So Fairy, Terra, Moonblast, turn 1 definitely could make some sense. They don't have to lock into Flare Blitz, obviously, but that is probably fairly likely.
Yeah.
One play I could consider was Protect Water Terra and Trick Room, I think, because then I actually do manage to set up Trick Room, even if they end up Flare Blitzing me. I just wasn't confident that like Moonblast plus Flare Blitz with specs,
even with water.
Exactly, would survive. And so I was like, look, I'm actually willing to take this trade. That worked out. I think the key turn is with this Flutter Mane actually running that surprise Trick Room, could have gone for the Blood Moon Psychic play that we were talking about. That would have, if Flutter Mane was not Focus Sash, which I don't think it should be, we get the knockout onto Flutter Mane, they don't get to reverse Trick Room, Incineroar hits the heat field, but then you have Incineroar, Miraidon, and a Scarf Koraidon in the back, right? And so Ursaluna under Trick Room is also still very well positioned in that one. This game also highlights where speed really makes a big difference, because with my Miraidon being as slow as it is, when Tailwind isn't set up for it or Trick Room isn't set up for it, it's in a pretty difficult spot where it just gets outpaced. And so we've got a good question here from Taco Truck. How often do you get to use your favorite Pokemon in your teams? Are they viable? Wolf, I'll let you answer that first. I think
I'm kind of bad at answering like this type of question because for me, like a lot of the Pokemon that become my favorites are Pokemon that I used in VGC tournaments, like Pokemon that were overlooked or Pokemon that were like not super popular that I saw like value in and then had them like do really well for me. So I think that like if it depends on what your favorites are, but I would say that like the formats change so often in competitive play that there are most Pokemon are usable at some point, even if they're not like the best, dominating the format. They'll still be like, they still have a niche somewhere. And so I think that if you like have Pokemon that you really like and they're fully evolved, at some point you'll probably be able to use them. And my favorite strategy, actually, I did quite well with this season. It's strategy called Perish Trap, and it involves very, very specific niche Pokemon, but I was able to pull it off a couple times this season. So it's not every format that I can do it. I would be surprised if I was able to do it in this current format, Regulation I. But yeah, I mean, like it wasn't. I haven't been able to use it for a while. Like before Scarlet and Violet, I hadn't used it since 2015. But now since then, I've used it a bunch in this generation. So I would say it kind of varies depending on what your favorites are. But yeah, like I think you can normally find some use for them.
Totally, yeah. I think similar to Wolf, as a competitive player first, a lot of my favorites, Scizor, Cresselia, Rotom Wash, Gothitelle, Mega Mall Wild, those are all kind of like a...
Such classics.
Yeah, Hariyama, like all kind of a result, Liepard, Breloom, all like, oh, like, this is a really cool Pokemon. I won at a certain time with it, now it's like become one of my favorites. I always say my all-time favorite Pokemon is Piplup. I will say with the not fully evolved Pokemon, it's going to be a little bit difficult to use. Like
Empoleon was usable in Regulation H, right?
That's right. Empoleon did have some use and was actually decent in, you know, the Black and White era. Duiha, of course, one of our beloved casters, used it quite a bit and, you know, finished, I think it was like 13th in North America or 14th in championship points that season. But yeah, I think some of the favorites is going to be a lot harder. Pokemon is the competitive Pokemon in VGC is the kind of game where, like, you can probably find a way to make a Pokemon work.
Yeah.
But the way I describe it is sometimes you're gonna have to work way harder to make that Pokemon work, right? Something like Piplup, for example, or, you know, Primplup was actually used at a tournament.
That's right. It made day 2, I think.
Yeah, exactly. But it was more as like a haze user specifically. And so it's like, maybe you find a niche use case where like, okay, this Pokemon actually matches up really well against this thing that's in the top 10. I'm gonna bring it.
Yeah.
The hard thing is it means that you're using a Pokemon that fundamentally is going to be weaker, and it means that you can't bring it into a lot of games. Or I shouldn't say you can't, it just means that if you bring it to a game, you're playing a very, very uphill battle. You can be, you know, the best in the world, but if you are, you know, handicapped by the Pokemon and the team that you're given, sometimes you can't win. Like, that's how Pokemon is. And so that's a long-winded answer. My answer to you would be I love it when I can try to figure out ways to make, like, Pokemon that I really like work, but you do have to put it, like, the less viable a Pokemon is, the more work you have to put in to figure out a set that makes it work and figure out a way to actually win with it as well. But I think it's doable for actually really almost any Pokemon.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also fun where, like, if you're going in and you kind of like don't have as strong opinions about Pokemon, oftentimes you'll leave having an opinion, whether that's, you know, like, wow, this is one of my new favorites, or wow, maybe I wouldn't want to use this one again so soon, right? And so I think that's also like somewhat fun for me. Like, one of my favorite Pokemon is Emboar, who I wouldn't say that like the design is my favorite, but like I won my first ever tournament with it, and it was like a really weird pick on that team. And so yeah, like it's always had a special place in my heart because of that. And I think that's somewhat nice. By the way, in your last game, what I realized, I think we maybe could have Fairy Terra'd your Zacian turn 1.
Turn 1, yeah.
Yeah, to survive the Flare Blitz, get the Behemoth Blade off.
Onto Fluttermane and then Trick Room.
And that way, yeah. Like, because we didn't really need it for Ursaluna in the end. I think it was fine to invest it on Zacian, understanding it was probably going to go down there.
Totally, yeah. I think my mapping of that game was like, have either a guaranteed Trick Room up on turn 1 or a KO.
Yeah.
And if you get that, I don't see how you stop like normal Terra Ursaluna under Trick Room, but then the answer is Fluttermane.
Then we just get the KO, yeah.
Yeah.
And Trick Room, Fluttermane specifically. I don't think it was a bad play, but I'm just like, how could we have gotten around this?
Exactly,
You know?
yeah. I mean, Pokemon's one of those games where it's like, of course you can be like, oh, wow, they had all these surprises like Choice Scarf and the Fluttermane with the Trick Room, right? But it's like, we knew like the Crawdon was going to be faster.
Yeah.
We knew, of course, we had Fairy Terra on the Zacian as well. And so I think that's one of the great things about VGC. It was like there were multiple different things, even with the surprises that came out from my opponent, like could have like improved on. And that's not even accounting for like, that's not even accounting for different Pokemon choices and leads, right? If you see something like Scarf Koraidon and Fluttermane not having that knowledge, you know, what I consider something like a Whimsicott lead, with Whimsicott plus Miraidon, I can go like
Tailwind,
Discharge, or Tailwind, like Electro Terra, Draco Meteor into that Koraidon slot on turn 1, then swap it out, set up Light Screen, play the game from there. But, you know, part of the things about these grand challenges is that games can be really fast paced. You can win very quickly, like we did in the first game, or lose very quickly. And I think, you know, this stream is mainly meant to be kind of more educational / like entertaining. I think if you are trying to take these like super seriously and your goal is to like get to a high ranking, losses sometimes can be really frustrating.
Yeah.
Especially when like you're gonna run into so many different surprises in a tournament like this. Sometimes it's good to like take a break and be like, oh man, like, you know, I either made mistakes or there's no way I could have won that. Step away from a little bit, because like each win matters a lot. Each loss also kind of sets you back a lot.
Yeah, I think if anyone watching is playing in the Grand Challenge this weekend, the best advice I have for you as somebody who won one of them this season, don't play more than 2 or 3 games in a row. Like, my advice is take at least a 15-minute break after every game or two, because it's just like, you have to be so present to really think about all of the opponent's options, and just playing a bunch in a row, like, okay, we'll kind of be doing it here, although we are taking breaks because we're taking turns. But it's really important to be able to like reset after each game, and especially after a loss. I recommend stopping after every loss, personally, and taking a little time to cool down, because it's really easy to kind of just go on a big losing streak because you get frustrated and you start playing more recklessly, and then it's just like, yeah, it's really easy to kind of let a good run slip away, as someone who's done that many times.
Yeah, and I think best of one Pokemon is like it particularly like can feel frustrating sometimes, because like you can feel like you have the win in your hands, and then either a surprise move like what we ran into, like that Trick Room and Flutter Mane comes out, or maybe you miss a key move like a Draco Meteor,
Yeah,
right? And I think like
play rough.
Exactly, and it's like that's actually something to also consider as you lock your teams in for these events. You know, if you know you're a player that can maybe get a little bit more frustrated from bad luck, it's going to happen in these events, and so limiting the amount of that, right? Whether it be limiting the amount of low accuracy moves that you're using, maybe not using any low accuracy moves,
ideally.
right? Like your team selection is also important, because if you enjoy playing with your team, it'll make your life easier, basically.
100%. Speaking of enjoying playing with your team, should we jump into another
Let's
game?
Let's do it.
Alrighty. Okay, cool. Oh, another camera angle.
Whoa,
oh, another
that was a
camera
new
angle.
one.
Wow, I know.
Hello.
We're breaking out the production value. Cool.
Dialga, not bad. Ursaluna, I think, was the star of that last one, it feels
Ursula
like.
was really, really good. Playing against Dan, rating 1502. Probably played a couple games so far. And this is actually, oh, that's not great. There's a lot of threatening Pokemon here. So they also have Lunala, but they also have Chi-Yu and Flutter Mane and Koraidon and Ursaluna. So this is actually help.
It's a little spooky.
So I could do Instant Dialga here as an option. That's like one thing that stands out to me, because Instant Dialga gives me Fake Out pressure against Koraidon, which can hopefully help me survive a hit. The problem is kind of the Chi-Yu, I think. Okay, if I get Ursaluna inside Trick Room, it's very strong here. But if I
The question is, if they bring their Ursaluna as well, assuming you're min speed,
Yeah.
they're min speed.
I don't think I need Whimsicott here because it's so bad into Flutter Mane. I think I want to do this up front. And then I always bring Lunala in the back here. So the question is, do I want to do Indeedee or do I want to do Ursaluna? I feel like I should do Ursaluna here. I'm going to do it.
I like it.
If they lead Flutter Mane, by the way, I think what I'll have to consider is that they could have Taunt, especially I think with Koraidon. I think the norm is, I would say the norm is kind of like Focus Dash plus Taunt, especially in a best of one close team sheet environment.
I do think Flutter Mane is one of the most interesting Pokemon in a format like this, because everyone, like I assume, hey, that special attack booster, it's going to be choice specs. You can run Focus Sash, you can run Taunt.
Oh,
you don't have to run Protect on it. It's going to be Lunala, Grimmsnarl, the duo that just won the Milwaukee Regional Championships here.
Yeah. So that's a little bit spooky, I would say. It's probably not the same Lunala set, because the Lunala set that just won regionals had the Electric Seed.
Yep.
Because it was paired with the Miraidon. So I think I have two options here. I can go for like Trick Room and U-Turn to get my Ursaluna in. The other option is Flash Cannon and Fake Out.
Ooh.
I would normally Flash Cannon and Fake Out here, but the thing is that this team has so much, like their team has so much offense that I feel like I need to get Trick Room up if I want to have a chance to win. So I think I'm just going to Trick Room and U-Turn here. I want to break the Shadow Shield because of Assault Vest, even if they are Meteor Beam, which is, I would say, the norm. It's not necessarily the end of the world because I'll survive a Meteor Beam. So they just go for Reflector in one, which is not great. Like, fighting inside of screens is really frustrating. And they Moonblast, actually. So I think overall, this is a really good turn.
Yeah.
Because I break the Shadow Shield, my Incineroar doesn't take that much damage. I feel like that kind of implies a couple things about the set that they probably don't have. They probably don't have Meteor Beam if they have Moonblast. And they probably also... What item are they then, though?
Leftovers.
That would be annoying. I just broke the Shadow. I did all the work to break the Shadow Shield. I would guess this is probably Trick Room, Wide Guard, Moonblast, Moongeist Beam, as Trick Room goes up here. With Grimmsnarl, my goal is just to get rid of it as quick as possible. Normally, I wish I'd been able to get rid of it right away, but this is okay. And you're right, it is leftovers. So yeah, it's gonna be annoying. But since I have both Incineroar and Lunala, I think it's a problem for later. You know what I mean?
Totally. Yeah. One of the interesting things about Lunala is it does get access to like 7 good moves: Trick Room,
Yes.
Wide Guard, and then you've got Moongeist Beam, Expanding Force, of course that Moonblast as well, Meteor Beam.
Yeah, I ran Protect them.
Protect.
Regional.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
What did I just do? Did I
Earthquake? Flash Cannon, Earthquake?
That's what I wanted to do.
I think, yeah, I think you did.
Okay. Yeah, so Lunala, you're right, can only have 4 moves at a time. We've seen one of them. You always assume it has Moongeist Beam. That's like the one given. So the question is, does it have like Wide Guard? Does it have Trick Room? Because they could reverse my Trick Room here, which would be a little bit scary. But yeah, they go for Light Screen here. Let's see if I click the move I wanted. I think Earthquake plus Flash Cannon will KO. There's no Wide Guard, which is good for me because I do want to get the KO here. You know what could have been scary here is actually Spirit Break as well. I didn't really consider it. Just so much.
Wow.
And just a little
That's a really cool animation.
I really like the horse.
This is one of those interesting positions where, like, Grimstar surviving may have been interesting, where, like, now they do get a free switch in. But the question is, they're just not doing a ton, right? Like, it's not calm minding. Oh, no. Special attack draws.
Oh, no. Yeah, they got both so far. One thing about Lunala is that I typically assume they don't have Protect. So if I have the option of a double attacking it this next turn if I want, though I won't pick up a KO most likely. Although Dialga gets stronger than you might expect, but with light screen up, it's not going to do enough, is my suspicion.
Okay, there's Ursaluna.
Interesting. So, and they haven't Terra'd yet, and neither have I. So what are you thinking here, Aaron?
What Terra is your Dialga?
My Dialga's Terra Fairy.
Do you think your Ursaluna survives Headlong Rush is the question?
Definitely.
Then I think they're in a tough spot with the Ursaluna this turn in the sense that I don't think they can one-shot, obviously, your Ursaluna.
I think the safest play is maybe just go for Earthquake and Dragon Pulse, maybe? Into the Lunala, get some guaranteed damage on the Ursaluna, or get some damage on the Ursaluna, because I would like to double the Lunala with Headlong Rush here.
Yeah.
But I won't KO it. Maybe I just go after the Ursaluna. I'm going to do it. I'm going to Dragon Pulse Earthquake.
I like it, because I mean, their response would be maybe protecting.
Oh, or Wide Guard.
So it's Wide Guard Moonblast with leftovers.
Interesting.
So it could be Calm Mind.
Then they are
Theremin speed.
Yeah.
All right.
Super effective damage here, which isn't great. My thought process was basically, oh, that did more than I expected.
What? Yeah, how did it?
I might be in some trouble here, Aaron. My thought process is basically that I can Moongeist Beam to beat their Lunala later, hopefully.
Yeah.
So I need to get damage on the Ursaluna. I should have probably Facade in it, but I didn't. Here's Dragon Pulse. This is Light Stream, something like 35.
That's actually a little more than I expected. Which maybe says a lot about my expectations for Dialga.
Yeah. So this is going to be tough here. I think I'm actually in kind of a bad position.
Yeah.
All things considered.
Well, if you win the speed tie.
I'm in good position, but I never want to assume.
Someone actually asked about speed ties earlier in the chat, and I do think this is a format where, like, trying to play around speed ties is going to be really important, but sometimes you just can't avoid it.
So it's the penultimate turn of Trick Room is the thing.
Yeah.
I think I protect Dialga and Facade, maybe? I'm trying to think about how to make sure my Lunala wins this in the end, which is actually kind of difficult, I think. Maybe Headlong Rush is safer in case they go for the
Ghost Terra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although Facade, I don't think they'll Ghost Terra, to be honest. Because actually, I don't need to worry about it, because if they Ghost Terra, then I can win later.
With Lunala?
Yeah. I could also protect both here, but then that would mean losing both next turn. I think I should just... This is tough. So this comes down to a speed tie, basically, of who's
Ursaluna moves first.
Yeah,
let's see.
let's hope it's mine.
Okay.
Wide Guard, I got spooked when
Yeah, when you ever see the opposing.
Please. Ah! Both. That first one didn't matter. That's quite problematic, I would say. Okay, chat, I think this is looking kind of doomed. I needed to win that one, I think.
As this format progresses, I think Ursaluna is easily one of the, maybe it's honestly the best non-restricted Pokemon right now.
Yeah.
Like, I would have given that title maybe to like Urshifu in the previous formats, but Ursaluna, or Ogerpon maybe, but like Ursaluna is just so powerful, and like, you can see how much damage it does, right? Like, this thing is nuts, and pair it with screens, like.
So I have two options here.
Yeah.
I can go into Lunala and Water Terra, or I can go into Incineroar and Grass Terra. Or I can go into Incineroar and not Terra and hope that they aren't Ghost Terra.
I think I like Incineroar more personally.
And Grass Terra?
Yeah. I think the main upside is their Lunala I actually don't think is very strong. Like,
the problem is if I Terra Incin, then their Lunala will beat my Lunala. I'm worried about Koraidon in the end, but I think you're right. I think this is probably what has to happen. I almost wonder if it's worth going into my Lunala here. It's
Fading
just
out
tricky.
the
thing is, I don't want to lose my Shadow Shield. I wish I had their Shadow Shield broken. How many turns are left of everything? I don't really see a good way to win this anymore. Last turn Trick Room, plenty of turns to Reflect left. We can be somewhat confident the last Pokemon is Koraidon. I could also just hope that they're not Ghost Terra, but that seems like really risky, right?
But you are playing from behind right now anyway, so it's one of those like.
Yeah, I think I just pray that they're not Ghost Terra, and accept that I lose if they are.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So I made the wrong move, but that's okay.
I think one thing to think about when you play in Pokemon is when to turn up the aggression, you know, and start making more aggressive predictions, or like, you know, play into things that might exist, but say, look, if it happens, it happens, I'll probably lose. And in a scenario when like you feel like you're playing from behind, sometimes it's more important to like play aggressively like that. So even if it doesn't work out, ooh,
That's actually bad that I survived,
Yeah.
right? Because still their screen's up is the problem.
Yep.
Oh man, Aaron, I don't see a good way through this. I think I have to Grass Terra, right?
Yeah.
They could just Facade. I think I have to Grass Terra. I really don't want to. I think I have to do it.
I guess the alternative was like not Grass Terra and you turn out, but then you just take damage.
I feel like I can't lose the Shadow, like because I can't break their Shadow Shield is the problem.
Yeah.
This Lunala's actually caused me a lot of trouble.
I think what's really interesting is, even though this is like not the Electric Seed Lunala, the core of Grim Lunala plus Ursaluna
Yeah, it's
seems
just so strong.
incredible right now.
Yeah, and
in this
actually, I don't think I
format.
can beat this thing anymore. Unless they wide guard here, that's probably the win condition. Yeah, letting Dialga take so much damage is pretty bad in hindsight. I think if I Grass Terra to turn earlier, then it would, like if I'd gone for the Grass Terra knockoff play last turn, I think it might have been possible.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit greedy of them to hold on for like to their Fairy Terra for as long as they did.
This is not into Dialga. Yeah, it's a good play. Because I just don't have a way through their Lunala anymore with the screens up, I think.
Yeah.
Ideally, they Earthquake themselves, but I think that's probably pretty unlikely. There's nothing. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the strength of Lunala, is if you let it sit in the field for forever, it just becomes really difficult. And that's Headlong Rush. I made the right play in theory, but I don't think that it's going to be able to convert into a win for me here. Unless they're like some weird Lunala that doesn't even have
Moongeist Beam?
Yeah, that's the only win condition I could see. And even then, I think my Lunala would have to be faster, which is unlikely, I think.
Of course, this game, you know, Ursaluna versus Ursaluna, I think if your Ursaluna moved first, you would have had another turn of Trick
100%.
Room.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It felt like that, to me, is, you know, if you had to point to, like, the key deciding turn of the game, that would certainly be it. But, of course...
They are faster.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think, chat, I think this one is cooked.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of, I guess I don't think I really, I think after the turn 1 went well, I was like a little bit greedy. Turn 1 and turn 2, right? Because I got rid of Purple Snarl pretty early and pretty easily without taking that much damage. And I think that I needed to be a little bit more, I needed to capitalize better, I think. So.
Oh my gosh, it's so insane with screens.
Yeah, it's just so tanky. I might have just KO, by the way.
Wow.
Wow. That's nuts. So I don't think we're going to see the last Pokemon here. Yeah, it's the end of Incin.
I do think, you know, this core that you're going up against is, like, I would say the core to beat right now in this format.
I agree.
Like, when it wins a big tournament, and, like, it looked incredible in Milwaukee. Like, I think I saw a tweet that was basically like, why is it that, like, Andrew, who won Milwaukee Regionals, his Pokemon take no damage, but it feels like his Pokemon are always doing 1 billion damage as well, and that feels like this in this matchup, honestly.
100%, yeah. And I think that's really important, like, or why it's so important to eliminate Grimmsnarl early. Like, I was kind of worried about, you know, like, oh, Koraidon Chiyu in the back, but if I thought more about it, I could have realized that they probably had, Ursaluna in the back, right? And if I'd covered for that better, then I absolutely, like, if I'd taken out Grimmsnarl turn 1 with, like, fake out Flash Cannon and they just go for Moonblast, whole game is different in my opinion. So
Exactly.
I think what's cool with the Grand Challenge is it's a really good experience to learn as well. Like, we lost this game, but I'm like, oh, I see, like, a lot of, like, key opportunities where I could have done better, where like small optimizations. Like, I think the turn where I let them get Earthquake off and I went for like Earthquake plus Dragon Pulse and did no damage, like I think that was actually, if I'd made a better play that turn, then I wouldn't have had to scramble the following turn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, cause then and risk the speed tie. So I think that was the biggest issue.
Kiwi Gao asks, in a best of 1, how do you figure out if you lost because you picked the wrong 4 but had a chance, or if your matchup was just too poor? That's a great question. I can take a stab at answering first, but I think in general, like, the way I look at games is always like, do I feel like I had like a relatively safe play to make?
Yeah.
If I feel like I need to make predictions every turn just to stay in the game, I think that's normally a really bad sign.
Agreed.
But if I feel like I have plays where it's like, hey, like,
this play, no matter what my opponent does, will at least keep me even in the game. I think that's a good sign. Now, it's like, I think one of the skills as you develop in VGC is like figuring, how can you get that gut sense of like, am I making like a crazy prediction versus not, right? But yeah, to me, it's like if I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm doing everything right, I'm predicting my opponent every turn, and I'm still not getting an advantage, that normally indicates that your matchup probably isn't going to be very good. Whereas the converse is if I feel like I can just make safe plays every turn, or like not really take big risks but still come out ahead, I think that's a good sign.
Agreed, yeah, absolutely. And I think you can also look at kind of like what we were doing in this last game, where it's like, oh, okay, like we lost, and like we could have been like, oh, we lost the speed tie and that's why we lost, which it's not false, but it's not the whole story either, you know what I mean? And I think being able to say, oh, like, you know, there was this turn where we like had a better play and we made a risky play and it didn't pay off. I think being able to look back on your games and say, when are you taking those risks? And I think it's easy, especially when you can point to the turn where things go badly and you can say, oh, well, like I made this play, it went really bad for me, but like, did I have a better play to make? And if the answer is no, then it's normally like, maybe it was a team issue or the Pokemon you brought issue. But if the answer is, oh yeah, there was a better play here, like actually I think the play that I made was just bad in all instances. Like I could have even switched an Incineroar on that turn. It would have been okay to get the Intimidate down. So yeah, I think overall, being able to look back at your games and point to like, did I have a better play or not? Like Aaron said, is just super, super important.
Yeah, and it's hard because I think it's often so like team dependent as well. And so this is like kind of going back to the earlier point about like team building and like picking good Pokemon. I think it's like, the more tools that your team will have, the less often the answer will be, it's like a team difference where like your team is just too weak.
Yeah.
That's why I think when you're starting out in VGC, often people recommend like, hey, like try out a team that's like won a tournament already or done really well in a tournament, because like that team has like really like been tested and like you know that it can function well relative into a lot of teams. If you are a beginner and just trying to throw a bunch of Pokemon together, it often I think is going to be really difficult. That's not to discourage people from doing that. That's just to say that team building in this game is already really, really challenging.
Agreed.
But yeah, I think it's like if you are using what is like more fundamentally solid team that's not like really been pushed out by the meta, it's going to be less frequent where it's like a team difference. And of course, within VGC, there's also like, did you pick the right 4 Pokemon? That's another argument in itself, where it's like sometimes like you might have the right tools to have won the battle, but you did not bring the right Pokemon in the right order.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So also like if you have problems with like an opponent's Pokemon being like, was there a better Pokemon I had versus this? Like I think I brought the right Pokemon in that matchup. Like the problem was the Ursaluna and the Lunala, and I brought all my answers to those, but the problem was like that I didn't preserve Pokemon and I let the Ursaluna get a free turn up, and then I was like 2 on the back foot and couldn't stop Earthquake. Like if I had my own Lunala on the field at the time and I could like, you know, Terra Water, you know, Wide Guard, that would be a totally different story, but I didn't put the Pokemon on the field in the right place.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got another question here.
From Gator, I think.
How do you know when you should terrestrialize a Pokemon?
So I think it depends. You terrestrialize for 2 reasons, right? You terrestrialize for offense and you terrestrialize for defense. Offense is a bit more cut and dry. You do it when you need to get a KO, and you also think that you can get away with not saving it for later. So like, sometimes you'll get a KO turn 1 by terrestrializing, but then, you know, your Lunala will be vulnerable, or your Koraidon will be vulnerable to like a Fluttermane or a Shadow Rider later in the game, so that's not a great trade. But for offense, I think it's like, do I need to Terra to get the KO? And if I'm terrestrializing offensively now, am I sure that or like confident that I won't need to defensively terrestrialize later? I think defensively, most of the time you do it to survive an attack, like, and not only survive an attack, but like get something valuable in return, whether that's an attack of your own off or some kind of speed control or some kind of setup. You always have to play the guessing game, and because it's a once per battle like mechanic, you have to be really mindful of the fact that you are like, you only get to do it once, right? So you need to be really intentional. But I think feeling out like, oh, if I don't Terra here, then either they're gonna survive or I'm gonna faint, is a really important like kind of skill to develop, and you develop it just naturally by playing more, I would say.
Yeah, I think like maybe a framework to think about is it's like, if I don't Terra, will I just lose a key Pokemon? So that's like from the defensive spectrum. And then from the offensive spectrum, it's if I Terra, does it give me the advantage to get a knockout that I wouldn't get otherwise? But it's, you know, it's like such a unique mechanic. I think also the thing about Terra is like, you don't always actually have to get value out of it, in the sense that like, let's say your opponent ends up going for a play, like, that doesn't matter relevant to your Terra. Sometimes going for it is still important, because it like, you're saying, look, by going for this Terra, I know that they won't have any super effective hits into me, right? So even if they didn't target this Pokemon, it means that I can play this turn safely in a different way. But yeah, I think Wolfe's framework of like thinking about it from an offensive and defensive standpoint is really good.
Yeah.
But it is a very key mechanic. I think it's like,
in my eyes, if you are able to bait your opponent's Terra out while holding onto yours without losing too many resources, that often will give you a really big advantage. But you should think less, I think, about that and more about just like in the turn or like, you know, in the long term of like in this current turn, does it sway the game so much if I don't do it? Like to the point where, hey, if I don't Terra, I just lose a Pokemon guaranteed. That would be really, really bad, for example.
You never want to get to the end of the game and have not used your Terra, unless you win. Like, but most of the time, you want to, like, it feels so bad to get to the end of the game, be like, oh, I didn't really, like, use my Terra for anything, you know? It feels kind of bad.
Totally.
Do you want to play another one?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's go.
I want revenge.
Yeah,
Trick Room Fluttermane.
We gotta jump right back into it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. But of course, this has been a total blast. So thank you all for engaging with us. Keep dropping your questions. Try to answer as many as we can. Filbert, what do we got? What do we got?
Show me them. Oh, Dialga.
Wait, I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
You love Cressor Luna.
Oh.
And I like Dialga.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, and they have terrain as well. This is kind of tough.
That's actually really scary.
Wait, how do you beat this? Dude, Dialga's good. You have Encore Whims, but they could have Mental Herb or anything. They also have the Grimmsnarl, who's just a nightmare.
Yeah, I would like love to eliminate Grim, so like I think Zacian is a possible option. I could go Mirai Frigoraph. I actually do think opposing Trick Room is really bad for this team.
Yeah.
If they are prioritizing Trick Room. Wolf and I were like just playing some games for fun before today started, and I ran into Iron Ball Kyogre. Which
was bad.
a little bit less than ideal, I would say.
I'm not even sure if you want to bring Frigg here. I almost wonder, do you ever bring like Whimsicott? You can
just for Encore.
Or you Light Screen too. Both restricted are special, right?
Yeah.
I think you definitely want Miraidon.
Yeah.
Because your goal is to get to the end of the game and start clicking Discharge, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's like if we can eliminate Ursaluna, I think what makes this team actually quite tricky for mine is that I normally want to like blow through my opponent's team in terms of offense, and it's just kind of hard to do here because they have, first of all, they have Rillaboom for terrain control, they also have screens from Grimmsnarl, and they have Ursaluna, which functions incredibly powerfully under Trick Room, and so there's a lot of scary pieces here. I think I'm actually going to trust my Frigoraph here, and we'll give it a spin, but yeah, I mean, that's the thing about these tournaments. Like, you will run into a lot of non-meta teams and a lot of crazy duos and restricteds, and that's something that you'll have to think about as you play through them. Do you have fundamentally core, powerful strategies that will allow you to beat anything that you can face? I think I'm seeing right now, I'm like, well, this feels a little bit scary because my team is so fast-paced, but it's quite frail as well. But it's going to be dual restricted Dialga Kyogre right from the get-go. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, so they're not Choice Scarf. You can see the Pokemon's abilities activate in turn order. So because Zacian's Intrepid Sword activated before Kyogre's Drizzle, that means we know that Aaron has the advantage in terms of speed. His Zacian's faster than Kyogre.
So really interesting here. If I were my opponent, I would, okay, first let's think, like, what do we think they could have in the back, right? Like, I think Ursaluna Rillaboom makes a lot of sense. You really want to bring Rillaboom into Miraidon teams, and Ursaluna is just so powerful. So one thing we can think about doing is, saving Water Terra for this. I obviously have Fake Out available on either slot. This is really pressuring with Water Spout on turn 1. I do have Fairy Terra play rough here. They could Origin Pulse as well. I'm actually thinking Fake Out here. If I Fairy Terra, I do become weak to Dialga is the thing.
I wouldn't Fairy Terra here because you can't be sure that like. I think just regular play rough.
Yeah.
Because you need to save it for hands, right?
Okay, Dialga protects. So this is generally fine. It could even be a double protect on turn 1. Not going to be the case.
So maybe you should have Fairy Terra, but I just feel like you needed to save it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not even sure what a KO. Wow. So. An Origin Pulse, a move I can miss.
Yeah, baby.
Iron Hands actually takes that quite nice. It's leftovers.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's not what I would have expected.
So this turn is interesting now.
Obviously, we got quite lucky with that dodge on Zacian, so I can go for another target onto here. I obviously have a super effective Low Kick or Drain Punch. I don't think Low Kick would KO this, right?
Dude, you should Behemoth Blade the Dialga.
Yeah, trust?
Yeah, you should Low Kick Behemoth Blade the Dialga.
So the question here is whether or not we think, because I think if you're my opponent, the obvious move is to protect Kyogre. I actually think Zacian survives Origin Pulse anyway, so I'm down for that.
You should Behemoth Blade the Dialga. You should Behemoth Blade the Dialga. You should Behemoth Blade the Dialga.
Wolf's like that.
You should Behemoth Blade the Dialga.
We are running out of time here. Let's think. Yeah, I think like Trick Room, ideally we do deny, and Kyogre's not posing that much of a threat. So
let's discharge it later.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's just do it. Kyogre, show me, protect. Oh, that works too.
That's fine. It's fine. Rillaboom?
Okay, I mean,
Tricker doesn't go up for a good team. Terra. Oh.
I think it's fine. Are we still KO?
I don't know.
You don't think so?
Yoga's good. Oh, that did a lot.
I think it will.
Die. I mean, okay. Sorry, production. Yippee!
That was a good turn to talk about, though, from like a VGC fundamentals, which is when something protects, the odds of it getting another protect off in the second turn consecutively is quite slim. So normally when someone protects, it means that you can actually launch 2 attacks into that slot relatively safely. And it is going to be Rillaboom Ursaluna. So, you know, one of the things that we were talking about in the beginning of the game is trying to deduce what you think your opponent might have in the back. That's going to be a really key skill, right? And it makes a lot of sense here. I think the way I deduced it in this one is it's like not bringing Rillaboom into a Miraidon matchup seems wild, especially this Miraidon team. Like, Miraidon Ice Rider is a common duel as well, so if they were Ice Rider, maybe you think about it a bit more. Back Grimmsnarl, I'd say really rare. The whole point of Grim, ideally, is to normally get those screens up early. But let's talk about the game at hand. Rillaboom comes in.
I probably should be explaining this while you play.
Yeah. No,
I'm like, oh, I wonder what he's going to do. And you're over here doing all the hard work.
So I can switch in Farigiraf, which would block a Fake Out. Ursaluna could Terra. It could Sacred Sword. I could also just protect with Zacian, honestly.
You could switch to Farig and Fighting Move. That might be bad, though. I think we trust your instinct here. You have the thing is you've gained. So what Aaron has done here, I'll stop talking more so you can play.
Actually, I don't think this is the best play, but I'm running out of time.
Yeah. So what Aaron has done here that's really good is that he has denied his opponent's speed control because the opponent only brought one Pokemon that can control the speed of the battle, and that is the Dialga. And so by taking out Dialga, Aaron's Pokemon now have an enormous speed advantage. And now that the Terra's gone, Aaron knows that he can always launch an electric type move into that Ursaluna slot because the Kyogre in the back can't take it very well, or like at all actually. So Protect here blocks Fake Out. Aaron goes for the Drain Punch here. I think this is a totally reasonable play. Like, of course it's not going to work, but it forces the Ursaluna to Terra. So even though it looks bad, it's actually, I think, a really favorable trade for him here because now, yeah, I mean, actually, it ends up working out in the end anyway.
This is an interesting scenario where I actually would have preferred Iron Hands to Feint, because if Iron Hands faints, I get the free switch in into the Miraidon immediately, which is really nice. But now I also do have Zacian and Ursaluna, or Iron Hands. We saw the Iron Hands is actually faster than the Ursaluna.
I think you have a pretty safe play here.
I was going to double up in Ursaluna, but what do you think?
Oh, I was going to say double the Rillaboom, because then it's just discharge for the rest of the game.
That's true, yeah. I'm trying to think. Drum Beating is like the only move Rillaboom could have for speed control.
But then they wouldn't even, like, they wouldn't get KO both.
Exactly, you know what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Let us go for it here.
Yeah, we use moves that can't miss. Okay,
yep,
Grassy Glide.
And even if it's Earthquake double KO, Miraidon just comes out.
And I don't even know if Earthquake will double KO because of the Grassy Terrain cutting the power in half. Yeah. So yeah, and this is also Aaron showing off his game knowledge here where, oh, I thought you Drain Punched. Sorry. But Low Kick was safer. Aaron showing off his game knowledge because Low Kick is a safer option here. And Headlong Rush is going to take out the Zacian, but it's fine because now Miraidon in the back can just clean up.
Yeah, the key thing in this game was being able to deny that Trick Room with the double up onto the Dialga slot. We did get an Origin Pulse miss on the beginning of the game, but given that it was leftovers Kyogre, no way to boost its damage output, no Water Terra, Zacian should survive that. And in the end, Zacian ended up getting one shot anyway, so that Origin Pulse damage, not maybe fully relevant, but of course, one of the things is sometimes it might be not relevant in the context of the battle, but it may still have been frustrating to your opponent, and it can be like Omega Tilting, for example.
Yes.
But let's bring out our good old friend Miraidon.
By the way, because Ursaluna, I wasn't sure if Discharge with the Electric Terror would KO the Ursaluna. It probably would. It just, like, I'm not 100% sure. But the thing is that it's lowered its special defense with Headlong Rush last turn, so now Aaron can actually just KO his partner Pokemon if he wants with Terra Electric Discharge because there's no way for the opponent to get around that.
Yeah, I think one of the key turns that you pointed out, Wolf, was the Ursaluna Ghost Terring, right? Like, it could be flashy to go for a Wild Charge into this slot or target the Kyogre, but basically what I'm saying is, well, if you don't go for a Protect or Ghost Terra with Ursaluna, I get guaranteed damage. And if you go for a defensive Terra, you can't Terra anymore, right?
Exactly.
So it covers every base, and it sets up for this endgame, which is, of course, Miraidon. So always good to double check the field states. This is something I'm actually trying to get into a better habit of, like, because sometimes you just maybe forget something, and even though like it feels like the game should be won, you know, it doesn't hurt to really do a double check, but we should be able to just go for Wild Charge here. Actually doesn't really matter, but
matter if you're gonna discharge, but
yeah. And here we go. Boom!
Boom! I think at this point, by the way, if he wanted to, Aaron could take his hand off the controller because he's now Choice Specs locked himself into Discharge, so he doesn't actually need to press the buttons anymore.
Yes, exactly.
Because the game will auto-select Discharge because it's Miraidon's only attacking option here.
So, you know, Discharge Miraidon once again winning the very first regional championships as Ursaluna just finally go for that Protect, but that's fine. I think leading both of your restricteds is always kind of interesting as well because they are such powerful options.
Yes.
But if they lose a lot of health early on, it can be really, you know, detrimental. And you know, the thing is, it's funny because you're thinking Kyogre plus Dialga, that should be so powerful, right? But I actually think something like Grimmsnarl Dialga may be a little bit
way
scarier.
more threatening,
Exactly,
yeah.
because the idea, like I think one approach my opponent could have gone, or even Rillaboom Dialga, because maybe you want to bring Rillaboom from Miraidon, so you can go Rillaboom Dialga lead with Kyogre Ursaluna in the back. That way you have Fake Out pressure on turn 1, and you're able to set up Trick Room with Dialga. Because I think for my opponent, maybe their best win condition is get Dialga out, or sorry, get Ursaluna out under Trick Room.
Yes,
But
safely.
they never were able to set up Trick Room, which was the key part of it. And part of it was like turn 1, like yes, you get a lot of damage off with that Origin Pulse, but it's not enough, and the fact that Kyogre is slower makes it, yeah, like part of the advantage of Zacian is you just outpace almost all of the format.
I think this battle really showcased why speed control is so important, because Aaron was basically always the one on the offense, and the opponent was always on the defense, and that's because he was able to take out the Dialga, which was the only form of speed control. And like, it wasn't even like, oh, Trick Room is the only speed control move. It's also that Aaron's Pokemon were naturally faster than his opponents, and so because of that, with Trick Room denied, Aaron, like his Miraidon was faster, his Zacian was faster, even Iron Hands outspeeding the Ursaluna was kind of like not irrelevant. And so, yeah, I think whenever you're looking, if you are like a newer player and you're trying to like learn more about the game and you're like, what, like it's so confusing, there's so many field effects, what's going on? Pay attention to who's attacking first, because yeah, like I think that's often going to be the kind of underlying theme behind a lot of why players make decisions. Attacking first is a really big deal, and we saw this. That's actually the reason I lost my game as well, is because once my Ursaluna lost the speed tie, I couldn't attack before it anymore. Then the Trick Room ended, and the Lunala was faster than me, so I was outsped on both ends. And so yeah, Umbreon521 asks, how do you get better at predicting moves? Maybe you should take this one, Aaron, because I'm actually quite bad at predicting moves. I think the way that I play doesn't even care about really predictions most of the time. So yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a lot about what I say, like putting myself in my opponent's shoes. Like if I were in their position, yeah, like how would I feel? And so let's go to, if you know, like if I don't know if you were able to watch the first game that we played on stream, but it was my Whimsicott and Miraidon against my opponent's Miraidon. I went, you know, Tailwind, Electric Terra, Discharge in front of Miraidon, which seems crazy. But basically, it's like, I was predicting that I think their Miraidon is going to Terra in that position, because if you don't Terra, it was really safe for me to just go for something like the typical Miraidon set, Fairy Terra, Dazzling Gleam, or Draco Meteor, for example. So a lot about predictions in my eyes is like, if I were my opponent's shoes, how do I think they would respond? The other question is also, if you mean predicting moves, like if you mean predicting like what you're, okay, I should rephrase. I'm going all over the place. I think it's a tricky question because it's so situational, but a lot of the times it's like, if my opponent does not make the prediction, does that mean I just like win the game on the spot? So a lot of the times for me, it's identifying like how much of an advantage will I get if my opponent like does not make a prediction in that current position. But yeah, I don't know if I'm doing the best job articulating this one because I think it's fairly complex.
I think what Aaron's saying, if I can try rephrasing it a little bit, is that there's kind of there's two things to consider. There's how confident you are that your opponent's going to make the move you think, and then do you even win the, like how much advantage do you even get?
Yes.
I had one game a couple years ago where the opponent like popped off every single turn against me, like got up out of the seat, like fist shaking, you know, this is at an in-person tournament, because they were getting all their predictions right. They were calling out what I wanted to do. They did it for 5 consecutive turns, and on the 5th turn they lost because they called all my moves, but my macro was so good that it didn't matter, because even though they predicted what I was doing, like I had my control of the game covered for this, and so it didn't even matter that they predicted correctly because they lost anyway. And like they popped off on the turn they lost as well, which was really funny. And so I think it's like, if you're gonna make a prediction, make sure that it's also like actually like that it's actually like, if you're gonna risk a prediction, which is inherently risky, make sure that the upside is gonna be worth it, is my advice.
Yeah, I basically have this framework of it's like high risk prediction, high reward, where it's like, okay, if I get this wrong, I might like lose the game, but if I get it right, I might win the game on the spot. I have high risk, low reward, which is me going for a fake out, for example, onto a ghost type Pokemon because I'm like, oh, Fluttermane's gonna Terra on turn 1. Also, these examples are in a vacuum, so it's like, you know, sometimes that actually could be like a really high level prediction or like a high risk, high reward one. But point is, it's like, okay, I'm going for something crazy, and even if it works out, it's not like I get that much value out of it. And then you know, the quadrant that I really like is this like low risk, high value, where it's like, okay, like I'm in a safe spot. If I go for it, like I just win the game on the spot. But even if I don't get it right, I don't really lose any momentum. And then there's like low risk, low reward, which is like, okay, like fairly safe to go for. Even if I get it right, gives me like maybe just the slightest advantage, right? Like that's like maybe predicting. I'm trying to think of like a good example of this on the spot.
Maybe it's like using Moongeist Beam on a Pokemon instead of Expanding Force, and then Incineroar switches in.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, I got a little chip here. We're like, yeah, like it's not a crazy thing, but maybe it can add up over time.
Yeah, I think people think about Pokemon as a game of predictions, and I think like your goal should be ideally to limit the amount of predictions, because like predictions are really hard, and you never have full control of what your opponent will do, right?
Yes.
And so it's like, what you want to do is use the things that are in your control. That's why team building or team selection is really important, because picking a better team will often give you more tools so that it reduces. Exactly, yeah.
Exactly. We have another question here, but maybe we can answer it while we jump into another battle.
Yes.
I'm kind of itching to play.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Next question from Gimme Goal. Do you guys have any good things you do before and after battles to help with maintaining focus?
Drink a lot of water and take frequent breaks. I feel like that's like the biggest thing with focus is just kind of finding a way to reset, in my opinion. What do you think, Aaron?
When I compete in tournaments, oh my goodness.
Oh, another one.
When I compete in tournaments, I actually like between rounds put on my headphones and listen to like really high BPM music. That might not work for everyone, but for me, like putting on music and then like decompressing, like I like try to actually not really talk to people and like just go off and like try to stay in the zone helps me really stay focused, because I find that matches are so draining in themselves.
Brute Bonnet is my least favorite Pokemon to see. It's so bulky. So this is, I think, one of the more difficult matchups in the game. I think that here, actually, because they have both Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna, I don't want to go for Trick Room.
Yeah.
So I think instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to make Whimsicott's first appearance here, and then I bring probably Dialga in the back. I think the idea here is that this bluffs a Trick Room opening, and then the idea is you actually don't go for Trick Room, you just try to get Meteor Beam off immediately, and then you start using Expanding Force, and then you use Tailwind to have speed control over the battle. So this is one of the matchups where I want to bring Whimsicott. It's not easy, I would say. Brute Bonnet is a real problem, and the issue is that the Koraidon can cause me a lot of problems if it has a Life Orb item rather than a clear amulet. That being said, I'll do my best. It's not terrible. I beat a couple of these in practice, but also this is one that I'm like most afraid of.
And there
that's the lead that I'm least excited to see, I would say.
I think this is an interesting game because from like a team building perspective, it's like, oh, Bonnet's just really scary because like Indeedee does no damage into it,
Yes.
Lunala does no damage into it, Dialga actually doesn't do much into it either. So it's like the best offensive tools are going to be Moonblast from Whimsicott, Incineroar with its attacks, and Ursaluna as well.
Yeah.
But Koraidon Bonnet, really, really scary. And one of the things that you should get into the habit of if you're playing this format is tracking those abilities on turn one, because there's so many interactions. I often actually miss it.
I missed it here.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it didn't really matter because Indeedee's always slower.
Yeah.
So this can go really badly if the Koraidon is Life Orb, because my Indeedee will survive a hit. It will not faint if it's not Life Orb, unless it's, yeah, it should always survive unless it is Life Orb. There's also the possibility that the Koraidon goes for a defensive play here, fearing Expanding Force or Meteor Beam or something. The problem is that Moongeist Beam into Moonblast is not guaranteed to pick up a KO into the Brute Bonnet, which is, otherwise I would lead Whimsicott plus Lunala here. So the advantage here, and part of the reason for my Indeedee's item, which is Safety Goggles, is that, okay, no Protect, no Terra.
No Switch.
No Terra is very interesting, because if I had gone for Expanding Force, they would have just fainted.
Oh,
interesting.
Oh, okay.
So they go for Sucker Punch. It means I don't fall asleep, and it's actually U-turn.
Oh my.
That's got to be Choice Band,
Oh
right?
my goodness.
Okay,
Life
that's
Orb.
not Choice Band, Aaron. Good call.
Wait, that did so
That is so
much.
much damage. This is actually quite problematic because I can't KO the Brute Bonnet. Yeah, Fluttermane comes in. Oh no, Aaron, I think I'm in trouble. Here, so I can still win this. I go for Meteor Beam and his Speed Booster, which is quite annoying. Aaron, this looks kind of bad again. This is a not great situation.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of like lead momentum where, like, if we were to replay turn one, it's like, what else would even have been better?
Wait, no, I'm fine. Boom. You think Moon might be KOs, or do I need to help my hand?
I could see it surviving with like 1 HP.
Yeah.
That's what I'm scared of.
Brute Bonnet is really good. Okay, pop.
That did a lot though.
Yeah.
Actually, way more than I expected.
And something you also need to check is the Photosynthesis boost. I always forget about this.
Yes.
It's a speed booster on the Fluttermane.
Yes. This is also like actually. Okay, this is fully.
Wait, unless they're faster.
There's no way.
Unless they're faster.
There's no way.
My Lunala is really slow. I think they're gonna be faster.
No way, dude.
Chat.
Press 1 if you think it's gonna outspeed. And 0. Okay, nice. We're good.
We're not that good though, because now I can't go for
Tailwind.
Yeah, Tailwind won't be as effective. Oh man, this is so tough. I could have wide guarded. I wanted to go wide guard follow me and like just hope that they KO me, but I thought it was dumb. Okay, so I'm -1 on Lunala. I still have Water Terror available on Lunala. I could go Dialga here, but I think that's probably a mistake. I think I go Wims. Also, if they have Chi-Yu in the back, I think I'm actually in pretty bad shape because I didn't really bring anything outside of Meteor Beam, I'm realizing. I think I may have brought the wrong Pokemon here. Okay, it is
No, it's
Lunala.
okay. Yeah.
So they have Koraidon in the back. I actually think one of the biggest threats here is the Flutter Mane because my Dialga's looking kind of good. What do you think? I'm thinking Terra Water Expanding Force here.
I think you have to Terra Water here.
Yeah.
Like, speaking of when someone asks asking like when to Terra, it's like if you don't, you just fall to Moongeist Beam or Shadow Ball.
I think I actually want to double the Flutter Mane here.
Yeah, I like
rather than
that.
setting Tailwind right away, and then hope that Dialga can clean up in the end.
Yeah, I like that.
The issue is that I could lose my... Okay, they do Terra. So this is a soft prediction where even if, like, of course I could have... This is probably Terra Fairy or Terra Water. Probably Terra Fairy. Oh, just Terra Water. Okay, cool. So of course, if I want, like, I could have Moongeist Beamed this slot, but I chose not to because in the end, what I was thinking is that, like, yeah, I need to break the Shadow Shield anyway, and I'd rather get the damage in the Flutter Mane. So even though I could have gone for Moongeist Beam Tailwind and, like, tried to pick up a KO, I thought this was actually safer in the end.
Yep.
Also, with the Terra now used, it means Dialga can now one-shot Koraidon. So as long as my Whimsicott survives this turn, I should be in decent shape, I think.
Yep.
The question is, did they go for, like, Icy Wind Moongeist Beam?
Oh
my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. It makes things a lot harder because now they can get speed control up.
Flutter Mane is just the bane of our existence
It's so
today.
annoying. Okay, didn't do that
not the
much.
most, yeah.
Fine.
You still do a lot with expanding in return.
Yeah. This is +1, but it's Shadow Shield boosted, so it should do like, what, 30 maybe?
40? 35?
A little less, I think.
Oh, man, my question is whether or not another one KOs.
I think I can't let them wide guard me.
Yeah.
I think that I just have to beat this Flutter Mane so that my Dialga can win, right?
I think, yeah.
How many turns of everything are left? 2 turns of everything. I'm gonna call out wide guard, I think. And even like
Even if they don't, it's like you didn't take the most from that Moongeist, right?
I'm worried about Icy Wind. I'm worried about like, okay,
Nice.
cool.
Yep.
That's really good. So we just want to not see Icy Wind here. Even Moonblast special attack drop is fine. There's Tailwind. Now I'm at -1 speed, but I'm also at doubled speed, so it's getting a little funky here. Okay, Shadow Ball into Whimsicott actually.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Brings me down to Sash, so Endeavor is now active. I expect them to have Focus Sash as well here on their Flutter Mane.
Yeah, same.
I'd be really surprised if they didn't. But thankfully we did get Tailwind up here. Yeah,
Yep.
they are Focus Sash. Last turn of everything here. It's too bad I can't Encore them because of my own Psychic terrain. So this is where having anti-synergy on your team is kind of bad. This turn is really important. I think if I get this turn right, I can win.
Agreed.
I think my instinct is Expanding Force and
Moonblast, yeah.
But the question is, do I Moonblast into the Flutter Mane or should I Moonblast into the Lunala?
I would say Flutter.
You think so?
Yeah.
To cover for wide guard?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I think it's fine. I mean,
It might be fine. Oh, you know, it's fine because it's fine because it's probably fine. This is not going to KO, unfortunately. I wanted to double the Lunala, but I think this was safer. This isn't going to KO.
oh, let's go!
Okay. And now I think we have close to a guaranteed win because we can KO all 3 of our remaining Pokemon, KO Koraidon.
Yep.
And we have Encore pressure on Flutter Mane. So then we don't even need to Encore. Like
You just
is
Moonblast.
better. Yeah. You're
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
right? Yeah. The scary thing here is Flame Charge. Right? They can protect Flame Charge KO. Oh, sorry, but I Moonblast Expanding Force.
Yep.
And can't, yeah, okay, I see it. So here we have the advantage. I think one big skill in Pokemon is finding ways of like safely closing out games when you have the advantage. It's actually a lot harder than you might expect. Here, we're gonna go for Expanding Force into Koraidon because while they could KO me with a Fighting type move, that would give me a free switch into Dialga. And if I get Dialga in on Tailwind, then I just win. The scary thing is if they both get the double protect with Flutter Mane and Flame Charge and KO a Pokemon to then let them outspeed in Tailwind, but they can't Flame Charge to KO Lunala because we're Water Terra. So yeah, Moonblast into Flutter Mane and Expanding Force into Koraidon should cover for everything. They don't go for the double protect, we get the KO here. That's the end of Flutter Mane. And they should move next with Collision. Okay, this Collision Course. Lifelong Collision Course is interesting. I should go down to this. Yeah, Koraidon is extremely powerful. However, we were talking earlier about terrestrialization. This is an issue that I kind of ran into when I used Dialga plus Lunala plus Koraidon at Milwaukee Regionals recently, which is that if Lunala terrestrializes, then your Koraidon can't terrestrialize. Koraidon is quadruple weak to Fairy. It has both Fighting and Dragon are weak to Fairy, and so even though Koraidon is, you know, somewhat bulky and Whimsicon's not the most offensive Pokemon, Dialga is so big. Dude, look at how big it is.
It's literally like triple Koraidon size.
It's like, yeah. It's like, oh yeah, we'll show you how the real restricted looks like. Anyway, yeah, because they couldn't Terra, then we were able to close this out. Actually, and you know, we could have said, Aaron, they might not have had Flame Charge because they had U-turn. They revealed U-turn.
Yes.
That's another thing that like you want to piece together information that way. So
it's one of those like feels tricky in the best of because it's like anything can be like maybe they don't have Protect, for example.
You start like getting in your own head.
Exactly. Yeah. But well done. I think it was scary.
That was scary.
I think that was actually a really good example of like your opponent having a Pokemon that on paper looks very, very good into you, and you recognizing that and being like, look, my goal is to just like get rid of that Pokemon as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Like because it's like the lead looked really scary. Turn 1, you took so much damage as well.
Yes.
Of course, turn 1, Wolfe's opponent went for Sucker Punch with the Brute Bonnet, but Psychic Terrain was up, and so that Sucker Punch actually would have never worked, and so...
Their alternative, though, was probably Spore, realistically, and because I'm safety goggles, it actually, like, the turn ended, like, they made the quote-unquote wrong play, but it would have, like, because of my specific set, they were never going to Seed Bomb there, and so I think it actually Seed Bomb would have been better for me, I think.
Yes.
In hindsight, and so...
The only, like, I was wondering if they, like, can one-shot the entity to your point about...
They could have, with like, Terrifier Flare Blitz, maybe Collision Course would have gotten it.
Exactly,
and that would have been really bad.
Because then you can knock out Entity, get a guaranteed Spore off into Lunala.
Yeah.
And then Lunala is in a really scary spot there because then it's like you have to play like the sleep game, and even if you wake up like immediately, it's like rendered useless for a turn, which is really, really critical because it's going to be slower than the Koraidon, or sorry, than the Lunala. But one thing that's really key is it's really easy to forget about mechanics like Sucker Punch and Terrain, for example, and or just going for things like because it's like Sucker Punch there literally would just never work.
Yeah.
And so Pokemon's a game where sometimes the margins are already so thin that making a mistake like that, which happens so frequently, so one of the goals that you should have as you're trying to improve is to like try to reduce those amount of mistakes. But it happens to everyone. Like I have gone for Fake Out like in Psychic Terrain so many times, or like forgotten that I had protected the previous term. That's what makes Pokemon, I think, one of the many things that makes it a really complex game. There's just so many different things that you have to keep track of. But the more that you're able to reduce some of those like blunders, the better, obviously, it'll be in the long run.
Yeah, I think that's extremely well said. Yeah, and I think also not getting tilted when you make a mistake like that.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
I think it's so easy to like turn 1, like, oh, Sucker Punch, Psychic Terrain, like, how could I have done that and really beat yourself up? But then like the battle's still going, and I think this format, this Regulation I, the current format that we're playing, is, in my opinion, one of the single most difficult formats I've ever played.
Yeah.
And I think that like battles can look like they're winning and a single bad turn happens and then all of a sudden the game is over. And so I think that like, understanding that it works both ways, where like sometimes you'll be winning and then suddenly you lose, but also oftentimes you can come back from spots if you just get like one crucial turn. Like that last game, they had like the wrong turn 1, but like it was still really close in the end, right? It could have, a couple things could have made that very, very different. Coco Plays says, what are your favorite restricted duos this regulation? What do you think, Aaron?
I've not played enough, I think, actually, to have a good sense. Like, ask me that in a month, ideally, I'll have some better answers. But I think Ho-Oh is really, really cool. So I am a Ho-Oh believer right now.
Yeah, I actually don't know.
That wasn't a duel, though, so I had Ho-Oh Miraidon.
Oh, wow. I don't have a good answer, honestly, either, because although I've played probably like 200 or 300 games at this point, like, this is, like I said, it's such a difficult format that I don't even really know what I like. Like, I was drawn to Lunala Koraidon at first, but I've been reevaluating whether or not that's, like, something that I actually want to keep using going forward. Yeah.
But yeah, I think this, like, when I remember playing other restricted formats, like 2016, for example, I was a dual primal user, like, all of 2016, like, Kyogre Groudon. This is a restricted format where I feel like you could truly use so many different combinations.
So many combos.
Yeah, and, like, I think that people will probably try to build more. Like, I'm really curious, right? Like, Milwaukee Regionals happened. We saw people use Lunala and Miraidon, but that, to me, like, it does feel like a format where maybe, like, the meta will push, like, strategies that do really well out. On the converse, though, because there's so many strategies.
It's hard to cover.
Exactly, yeah. And so, You know, my question is, like, Lunala Miraidon established itself as this tournament-winning duo. Can that win the World Championships, right? And like, yeah, I don't know. I like, this is truly unlike any restricted format we've seen before.
Yeah, I think to add to that a little bit, in most other restricted formats, there's some centralization. Like the most infamous one is 2016, where, as Aaron said, there were basically 4 good restricted Pokemon. You had Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre, Xerneas, and Mega Rayquaza. And almost all compositions were combinations of those 4. Occasionally you'd see Pokemon like Yveltal or Dialga, but for the most part it was those 4. 2019 was a little bit more open in that there were more Pokemon, like the Ultra Necrozma was there. Who else was around there? Like Lunala won Worlds that year. There were a couple other Pokemon that kind of came into viability. And then the last double restricted format we had was 2022, where there were more restricted Pokemon viable, but at the World Championships, as we mentioned, Zacian was on 2/3 of all teams. And that's given that you could only have 2 restricted Pokemon in your team, so on 2/3 of all teams, like Zacian was half of the restricted, you know?
Yeah.
And so for this time, it's kind of our first time playing a format where like Ho-Oh got top 8 of the regional, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, like there's not such a clear gap between like I think most people would agree that Miraidon is better than Ho-Oh, but like Miraidon doesn't necessarily mean that like using Ho-Oh puts you at such a huge power disadvantage, you know what I mean?
Totally.
So I think that makes this like, and there's, I think I went through just for my own personal reflection, I counted up, I think in 2016 there were like 4 viable restricteds. I think both 2017 and 2019 had about 7. Already it looks like there's 10 in this format. With, Calyrex, Kyogre, Miraidon, Koraidon, Zacian, Zamazenta, Lunala, Ho-Oh, and Terapagos, and that's already 10, and that's not even counting Groudon or like some of the others, like maybe Kyurem has a place. Probably not, but you don't know. Yeah.
Oh, Groudon! Precipice Blades is just so good. Yeah. I don't know. I would be fascinated to see how a Groudon with like 100% accurate Precipice Blades would function in this format.
I'm happy not to find out. I was playing some Gravity teams in practice for this. Like
really?
People, yeah. Like there was this one team that they would lead Sableye on Mega, and they would go. It was eject button Sableye. They'd go Gravity Hypnosis turn 1, and then Sableye would either get KO'd or ejected out, and then Choice Band Terra Ground Groudon would come in, and then Precipice Blades inside of. Like on Mega could tail one as well. It was mean.
I think we've got a question here. What's your reasoning behind Expanding Force Lunala? You're the first person I've seen using it in a tournament. I thought of it, but didn't. And then the message, unfortunately. Yeah.
So Expanding Force is just a ridiculously powerful move. Like, if you think about it, it's just under 120 base power, I think, in the end. And like, if you think about, we were just talking about Precipice Blades. Is that 120 or is it 115? I forget.
I want to say Jarvis, 120, but
yeah, it's comparable power, right? Except that it misses like 15% of the time, and it's a physical move, so you can intimidate it, right? And so Expanding Force is extremely, extremely, extremely powerful. Like, while there is a type that's immune to it, like it's actually like even if it's resisted, it still does a lot, especially if you have Helping Hand boost or Meteor Beam giving you a special attack boost. And so overall, it's just like a really, really powerful spread attack. And I was interested in using Indeedee in part because I wanted to have some terrain control after how good Miraidon has been. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's a really good move. I don't have a lot of experience with it, but I think it's really, really strong. And I think it's probably, because it's a newer edition, I think it probably is not quite as well understood as some of the moves like Tailwind and Trick Room that we've been playing with for, you know, a decade and a half at this point.
Yeah, and you know, we saw Expanding Force Lunala win regional championships over in Vancouver in Regulation G, and that was one of my favorite stories, I think, of the regulation, honestly. I think it was something that almost no one was using, to your point, but then it came out of nowhere, and I think people, truthfully, were very underprepared for it. Like, Lunala was something that I lost against at the World Championships. This was a calm mindset, but like, Wolfe and I prepped for Worlds together, and I was like, there was one Lunala team that was like, kind of, people were like slightly starting to use, but I was like, what are the odds I'm gonna run into it at Worlds, right? And so, you know, that's the cool thing about like figuring out new ways. Well, first of all, Lunala already just was not a very common Pokemon previously. It is by far one of the best Pokemon in this format. You're already seeing all kinds of different sets. It should be absolutely one of the ones you're most prepared for. But the long story answer to your Expanding Force question is that Expanding Force is just a really good move, and it does so much damage, right? And like, the other thing is that normally what do you use to stop Expanding Force and Psychic Expand? Well, you want things that are like Steel type or Dark type, for example. But when you have dual restricteds, especially, you can have a Koraidon right next to the red to cover for those, right? And so, yeah. But Expanding Force is just sometimes honestly feels like a broken move.
Yeah, I think it's like, I mean, like you can compare it to any other spread move, right? Think about Earthquake, which hits your partner and is like significantly weaker, or like Surf, or what else gets used? Like Discharge is what, 80 base power, 75? It's not that strong of a move. And then like Expanding Forces effectively with all the modifiers like 120.
Yeah.
So it's really, really, really powerful overall. But yeah, I think like part of the issue with Expanding Force is that like you have to use Indeedee, which isn't, Indeedee's not a bad Pokemon. And we can jump back into another game for you, Aaron. I think maybe one more each, and then I have to pee so bad. but I can hold it. Trust, I'm a professional. Oh, we found somebody already.
That was fast. That was fast. Oh, flu.
Yeah, I think Indeedee is kind of a difficult Pokemon to use in a way. Ooh, Shadow Rider Zamazenta. Sabuki.
So this was the duel everyone was kind of saying, like, this is the duel to beat in the beginning of the format. And it is quite scary. Zamazenta is... I've even seen max speed. I've seen max speed in prison even.
Yes, like max speed with a speed boosting nature, which is unusual.
Yes, precisely. So this is interesting because I think it's like with this team, you could almost always go like Miraidon Whimsicott. I think if I'm my opponent, Rillaboom Zamazenta is a really scary lead, and so that's something that I probably want to show some respect for.
This could be a Farigiraf.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're speaking my language.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're picking up. Okay. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of great minds thinking like over here.
I think the main question I have is, do I want Iron Hands or do I want Ursaluna in the back? Because Ursaluna, that Life Orb Bird Power does do a lot of damage.
There's not really anything here. Like, the only Pokemon that can switch it on a normal move is the...
Zama.
I feel like Ursaluna is higher peak but lower valley, you know what I mean? Where
exactly.
Iron Hands with Fake Out support is a little bit more consistent, but like, they're going to be used to... Like, they have Incin, they have Zamazenta, like... They get Terra. I think I prefer Ursaluna here personally, but also your instincts are better. You have more experience with this.
Ursaluna, I'm going with you.
The thing about bringing Ursaluna is that you can then discharge.
Yeah, and that's always just kind of fun too. But yeah, I think this one's interesting because I think using a team like this, and part of why, you know, like the core of this won the World Championships is because having Tailwind and Trick Room means you have so much flexibility. Sometimes it can lead to decision paralysis though,
yes.
Where you have way too many different things to consider all at once. So like, I do think Whimsicott plus Miraidon, viable lead here, but I think Rillazama is really good for them. But it's Urshifu. Whoa.
So they can crit through your defense boost.
Yeah.
The thing about this, though, is that, so it's important to note that in VGC, each item can only be used once, and currently Shadow Rider is the one holding the focus action a lot of the time, but that would mean then what items does the Urshifu have? It would probably be Choice Scarf, right?
Yep.
So I wonder if there's anything you want to do given that, because they might just want to go for like close combat Astro Barrage and try and pick up a KO on you.
Yeah. I am leaning towards Trick Room Volt Switch Urshifu turn 1.
I think I like that. The question is, do you go down to, they could also Ghost Terra.
Yep. They could double up Miraidon.
That's not walking too quickly.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Your other option is, like, if they're attacking, they're going for close combat, so you could, if you wanted, switch to Ursaluna here and just, like, sacrifice it. Like, do you value having Miraidon alive more, or do you value...
Having Ursa?
Yeah.
I think Ursa, personally, because I'm mainly thinking, like, Rillaboom is my guess from what's in the back, and so...
Yeah, I'm just worried about you breaking through, but yeah, I think yeah.
Let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Oh, like good instincts, Aaron, because I would have gotten your. I guess it's, your move is just strictly better than what I was gonna do.
But I assume Rillaboom comes out now, and then it could be a Nasty Plot or an Astral Barrage, but then I'll get Trick Room up.
Or a Pollen Puff. A lot of them are running Pollen Puff now.
Oh, that would be scary.
But I don't think there's any. Oh, if it's Specs, yeah, you're gone. But yeah, they're probably not Specs, right?
That would be a little crazy.
I think it might have been slightly more optimal to go for Voltage into Shadow Rider to break the Focus Sash.
Yeah.
Was it a lot? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, but that's good to know. Now we know that it's Life Orb. So, and also we've confirmed that the Urshifu is Choice Scarf. So I feel like a lot of these tournaments are also just kind of getting a sense for the item, or for which items and which sets are being used on everything. So now that we know that it's Life Orb Shadow Rider, that means that Aaron doesn't have to worry about Focus Sash. So we can just like Blood Moon it, for example, if he wants.
Exactly. This next turn is interesting, mainly because Calyrex shouldn't have a ton of offense into Ursaluna, so the play I'm leaning towards is normal Terra, Blood Moon into Rilla. Maybe, the question is whether or not we think that gets the KO or whether we not Helping Hand. My guess is I might, because I do have Foul Play, of course, to target the Calyrex as well, but then the other question is, would that even KO?
What about Helping Hand, Blood Moon, no Terra? Because that should get it, right?
Yep.
Like, I think you want to take advantage of Trick Room, and the Calyrex can't KO you this turn. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
You might not need your Terra for anything else, but also it might be valuable to save it.
Yeah, my key question is just like, what would I be saving for? It'd probably be just Discharge with this. It could be Water Terra with this as well after knocking out Rillaboom.
Terra Fairy Play Rough on this option as well, or Terra Fairy to resist the Body Press is an option as well.
Yep, exactly.
So that's just my thought, but I mean, I trust your instincts here.
Yeah, I think the question is there any world in which this lives if it's like max Spadef? Because that would be bad.
I trust your instincts. You could use it.
Let's see. Oh, okay, that's probably Zamazenta. Jinx.
Yeah.
Which is fine. This is still going to do a ton of damage.
You're also eliminating their safe switches because also now you know all 4 Pokemon. Let's see if it's protect. I feel like no Terra implies protect.
Yeah.
Personally, but they could go for Psychic here. Okay,
Nice.
great. So honestly, a good turn, I would say overall.
And part of the safe thing about making this play is Rillaboom is almost always carrying that Assault Vest item, and Calyrex really doesn't like playing into Trick. That's just so much.
God.
Wow. Okay. This next turn is interesting though because they have the pressure of Wide Guard right now. So, I can Earth Power Zamazenta, but I have to respect Zama terroring defensively to survive, and then going for a body press into me.
I'm gonna say something. I think that they're not gonna Wide Guard because, like, what's Shadow Rider gonna do?
True, yeah.
You know what I mean? I think if you get rid of Shadow Rider, your Miraidon looks really good.
Yeah.
As does your Zacian. I feel like, yeah. But they might like defensively Terra here.
Like the play I'm actually leaning towards is helping hand Earth Power here because like the worst is what? Protect Psychic.
Yeah. Which then opens up Blood Moon next turn. I don't hate this play.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
It's not like so safe, but I think also like they have to know that if they protect Zamazenta here and you double into that slot, they're just in terrible shape.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, I think the other debate here is like you could double up onto the Calyrex slot. I could even normal Terra, but here's a Terra, which I think is good for us.
It could be Dark Terra on Shadow Riders, the other option. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Into what?
We need the Helping Hand. Dark Terra, yeah. Oh. We have how many turns of Trick Room left? We have 2 after this. We gotta get rid of the Shadow Rider somehow.
Yeah.
I guess to be fair, you didn't really have that much of a better play. You could have gone for Hyper Voice, but it would like outside of that.
Nice.
Okay, great. Like, I mean, your
I'll
other
take this turn.
Yeah, this is actually totally fine, I think. And we suspect that both Pokemon in the back on that side can't protect.
Yes.
Because it's probably Assault Vest, and we know it's already choice.
Exactly.
Just go for Psychic.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
So it might be somewhat doable for you to get a second trick.
Sorry, what?
Oh, huh? Oh, huh? Oh, huh? Oh,
Huh?
huh?
What is that?
Production, can you run some damage calcs for us right now?
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I mean, Zacian and Trick Room is still really good here, right?
Yeah, Rilla comes out now.
They can't fake you out.
Yep. I think it's fine.
I think it's fine still.
What is? I need to know that.
I don't understand what just happened.
I didn't think, like, basically in my head, I was like, oh, we should be good. We survive any attack. I thought it was a crit for sure.
Yeah,
They bring out Urshifu.
I think whatever happens, you can't let this. You have to keep pressure on the Shadow Rider here.
Yes, I agree.
The question is, are you willing? You probably just have to risk a play. You either go Helping Hand Sacred Sword, right? Or you go Psychic Play Rough, which, like, I think.
Do you think the question is Sacred Sword KOs with the attack boost? Because it's Life Orb.
I have no idea. Like, I'm so unfamiliar with Zacian now. I would say no.
Really?
Yeah, I think no.
Wow, if that doesn't KO, Zacian is just so bad.
It's not getting the same type of attack bonus boost, right? And you know, I don't want to put this in your head because if it's true, then we can't do anything. But like, imagine it's Modest Shadow Rider, and that's why. But Modest can't outspeed Miraidon, right? You gotta make a move.
I know.
You gotta play rough. You gotta play rough. You gotta play rough.
You think?
I don't.
You have no faith in Sacred Sword.
They're gonna protect. They're gonna protect. Oh, okay,
that works.
It's fine. We got rid of the special attack boost.
Okay.
I can't believe that KO. This probably doesn't KO, I think, because I think mine would KO when I had special attack.
Oh,
yeah, you need special attack. Okay, we connected.
Also close. Maybe Terra was actually worth it there.
Yeah, I guess we don't need it for anything else. That being said,
I think it's still fine because it's a double KO this next turn.
Yeah, and they can't protect.
Yeah.
They'd have to switch out them on. I think like the thing is you're just trying to win under the second Trick Room, right?
Yeah, ideally.
And now you can Sacred Sword for sure. Checking the speed order here.
Do you think Foul Play KOs Marilla, right?
That was what I was thinking, right? Surely it KOs.
Well, the alternative is if this doesn't have. I mean, I could also Terra this, no?
No, you could eat Woodhammer and lose.
But do they? No, they don't feign from recoil. Like the obvious play here is to Foul Play the Rillaboom and to Sacred Sword.
I like this play. Like because the thing is, even if it goes wrong, it's gonna be really difficult for them. They can't get a KO, and okay, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out if Sacred Sword KOs Shadow Rider. I think this is the right play for them because I think they need to keep up the offense. But the thing is, Farigiraf is just so good versus Shadow Rider that there's like it's just really difficult for them to actually do anything here. Because like while they could pressure KO and Zacian, they need to double attack to get a KO.
Nice.
Foul Play KOs. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Sacred Sword KOs.
I don't know this calc. I want to say it does, but because I would assume it has no bulk. But let's find out.
It's gonna be like 90. Okay. I was wrong. I'm happy to be wrong there.
But the advantage of the play rough is doing more damage until a Rillaboom switch in, which then puts it in foul play KO range,
Right.
because if we had gone for Sacred Sword,
It's a little bit trickier, yeah.
precisely. So the play rough, that was one of those interesting decisions where it's like play rough guarantees the knockout. You don't have to worry about any crazy Calyrex, builds, and it covers for a Rillaboom switch in because it sets us up for that knockout.
It's also somewhat safe because, in my opinion, the play that they're likely to make there is protect, because like they have to play as if you're going to connect with play rough, right? So their best play is to go for like a double protect. So play rough, given that, I think is a little bit safe as well.
Yes, exactly.
Well done, really well done.
Yeah, I mean, I think what was interesting about this one was, first of all, Ursaluna. Life from Psychic one-shotting is actually crazy.
I think perhaps we see the reason why many people invested some defensive training on their Ursalunas, because that was nuts.
When it came out, I was like, oh, of course we got crit.
I was like looking at the crit screen.
I think that one was interesting, like, in the sense that it felt like, I thought Rillaboom, Zama, and Calyrex like always come out in that matchup, so then it's like a question of like what the fourth one is.
Yes.
And it was actually Urshifu. I thought Incineroar was going to be more likely.
I expected Incin as well because of Iron Hands.
Precisely, yeah. Like I have Iron Hands. Incin is also just like an awesome pick into Zacian.
Yes.
Like,
oh yeah, the Zacian. I'm totally
So I think, but then it would have been interesting. It's like they had a really fast-paced lead, right? I thought like Incin Calyrex could have been a possibility. The thing if you go Incin Calyrex though is I do Threaten, which is like immediate Electric Terra discharge potentially. So Luna, for example.
Even Volt Switch is pretty good there. Like Electric Terra, Volt Switch, get the Incin and trigger 'em up, could just be game over.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, I think like Zacian's offense was actually incredible in that one, and I think a couple key turns was like my opponent just not protecting when they could have. So
getting rid of the Zamazenta was huge.
Yeah. The Dark Terror there ended up, not being relevant, but my opponent went for it and it made a lot of sense because it covered for foul play from my Farigiraf, right?
Yes.
So it's one of those where it's like, okay, it doesn't help against Ursaluna, but it guarantees helps against Farigiraf, and Farigiraf after that Dark Terror will no longer be able to hit my opponent. I went for Helping Hand Earth Power because what I was worried about was Zamazenta going for a defensive Terra like Dragon, for example, or Water. Then I don't knock out with Life Orb Earth Power, which is no longer super effective, and then they KO me with Body Press.
Yeah.
That would feel really bad because Ursaluna is kind of the main win condition under Trick Room. So that was kind of logic. Played a little bit aggressive there, but it did end up working out.
I think you played really well.
And then like I think the other thing is when you have Trick Room set up and you know your opponent has Choice Scarf Pokemon or a Pokemon that can't protect, getting knockouts quick is really, really helpful because it means that they're forced to play with those Pokemon under Trick Room. If you can't protect while your opponent still has Trick Room up, that can be really, really scary. And so part of the things that you really like to do when you have set up Trick Room is try to just get as much damage off as possible and ideally pick up one-hit knockouts.
Yeah. I think the game that you lost, isn't that what happened? Is like they got Trick, or was that before we played?
That was the one where Zacian fainted turn 1. I got Ursaluna out, but then they reversed Trick Room.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I was thinking we played a game earlier where they had Iron Ball Kyogre, which picked up a surprise KO, and then they had Iron Ball Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider. And then like we had Miraidon Whimsicott in the back, and so there was nothing we could do because we couldn't protect.
That one was actually really funny because basically like I missed the turn and I was like looking at something else, and then Wolfe was like, "Oh, it's Iron Ball Kyogre," and I was like, "Ah, good troll, dude!" Iron Ball Kyogre. And he was like, "No," and then I looked at the screen, I was like, "Oh,
his Farigiraf was gone."
That's Water Spout. Goodbye, Farigiraf.
Yeah.
But I think that game also highlights like why foul play is an awesome move on Farigiraf. Like it forced the Terra out of Calyrex Shadow Rider, and then also got the knockout onto Rillaboom. But
absolutely.
All right, I think Wolfe, we've got one more from your end.
One more for Mr. Wolfe. Let's give it a shot here.
Let's see, chat. Let us know what restricteds you like to see. What have we not fought against yet?
Well, hopefully no Terrapagos.
No Terrapagos. No, neither of us want to go up against Terrapagos.
That's like the worst matchup. No Terrapagos, please.
Okay.
Calyrex.
Wait.
Calyrex Ogerpon? Okay.
I see one restricted.
I see unrestricted.
Okay, Reg G
Reg G team. Dialga kind of goes hard. In practice, I wasn't even using Dialga all that much, but I feel like Dialga's really good here. Like Dialga, Incin is really good. I mean, I should probably bring Lunala. The thing is that I have so many good Pokemon. Okay, I'm not bringing Whimsicott, right? The question is, do I want to bring Indeedee for Expanding Force and Psychic Terrain, or do I want to bring Ursaluna for damage?
I like Indeedee personally.
I'm worried that I won't have enough damage if I, like, Trick Room isn't that good if I don't bring Ursaluna is the thing. I'm just going to be relying a lot on Dialga to get KOs.
Yeah.
Alternatively, what I could do is, okay, I see it. I could do 1, 2 here. Oh, they also have Indeedee. Oh, but Incin's so good. Like, leaving Incin behind feels bad. Like, I was thinking Indeedee, Lunala, and then just, like threaten the Pokemon that way. Like turn 1, Terra Water, Meteor Beam, whatever. They have their own DD. They're gonna give me Psychic Terrain. Trust.
Yeah, you believe?
Yeah.
All right.
Give me. It probably should be a DD. Ah, what's the worst thing that happens? I get totally blown up by Shadow Rider.
It happens.
It happens.
I do think sometimes you like will get into a game, you're like, oh, my opponent only has one restricted Pokemon, or oh, they like don't have like Pokemon that I think are very strong, but I think that's actually the easiest ways to lose in this game.
I'm actually like very worried about this.
It's so
I'm,
easy to just like
sure.
underestimate it, and then like, so that's why I'm like in Pokemon, like you should never disrespect your opponent's team or Pokemon because that's the easiest way to lose.
Yeah. Okay, so the question here is,
it's looking pretty good.
I mean, the question is, are they nasty plot? Because I would love to go like protect knockoff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
They could have imprisoned on the Indeedee as well. Psychic Seed, okay.
Follow me plot, I think is like maybe the scariest.
Plot plus reverse Trick Room would be really scary.
Oh, that would be.
But surely they have to expect knockoff here, right? So I go Trick Room plus U-turn, I think, into the Indeedee.
That feels really safe. The only thing that punishes you is either that imprison, or Trick Room reversal.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, just Astral. That's fine. It's fine. I mean, it's not great, but it's fine. Wait, they didn't follow me.
Yeah.
And that's
a lot. Wait, is that? Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah. Wait, I could have just knockoffed. Oh, they go for life screen. Okay. So, how much do you think Earthquake does here? To the Shadow Rider, probably not a KO.
75, 80.
Do you think Earthquake KOs the Indeedee from here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
But they have Rilla, right? So they can switch it in.
Oh, true.
So that was a really interesting, like speaking of like, you know, risk versus reward, like our opponent here went for a very risky play and not going for Terra or Follow Me. But it's one of those where maybe like they're just like, there's no way you're ever just gonna knock off because they know that Follow Me is a play that Wolfe has to respect.
Yeah. One thing about having only one restricted Pokemon, whether you're playing against a team with only one restricted or whether your opponent only brought one restricted, is that often that's going to really concentrate the damage. So if I'd been able to get rid of this Calyrex turn one, I would have been in just incredible shape.
Yeah.
I also have to respect Incineroar switching in here. Okay,
that's not going to be good for Calyrex.
I don't think Calyrex is going to be making it through this turn, but I've been wrong before. Let's find out. This is, again, why I think Dialga is so good next to Ursaluna, because you have this like little three-piece of instant Dialga Ursaluna. And like being able to Earthquake and attack with Dialga, like there's no other restricted Pokemon that can both set Trick Room and do that. Lunala can Trick Room and then Wide Guard, but then it's not attacking, right? So in this instance, it wouldn't have worked. So I'm not saying Dialga is like the best restricted Pokemon of all time, but I think it actually pairs really nicely with specifically Ursaluna because the combo of Earthquake and a really powerful Dragon Pulse or Flash Cannon is just very difficult to deal with.
It's a great example of, you know, we were answering team building questions throughout the course of this stream, but it's like if you wanted to make the Dialga work, like this is like the best way, right? It's like, and part of the way to do, I think, build around these Pokemon is like work backwards. So it's like you look at like the ability and you're like, okay, well this has a really good ability. What are the moves that I can pair with it? Well, Earthquake's obviously pretty good. What's the best Earthquaker? Ursaluna, right? And so it's like, sometimes I think it's like, yeah, you kind of work backwards to find the tools that you think fit the right pieces.
Agreed. I think it's really well put. And this is actually Grassy Seed Rillaboom, interestingly enough. So, could be like Grassy Seed Acrobatics. I think. I think I have, the thing is that these two are never beating my Incineroar, ever. So, and my Dialga is going to be somewhat.
This feels over.
So they could forfeit. No, they stay. Yeah, they don't forfeit. That's fine. I think because I have Meteor Beam and Ursaluna, my priority is get rid of the Rillaboom and then just went with my Ursaluna. They haven't Terra'd it either, but neither have I. So I can always like save that for later.
I think this is the beauty of kind of getting to a situation where you've knocked out your opponent's Pokemon so that you can just keep cycling Intimidate and they do no damage, right? Because at this point, like, I just don't see how your opponent ever does enough damage to any of your Pokemon.
Especially because I'm actually healing a non-trivial amount with Dialga. And fun fact is that I have the special item, do you remember what it's called, Dialga's item?
Big Orb.
Big
Orb.
Adamant Crystal.
Okay, there's a typo in there. I don't think that's what it actually
Big Orb.
It's big orb. Big Orb.
So Dialga has the Big Orb, and so because of that, it actually is taking less damage from knockoff, I think is how it works.
Did you know, by the way, that the Palkia's base speed is 120? Like
the horse for me?
I had no idea. I was using like Adamant Shampoo when I played against it, and it outsped me.
Wait, what?
I was like, oh wait, they're Choice Scarf. And then I was like, wait, hold on a minute. That can't be it.
Oh!
What?
Rock. Is that rock or ground? I always get
That's rock.
Oh, wow. I have Flash Cannon. I can Flash Cannon this.
Boom.
Not very effective fake out.
Snarl.
Wait, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Wait, so there's Snarl Instant and then Defense, Grassy Seed, Rillaboom. Still didn't do nothing.
It's pretty good given that Light Screen was up.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, wait, Light Screen and Snarl.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're right.
All right, Dialga.
Good job, Dialga. Flash Cannon and last turn of Trick Room. I don't really want to U-turn here because I think my other Pokemon are more valuable, so I'll just knock off the item. Like, because I'm pretty sure that Ludala plus Ursaluna can close us out on the end, I'm just gonna wait for them to take KOs. Excuse me, dude, that fish is flopping around there. It's because I had like salmon bagel for breakfast, but then I drank all this water, and so I refilled the tank. The leftovers instant, by the way. You can't even see Dialga. Oh, wow.
Oh, it lived.
Well, I was -2, right? Oh, thank you, Dialga, for your service. You were goated. You will be missed.
Its sprite is just so big. What is the biggest sprite that exists in Regulation I? Out of the restricted, or maybe out of all the Pokemon. Like, what's the biggest?
I don't know. Is Wailord in the game? I always forget.
No.
No.
Wailord and Dondozo are like so similar.
Yeah, but Tatsugiri doesn't like going inside Dondozo's mouth.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter, right? If I lose this one, I'm just the woke. Okay, it's fast Rillaboom. It knockoffs Lunala. Okay, I miss. It crits high horsepower. I miss Meteor Beam. I think the safest play here was just to go for Expanding Force into the Rillaboom. I think this is the wrong play. I tried to win in 1 turn, but like I think guaranteed I needed to win in 2.
I don't know if it matters, to be honest.
It doesn't matter, but I'm just like thinking about how to do this perfectly. Boom! That's the end of Incin.
One thing that is important to remember in a game like this is even if you feel like the game is definitely won, like you gotta like, yeah, like it's so easy to throw games when you like, we're like, oh, I gained such a big advantage, there's no way I could lose, and you just start clicking buttons for the sake of clicking buttons.
What does Ground Terror look like? I'm totally blanking.
It's got a crown.
Well, they all have crowns.
That was the joke.
Oh. Okay, production, can we throw to a break? Is that something we can do? Chat, I have to pee so bad.
I do too.
Chat, it's dire. It's like, yeah, it's we'll be back. We'll be back soon. I think we might have a longer break here to get some lunch. I'm not entirely sure. Is your earpiece working?
All right, it's a short break. Wolf, go pee.
Thanks, dude. Okay, we'll be right back, chat.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in 1 turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around? It's gonna be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase: "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened? happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias's Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb, Hidden Power, Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Geo defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Geo proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Woof! Welcome back, gamers. What's going on? Today we're sitting on the couch and playing some Pokemon. I'm Wolfe. We got Zheng, joined by Aaron Zheng. How you doing, Aaron? You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm energized.
I'm feeling better.
Yeah, oof. That was. I mean, we were going.
We were staying hydrated. Hey, if you're at home, listen. You can't fool me. I know that every one of you watching is not as hydrated as you should be. Get some water. Come on. You're watching gaming. You got to stay hydrated. Get some water. Come on.
I actually feel like on average I'm definitely not drinking enough water.
I'll be texting you. Every time I take a sip, I'll be like, hey.
Yeah, that's pretty frequently.
Yeah, all the time. I am one hydrated gamer.
Well, folks, we hope you're staying hydrated as well. Thank you for tuning in once again to this stream. It is a really fun opportunity, and I think just a fun, way to hang out with you guys. Of course, answer your questions as well. And so, let's run some more games. I'm feeling it.
I think so. Yeah, let's jump on into it.
All right. So, Miraidon with Discharge.
It feels pretty good.
Not bad, not bad.
Ursaluna was pretty good as well until it got one shot by the Shadow Rider.
Life Orb's like, that was the highlight, or a low light.
That was a memorable moment.
But I think what's fun is both of us using the Ursaluna forms in this one,
Yeah.
I do think regular Ursaluna looks so good right now that I'm curious to see where the meta goes from it, because right now it's like, that team you played against with Lunala and Grimmsnarl and Ursaluna. Oh!
Whoa!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, they booted you.
Try again.
Yeah, try again. If at first you don't succeed.
Oh.
Oh, you're still online.
Okay.
Okay, it happens. You were saying about Ursaluna?
Yes. I think regular Ursaluna, I said earlier, might be maybe the best non-restricted right now, so I'm really curious to see where the metagame evolves. All right, here we go. What restricted do I want to see? Not a turtle. No turtles.
No turtles. No turtles.
Oh.
Miraidon's that's interesting. We haven't played this combo yet, have we?
No, but this is literally the team I brought to Worlds.
Right, with Miraidon over. Wait, don't tell me. What did you think about what you brought up? I'm trying to remember what you had.
Chat, he doesn't. Oh yeah, you got it right.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't even know what I brought. Oh, this is actually really interesting. Okay,
Your station looks so good.
Yeah, just boom, 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 big booms.
Yeah, a lot of big booms here.
Like the thing is, I would love to do nice screens from Grimmsnarl, but like I kind of feel like I need speed control with Whimsicott or Farigiraf. It could be.
You one screen. Oh, you don't want to leave Zacian? You want to close with it?
I want the Tailwind, yeah.
Oh, I was thinking Whim Zacian, but yeah, that works too.
I think the main awkward thing about Whim Zacian is the matchup into Entei, whereas like Miraidon, I think I could. But I guess with this, they could go Rilla Entei, right? Rilla Zama. Would they even bring? Because I'm going Rilla Zama, Miraidon every time if I'm them. They might drop Grimm actually.
And you like Ursaluna here over Iron Hands?
I think so. It's just like Earth Power is so strong. Yeah. Hands is so bulky though, I guess, to your point.
Well, I think I like that you have the electric immunity and like the ability to outspeed. Like you hit both restricted to super effective damage with hands.
This is one of those situations where it's like both are bringable. I'm going off vibes.
Yeah, I think vibes is valid.
I think, well, part of it is I think I'm curious how well Ursaluna can still stand basically in this format as well. It's one of the ways that you can, like I find that what's actually really valuable when you're testing in VGC is like sometimes maybe force yourself to bring a Pokemon, even if it doesn't feel the most intuitive.
Agreed.
Just to get a feel of like, does this actually work? And if the answer is no, you learn a lot obviously from it.
Okay, so that's actually not terrible, right?
Yeah. Man, there's a lot of things we could do.
Discharge.
You said it, brother.
Wait. You ever switch to Ursaluna here?
I could. I was thinking Moonblasting.
But then you trade 1 for 1, and then you have the speed disadvantage, right? Like, I think if you have to Tailwind if you want to stay in.
Yeah.
You don't need to Electric Terra as well.
Just straight
You're not
switch.
one-shotting, right?
Yeah, I'm just worried about Banded Sacred Fire into this.
Into this slot?
Yeah.
But then you get both KOs next turn.
True. And then I still have Fairy Terra here in the back. Yeah, no need to set up Tailwind right now. Getting the speed advantage later is good.
Because I think Fairy Terra, Zacian one-shots...
Miraidon.
Even if they Terra.
All right, well, Entei, not a very common Pokemon you see in this format. I think turn 1 here, we had a ton of options, like Moonblast, Volt Switch, Tailwind.
Volt Switch.
Yep, exactly. But I want to just click funny button.
Yeah. I mean, if you get the Para, it could be really big, right?
Yeah.
They also might be disincentivized to go for a... Oh my god, is that AV?
You know what?
Oh,
it is, right?
Yeah, Assault Vest, yeah.
Okay, I'll take it. The thing here is they could obviously switch in Rillaboom. Like, I could pretty easily discharge Protect, but they could pivot Rilla.
They can't KO you, right?
True, so I could just Earth Power. Or Hyper Voice.
Yeah. Threaten to take both KOs.
What would I do if I were them? Parting Shot is what I'm at risk at.
They probably have like a speed control move, right? Because they don't have any other speed control on the team, do they?
No.
Not really.
Thunder Wave then? But you can't Thunder Wave either of these?
Yeah.
All right.
If you get the Para on the Entei as well, you take 0 damage here.
I wouldn't, yeah. I was like, I want to click the button. I think they're going to stay in and reflect, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So if you get the paralysis here, then you don't take any damage and you get 2 KOs.
With Tailwind Pressure in the late game.
With Tailwind Pressure in the late game. So.
And likely a Miraidon like Camp Protect.
Yeah.
My gosh, it's so strong.
Para.
No Para.
Oh.
That's fine.
It actually might be better if you faint here, I think.
Oh, you know what's interesting though? Because if they're going Grim Entei means that they drop, like when I was using what my opponent is using, just, in Reg G.
Yeah.
My lead into Miraidon teams would almost always be Rillaboom Zamazenta, or like you can mix up Shampoo in that as well. So that means that my opponent has dropped at least one of Rilla, probably both Rilla and Shampoo.
Yeah. Well, they haven't shown restricted yet. So if they have both restricted in the back, that's no Rillaboom.
Exactly.
Oh, but they have Rillaboom and Miraidon on the team.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't want to bring Rillaboom. That makes sense.
All right, I'll take it.
So how do you win this?
Ideally, I mean, they've set up screens right now. I've got Tailwind. I've also,
You have Encore Pressure as well. It could be really big.
Zacian's going to be really good. We're really fast here, so I'm almost thinking about...
No, your Miraidon is slow, I think.
Sorry. Yeah, what am I saying? I was like, we'll be really fast after we set up Tailwind. I meant really fast with Ursaluna, so that once I set up Tailwind, I'll outpace both of them.
You could switch to Whims and Protect.
Yeah, my only fear there is if they read into it. And
they could also Dazzling Gleam Body Press.
Yeah.
But
then you're locked into Gleam, which isn't very good for them.
Yeah, and you have Zacian in the back.
I think basically my debate here is maybe I actually just sack the Miraidon to get Whimsicott in, Tailwind, Moonblast.
I don't think she's going to be able to do enough here.
Yeah. But let's see. Do they make the play?
Yeah.
There's also a consideration to just attack there with Ursa, but I think the idea.
I think this is better.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if getting an Earth, imagine one of them Terras this turn, right?
Okay. No Terra. Okay.
I think it makes sense because you're only threatening Discharge, right?
Yeah, totally. Oh!
So it could be Assault Vest or it could be Scarf. Either way, it's kind of bad for them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Beautiful. We should be in
perfect flowers.
Phenomenal shape now.
I think now you Tailwind.
Yes.
You're going to lose both here most likely.
But I think that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just double check the field state, 2 turns of terrain, which is a little annoying.
Yeah.
But I think the main question here is who Ursaluna wants to target, because it's like you could.
I think it's got to be Miraidon, right?
Yeah, it's like guaranteed damage, because this is almost always Specs or Assault Vest.
Yeah.
So.
But if there's almost like it can't protect, because if it protects itself, then you get to Encore next turn.
Unless it's not Scarf Miraidon or like AV. Sorry, because they could.
Oh,
KO Whimsicott. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
This feels pretty safe.
I like this play. And
no Terra, wow.
If there's Scarf, it's kind of surprising to me that they locked into Snarl.
It's probably Assault Vest, right?
No, it's Scarf.
Whoa.
Wow, okay, so what this means is that if you ever beat the Zamazenta, you just win the game, right?
Yeah, because they'll never beat the Zacian.
Yeah. Is that even... That'll kill. KO. Okay.
Scarf Snarl is really interesting. Wow. Okay.
So it's basically dog versus dog, right?
Yeah.
They have screens up, but you have Miraidon.
The interesting thing here is, like, you could protect your Zamazenta, right?
Yes.
And I'll double into it and then eat up a Snarl.
Yeah.
So the question is, do I go for the double up into Zama saying, hey, you have to respect this, or do I try to target into Miraidon?
The thing is, if they Snarl you, like, you're gonna lose a lot of damage the next turn anyway, right?
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, I don't, like, okay, like, they're never gonna break through your Zacian, right?
Yeah, I think I like just doubling it.
I think it's just safer because, well, you just take a short because of the defense boost.
Right. I was like, what can it tear into? It could.
If it's Dragon, you just play rough is the thing.
Yeah.
That's the normal one.
And you're never gonna. Yeah, I mean,
There's
Zacian. I think
fire.
Zacian just wins this. So.
Here's the Terra. That's gotta be Zamazenta, right?
Show me Terra Water Zamazenta. Oh. Okay. Huh.
Okay, I guess they were expecting a Draco Meteor or play rough.
I'll take it. But
Yeah.
Draco, you still get knocked out anyway, right?
No, light screen's up.
Oh, true. Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
No protect. Oh my gosh.
That's still
It
a
really
lot.
was.
It doesn't ignore screens, does it?
No.
You think this KOs?
Yes.
Oh my god. This Pokemon is strong.
Nice. Really interesting Miraidon set from them, though. Electric Terra Choice Scarf. I think, like, Miraidon, for all we've known in Reg G, was basically the same set. That actually did a lot.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I was like,
that
whoa.
shouldn't be doing that much.
But basically, Miraidon for the longest time was the same set, right? Like, it was Electric Terra at first, which is actually what we're running, but then people were using Fairy Terra, Dazzling Gleam. Choice specs pretty much always on it. No one, like, really made a deep run with, like, Life Orb, for example.
Yeah.
No one really used other... Assault Vest, actually, sorry, did get top 8 at Worlds, and that was...
Oh, that's right, on the Dundozo team.
Correct, which I think was a really, really great call. Anyway, sorry, not to drag this any longer. It's gonna miss.
It's gonna miss.
But this is one of those things where it's like you use the information. Part of, like, I think what actually is really helpful about making, like, going up a Pokemon count is, like, then Miraidon hits the field,
Yeah.
and then Miraidon has to lock into a move. Miraidon does not like locking into a move if you still have all of your Pokemon, because
Yeah.
it's really hard to find a consistent move.
It hit.
And so, let's see, this is KO? Probably no, reflect this up, yeah.
Does that
I actually took that really well.
That must be bulky on top of being Choice Scarf, I guess?
Yeah.
I guess you don't need to be like max speed.
Oh my god,
it's
nothing. But this also does, 12 damage to Zacian.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Miraidon to win this one, I think.
Yep.
But yeah, I agree. Like, the thing about Miraidon is it does so much damage, but it's inflexible when it holds a choice item, like Choice Scarf or Choice Specs.
It's really interesting actually to see Scarf Miraidon on this team. I think, like, Shadow Rider is probably a pretty easy fit onto it intuitively. I think, like, not having Rillaboom made it easier for us.
Yeah.
Because I could just click Discharge on turn 1 of the game, and, like,
Yeah.
I would almost always expect to see Rillaboom in the Miraidon matchup. It almost makes me wonder from my opponent's POV when they do bring Rillaboom out, because if Rillaboom's not coming out in against a Miraidon team,
Yeah.
maybe
When are
for
you bringing it?
Kyogres, like, that would
But
be,
you
like...
have, like, Grimmsnarl and Scarf Miraidon. Like, you should be decent into Kyogre. I guess they can have Grass Terra, but then you also have Zamazenta who's good into it, especially with Light Screen, right?
Exactly,
So, yeah, I agree. It's interesting, yeah.
Okay, we got a question. Hey, you two, can you go far without Protect?
On some Pokemon don't need Protect, but if you don't have it on your whole team, or an adjacent move, like I think there was a team that won a tournament that didn't have any Protects, but it was like they had like Spiky Shield, or like I think Alex Glow's at 2014.
That was literally the team I was
Nationals.
about to reference,
He had,
like choice.
Yeah, triple choice, like King Shield, Aegislash. Was there another Protect equivalent?
It was Specs Hydreigon, Politoed, Ludicolo.
Aegislash. Kangaskhan Mega?
Yeah, had to be.
Without Protect, with Fake Out?
Yeah. What was the 6th? The roof isn't giving me any more inspiration.
Hypergore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hypergore.
so it's possible. It happens every once in a while, but I would, like, you should use Protect is my advice for you. It's really good. Like, it's really, really good. You should be using it.
Yeah, I think Miraidon is also such an interesting Pokemon because, like, turn 1, there's so many options you can do. You could Volt Switch, and Discharge is just like the funny button with this team, so it's like very tempting to click. But yeah, to answer your question, I think a team with 0 Protects, I think, is really exploitable. But I think you can probably make deep runs with even just 1 or 2.
Yes.
But 0 specifically, I think, is bad because it means that your opponent can just like always double up into like.
You've turned every one of your opponent's Pokemon into Urshifu.
Yes, exactly.
You want to jump into a game?
Yeah, let's see it.
Let's do it. Oh yeah, Detect. Yeah, Detect is another technicality. It's like Detect, Spiky Shield, and then maybe 4 no Protects.
Someone asked us, Sejun Park is going to Worlds for Pokemon Go, so I'm wondering, have you two ever considered entering tournaments in other Pokemon games? We started. Oh, you're up against.
It's the team.
It's the team.
I forgot what I was supposed to do versus this. I like had a plan and now I've forgotten what it is. This is AV Miraidon, right?
Yes. AV Miraidon, Electric Seed, Lunala with Wide Guard, and Trick Room.
The Snarl on the Miraidon is such a problem for me.
Yeah, I think like the team building group that put this together was a brilliant meta call. Like Chilling Tang, Justin Tang, Andrew Dang, Carson Comfer. Like not Electric Seed Lunala, not something I'd really ever seen before.
Yeah. Help.
So, what's scary? Grim Miraidon lead.
Yeah.
Like I think that's always a safe bet from them. I think Ursa's the main win con here, right?
For them or for me?
Both.
Yeah.
But more so for you, I think, because they have more damage from other things.
Yeah, I mean, I have Dialga.
I like your faith in it.
I do Dialga. I do Dialga.
All right.
I do Dialga.
I think this also goes into the question of like team preview. Sometimes you can go like process of elimination, like who to not bring into the matchup, and it's like, okay, well, what does Whimsicott offer in this one?
Yeah. So last time I let them get both screens up for free. I'm wondering if like maybe I don't do that this time.
Yeah.
But the problem is that if they lead like Miraidon Grimmsnarl, which we both I think like you said out loud and I was thinking about, the problem is that I can't go fake out Flash Cannon because they can just snarl me. Or I can fake out Flash Cannon, but like it's not so easy to deny screens.
How much do you think Miraidon takes from a Dragon Pulse with Assault Vest and Light Screen? Like 35%?
Yeah, like or like it won't do that much. It might it might not 2-hit KO.
Which is nuts to think about.
Yeah.
Oh, instant Lunala, okay. Battle of the Incineroars.
I should be faster?
Yep.
Huh. Very, very interesting.
You would assume Ursa Miraidon in the back, right?
You would assume that, right? Because it's probably not Grimmsnarl on the back. So I have a couple options here. I don't hate Fake Out Dragon Pulse, just get some damage into instant here. My Dialga's tanky. I'm doing it. Because like the worst case scenario is they bring in Ursaluna, but at least then I get some good damage down.
Yeah. Getting damage on an Ursa is always nice because it's so bulky, you're normally not going to one-shot it, but if you get the chip, not even chip, I mean, that would be pretty substantial damage. It puts it in KO range from one attack from your Ursaluna.
Yeah.
Or even potentially another Dialga attack.
Okay, is it Rocky Helmet? Nice. Okay, one for Fake Out, most likely. They're faster than my Dialga, so they're going to do some decent damage here, but it's okay, all things considered, I think.
35, 40%? Wow, that actually was more than I thought.
Lunala's really strong is the problem. Okay, and yeah, Dialga should get a 2-hit KO here. So I can go for Dragon Pulse here, and I think U-turn. It seems relatively safe to me. This lets me bring my Ursaluna in a turn before they will be able to. I'm probably not going to be able to get Trick Room up this game, but I think that's okay. Because I just can't let them get Ursaluna inside of Trick Room, I think.
Yeah.
I think that I needed to bring in DD here. I think in the end, oh, I remembered. I think it's in DD Dialga.
Lead?
Yeah, with Ursaluna and Lunala. DD Dialga, Ursaluna, Lunala, I think is the thing.
Follow me to prevent any, you can even
you just switch out immediately.
Turn one into Ursa Trick Room.
Because or you set Trick Room, yeah, within DD and switch the other mon out, but yeah, because I was like not bringing your terrain versus Miraidon is a mistake. I had this exact experience when I was practicing, and I was like, what? Because it feels intuitive to want to bring Incineroar here.
Yeah.
But I think actually you need both DD and Ursaluna. Okay, survive. Good job, Dialga.
Yeah, this is what makes team preview sometimes tricky when you feel like, oh!
I U-turned the wrong slot. Oh, this is only bad for me. If it's knockoff, I think I lose. It's actually just bad regardless, I think. I go Ursa. I think I need to keep Lunala healthy.
We can be parting shot, trust.
Yeah, but even that's not so good.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, it's actually best case scenario.
Oh!
Oh.
Okay.
I don't need to sack Dialga here, right?
Switch back in, yeah. The only thing is if you switch back in, you give up your Intimidate for and Fake Out for potential Ursa after this turn, but...
I haven't really protected. I can protect Earthquake if I wanted. They're gonna parting shot this turn, right? I think I don't mind protect Earthquake here.
If I were them, what would I consider? Trick Room?
They don't
This
really,
turn?
I think they need to keep attacking Dialga, right, to apply the pressure?
Yeah, with Lunala.
Yeah. It is nice that I broke the Shadow Shield at least. Yeah, so even though we've kind of traded Incin for Dialga, which like obviously isn't a great trade on paper, because I got my Ursaluna in safely, it's not so bad either. Let's see, we just don't want to see Wide Guard here, but Wide Guard would just be so risky.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to have to take a parting shot here, but the thing is that there aren't that many Pokemon on the opponent's side that want to switch into a... Oh, it is U-turn.
Oh, it's Assault Vest, right?
Crit me. No, it can't be Assault Vest. Dragon Pulse did so much.
I did over half, yeah. Wait, what was the item on it?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I forget. It's not Goggles, right? Okay, here comes Ursaluna. At least it wasn't Parting Shot, but getting crit is actually quite bad.
So still do a ton, though. At least over half to both.
Yeah. Close to that, right? Oh, good call. So, I mean, I'm putting things in range of Lunala later, right? I almost wonder if I sacrifice Dialga here, get Lunala in, and then go for Expanding Force to KO the Ursaluna, and Headlong Rush to KO the Lunala.
Yeah, the only question is if there's any chance Ursaluna can survive that. But after a tick of burn...
Lunala's pretty strong. I'm gonna bet on it.
It's one of those interesting things because I feel like Expanding Force is a move you use so frequently in terrain or
you're not
boosted,
used
but
to
not
that,
just
yeah.
by itself, like
Agreed.
without a boost.
So I think it's safest to go for Dragon Pulse into Lunala and Protect. I'm gonna sacrifice Dialga, who's done a good job, honestly. Like, kept pressure off of my partner. I think Flash Cannon was slightly better here in hindsight. I just didn't think they would Fairy Terra here. Okay, and they switch out actually.
Interesting.
So I could have Earthquaked again.
Back to Incin?
Yeah, okay. So let's think about this. I'm gonna lose my Dialga this turn.
Yep.
And then I have two options, right? I can go into my Incin, or I can go into my Lunala here. Both. Okay, yeah. Earthquake would have been so good here.
Is your Lunala fast?
No.
Okay.
I feel like I go Incin, click Fake Out, and then Headlong Rush. There's just a lot of ways that can kind of backfire, but if I go into Lunala, I'm forced to Terra, and then if it's Miraidon in the back, that's actually quite bad.
Yeah, I mean, what's their best play against this is switch
out
Incin.
Yeah. If they switch into their Miraidon, I could be in some trouble, right?
Do you think Fake Out KOs Incin?
Yeah.
Because you could Fake Out, like you could double up onto that slot.
Oh, Fake Out and Headlong Rush here?
Yeah, to cover for switch.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Because it gets me something either way. Yeah, that's a good play. Good call. Unless it's Ghost Terra Incin.
That would be crazy.
Ghost Terra here. Yeah, that would be bad.
That would be actually crazy.
That would be bad. I think if they Ghost Terra, I'd probably lose.
I'm like, oh my god. We wait.
But because if they Ghost Terra, then they still can't get a KO here. And then I would be able to... Ah, it's so complicated. Okay. Hey, gets the KO.
I assume,
Yeah. Question is, how do I eventually win this? Because it's going to be Miraidon in the end, right?
Yeah. With Assault Vest and Snarl.
Yeah. I'm unintimidated on Incineroar, which is good. Wait, can they even damage my Ursaluna very easily with their Miraidon? Like, don't they have to click Snarl?
Oh, it doesn't have a dragon type attack.
It has it has Draco Meteor, right?
Yeah, but if they Draco, then they do no damage afterwards.
I think what I do is I actually lean on Incin to win this one. Like I think I go Grass Terra U-turn. And then, so okay, here's the plan.
Here's the plan,
okay,
folks.
Grass Terra U-turn Miraidon, sacrifice, and Headlong Rush Miraidon. Go into Lunala. I take a ground move here, probably with my Incin, or with my Lunala. Bring Incin back out, fake out Miraidon, Expanding Force into the Ursaluna, and then go from there.
Dude, I hope you're right in your Expanding Force calc on Ursa.
It'll KO. It'll KO. I could also U-turn right now into the Ursa, but they could Protect.
Yeah, like U-turn into Miraidon's guaranteed pivot out.
Yeah. I'm wondering, Snarl's not gonna
kill Ursa?
KO my Lunala, right? Because I'm taking Headlong Rush this turn most likely.
Yeah. All right.
Here we go. Assaultfest Instant versus Assaultfest Miraidon. That's probably the end game we're ending up in here. We're also not sure, right? They could have made changes. They absolutely.
Like imagine if they were like just choice specs here.
Yeah. Oh wait, that means if Maya Ursa wins the speed tie,
it's just GG.
Is that Assaultfest?
That feels.
I think that feels like emotionally that feels like choice specs. So if I win the speed tie here, then I win the game.
Even if you don't, I think
what are
you're
they doing
good.
here? They can't. They have to. I'll still have Shadow Shield at the end of this, right?
Yep. Unless they Earthquaked.
They win again.
Dude, your Ursa Luna is not reliable.
It's not a reliable Pokemon. Okay, it's probably still fine. That's turn 1 of Electric
I think
Drain.
it's totally fine.
I'm worried about like double protect into, you know what I mean? Because I don't even have Protect the Might.
Even if they get a double protect though, Fake Out Expanding Force this turn's always safe, obviously.
Yes.
They double.
They haven't Terra yet, have they?
They haven't what?
Terra? So like imagine it's Ghost Terra Scarf Miraidon. I think I could still win. Trust. Expanding Force here. Fake Out here.
If it's Ghost Terra, like your Instinct can just win the 1v2.
You're right. Probably.
Because it'll survive another drift.
Yeah, and because the Ursaluna's -1 defense and Flare Blitz will KO.
But basically what Wolfe's opponent needs right now is you protect Ursaluna this turn, you get a double protect off, Miraidon knocks out Lunala with 2 Electro Drifts. But the thing is, Grass Terra, Assault Vest, Incineroar is so powerful right now from a defensive standpoint and an offensive standpoint.
If they Terra to...
Oh, here we go.
If it's... Don't tell me. If it's Ghost Terra... Oh. If it's Electric...
It's fine. Your Incineroar's still gonna win.
I think I lose. I think I lose. I don't think Knockoff's gonna KO.
You don't have faith?
No. That's definitely choice specs.
This is one really smart way to play these tournaments, which is take a popular team and just mix up one of the sets. But yeah, now it's booming us.
It's no way Knockoff KOs. There's like actually no way.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I lose. I'm gonna call. I think I have to play a little greedy. I'm gonna call that Knockoff is gonna KO. I don't have Protect.
Uh-oh.
If I had it, I would use it for sure. How much did that do, Aaron? It did like 71. So I'm.
You're not.
Do you think Knockoff KOs Ursaluna?
Yes.
I think so too. Wait, I mean it has to. Otherwise, I'm doomed.
It's at -1 defense, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I feel like. Well, if it doesn't,
KO. Then that's. But I'm probably losing this anyway because I don't think that. Yeah, I need them to.
Ghost Terra specs Miraidon on a team that normally runs Assault Vest.
I can't believe my Assault Vest Instant is gonna lose to this Miraidon. Okay, please KO.
Okay. Crit, one time.
We need 1 crit. I mean, maybe Knockoff KOs. Maybe. It's super effective, right? Like, they could also miss Draco Meteor, because I'm going to have like 60 HP left. They're going to have no item.
How many turns of terrain? I mean, not that makes a difference, but...
2. I'm like, yeah, I'm 1 short. Ah, come on, Incineroar. Please. Please.
Okay.
60. Please. Okay, we can still win if Draco Meteor misses. Oh my god. Oh
That's
my
1
god.
HP.
No. I'm so tilted.
This is the kind of game where if you were playing this tournament for real, you'd be like, I needed like a 3-hour break.
Yeah.
Because that was like, it was like
the quintessential.
Yeah, like it could not have been any more picture perfect for.
We called out exactly what would have to happen like 4 turns before it happened. Yeah.
But also credits to your opponent because basically they took what is a very standard team and like, I mean,
made some changes.
Yeah, it's not like Ghost Terra Specs Miraidon is something that has existed as a set before, but you like normally don't see on that team,
No,
obviously.
certainly not. And again, it was normally Assault Vest.
Yeah. Oh my
that feels
goodness.
so bad. That feels so bad. I don't think there's anything I could do there either because, like, I was thinking if I like U-turn first.
It's mainly just like maybe you hard call out the protect on Ursa and you like if you had gotten damage off into the Miraidon that turn.
Like go for like fake out plus Moongeist Beam into the Miraidon instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been better.
I'm just wondering if there's any downside they would drift.
Like let's say they don't Terra Ghost there, right? I fake out Moongeist Beam and then they KO Incid. And then
but then it's the protect mine. Like
wait, no, because then I attack. Then I take Electro Drift. It depends on. I probably survive a -1 Headlong Rush.
After a drift?
No, yeah, like because they're -1. So like the position is Miraidon at 80, Ursaluna at like 40.
Yeah.
Incin at 60.
Yeah.
And
full HP
Lunala at full. So I could go fake out Miraidon, Moongeist Beam. They Facade to KO Incin.
Yep.
Moongeist Beam. They Electro Drift. I take like 45 from it. I Moongeist Beam KO
and then
Headlong Rush, and I think I probably survive.
Yeah, that's just the main calc. I'm not like if it's like guaranteed survival. Then,
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think so. So even though it was like a little bit silly in the end, I think I actually could have won still.
Yeah.
And I messed up at the end.
But it's like not intuitive to think about like. It's like you basically only lose to one thing there, which is the surprise Ghost Terra. But it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, do I like play scared about something that like most of the time isn't going to be there?
Yeah.
Which is what makes I think these tournaments specifically a little bit challenging.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Someone asked, well, first of all, to answer the initial question, which we did not answer about considering other games at Worlds, we used to be TCG players.
Yeah, back in the day.
I qualified for TCG and VGC Worlds in 2008. It wasn't really called VGC Worlds, it was called the Video Game Showdown, but it was like a mini Worlds where it was like 16 players from the US and 16 from Japan. And I wanted to play TCG at Worlds that year.
Really?
Yeah, I got like top 16 at Nationals.
Oh my God,
like,
I didn't realize.
Top 4 regionals, top 2 at
Worlds,
States.
right?
Yeah, but then I played VG, and VG was single elimination, and I lost in 5 minutes, and I was like, oh, okay, bye.
That sucks.
And TCG hadn't started yet, so I was like, oh, can I go play TCG? And they're like, no, and I was like, oh.
That's so sad.
But back in the day, it was a lot more doable to like split the time between the games because like the tournaments were actually separate, but now our regionals are combined, and so a lot harder to do so. But yeah, I mean, the TCG scene as well as the VGC scene both have grown substantially. It's crazy to see the attendance numbers these days, but Sejong Park, yeah, I mean, he's literally collected like every
if you put Pokemon in the title, he'll be the best. By the way, I think the play. Sorry, chat, not to geek out, but what if the turn where I went fake out? What if I just went Moongeist Beam and knock off into Miraidon on that turn? So they can't get the KO on either.
Onto either, yeah. You would drift into either, but you would drift into Lunala basically every time.
But then if they're Fairy Terra, but why would they Fairy Terra there? But what if there's, you know?
They could, yeah.
Or if they're normal Terra, yeah. Bryn asks, how would you recommend gaining intuition as to what leads to use? Is it more important to start with offense or defense, or is there's no concrete answer? I think in terms of gaining intuition, it's really just playing a bunch. Like, I think a lot of doing well at Pokemon is kind of like pattern recognition, understanding like what works and what doesn't work based on your own gameplay experience. Like I think in that last match I remember like I was like, oh yeah, I need an Indeedee here because I needed to enable like expanding force. I needed to turn off Miraidon's terrain. And like yeah, that's like something just because I don't have that many games with this team that I kind of forgot. So I think a lot of it is just about getting experience with your team and getting really comfortable and like yeah, putting in. I don't know how much of it is like intuition because I think intuition is about being in situations you've never seen before, whereas a lot of times when you're picking your leads, you've like practiced against either the team itself or something similar. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, I think the answer is that I would say there's no concrete answer in terms of offense versus defense because a lot about it is reactionary to your opponent's team, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, for example, Incineroar Amoonguss is like one of the most classic VGC leads. I would consider that a fairly defensive lead, right? Because you don't put on very much pressure in terms of damage, but Fake Out into Spore slows your opponents down really substantially. It's completely different from something like a Tornadus Urshifu, Tornadus Calyrex lead where you're just setting up Tailwind and putting on really fast-paced offense, and it's like, you could actually see a team with like all of those Pokemon, for example. So in terms of intuition, it's very much based on like, sometimes it's pattern recognition, right? If you've played against the same like Calyrex Zamazenta teams or played against the same duos, often you'll be like, okay, I know that these two often give me a lot of options to play with. For example, I was talking about how the team I had just fought against was very similar to the team that I brought to the World Championships. When I was practicing for Worlds, I wanted to make sure I had a good matchup into the Miraidon team that actually ended up winning Worlds. And after playing, it was like, okay, Rillaboom plus Zama, Chien-Pao plus like Rillaboom, Chien-Pao plus Zama, all of those are really solid leads. So like the intuition sometimes comes from obviously like pattern recognition. But of course, sometimes you'll go into events or play against teams where you have like no sense or like you have not played against them before. I guess that's where some of the intuition comes in. But then you think about like, you know, your playbook for what you will go up against like more typical teams and try to sometimes adapt them.
Yeah, great answer. You want to discharge?
Let's discharge. Let's get some Miraidon discharges go. It's been pretty good, honestly. Like, actually,
you've been popping off, dude.
I've been pretty impressed by it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to deal with. And we haven't even gotten any kind of ridiculous like paralysis.
No, not a single one. All right, what do we have? Oh,
So
another one of these.
Shadow Rider.
Okay.
You're like a magnet.
Yeah.
Isn't this really similar to the team you just like? Didn't we just play something super
I
similar?
think it's identical.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, what did I go with last time? It was this, right?
I think so. They led Scarf, Urshifu plus Shadow Rider, right? In turn 1, you went Volt Switch plus Trick Room.
Yep. This is one of those interesting things where it's like just because it worked, like you don't always have to do the same thing.
Yeah.
So, like, I think if I actually went Whimsicott Miraidon, because my opponent didn't go Tornadus last time, it would have been really strong into Ursh Calyrex lead.
But they didn't focus too much on the Rillaboom either, right? Like that could have made it really awkward for you with that.
Yeah,
I think.
Totally. I'm gonna run it back. What were we debating last time? Iron Hands over
Iron Hands over
Ursaluna.
Ursaluna. But Ursaluna was good last time, as I recall. I think I'm worried about Iron Hands because like Terra Dragon Zamazenta plus Incineroar is just going to be
exactly.
And
yeah.
with like Rillaboom turning off your terrain, I think you need a secondary source of damage.
But I think this would be a fun one, hopefully for your perspectives, because like I wouldn't be surprised if my opponent just does something completely different from the previous one. But I think the thing about Miraidon Ferrograph lead is that you block the fake outs, which is a really big deal. So I can always Volt Switch and then like either set up Trick Room with Ferrograph, even go for something else. Volt Switch, bring in Zamazenta, for example, was a possible option. Obviously, I could Trick Room where Volt Switch, bring out Ursaluna.
Yeah. I think also the nice thing about this league from you is that you get the Electric Seed right away, whereas if you lead Ferrograph with anything else, it can be hard to get the Electric Seed up. Where even the way that Electric Seed works is even if the opponent leads Rillaboom, you'll still get your seed up.
Oh.
But I mean, that's
really
gotta
good.
be awesome, right?
Yeah. Like, I want to discharge so badly, but I think Volt Switch Trick Room is probably
who do you want to
here.
Volt Switch?
That's the thing, because Calyrex could protect here. I'm actually thinking about still targeting it, though, because even if it protects, who cares,
Yeah,
right?
who cares?
Like, what are you going to do? I'm sending it.
I agree.
But let's see. What else could we do here? So basically, the temptation is to Volt Switch Tornadus here, because normally Tornadus doesn't carry Protect. You get a knockout into it. But this is one of those situations where my opponent having Tornadus out actually kind of like hurts them, because like, what are you going to do? You can Bleak Wind Storm. That's not helpful. You can't taunt because Ferrograph's Armor Tail is blocking the taunt. You can Tailwind. That doesn't help against Trick Room either. So by Volt Switching here, it's basically saying, look, even if you protect, well, next turn I just threaten you under Trick Room with the double up onto this slot.
You can switch to Ursaluna and discharge.
I know. I've really thought about that. If so many Calyrexes weren't focused out, I think I actually would do that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but I'm going to go Volt Switch.
I like this play. Bye-bye.
Probably Rillaboom coming out,
Rillaboom,
I
but
guess.
that's not even that bad for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not Calyrex protects here. I think it probably is likely, but it's still fine because then the next turn I double up Calyrex with Volt Switch
I
Foul
think they're
Play.
gonna let you hit them with Volt Switch.
Nice. I was like traumatized by
I was like ready for it to go down. Oh, that's big damage. The thing that you have to keep in mind, by the way, is that your Ursaluna is so fast that it's possible that their Rillaboom
It's
could
faster,
be,
yeah.
like slower and therefore faster in inside Trick Room.
Nah.
I mean, you can also normal Terra, right?
Yeah, I was gonna normal. Well,
you could normal Terra Blood Moon and Foul Play.
Yes. All right. Well, folks, I would say that was a really good turn one. I think the fact they brought Tornadus out is huge. And you might be wondering, why would you bring Tornadus out into this team? And the answer is because I have Whimsicott. So in a mode where I go Whimsicott Miraidon, Tornadus setting up that Tailwind, and Calyrex being able to Astral Barrage is actually quite the big deal there. But yeah, we do a ton of damage there. Being able to pivot out is great. So normal Terra, Blood Moon, and Foul Play, I think it's pretty good. I'm just wondering, no.
You can Helping Hand. Wait, Helping Hand, normal Terra, Blood Moon.
That's the thing. I'm worried that Assault Vest Rillaboom survives this.
Oh, it'll survive.
You think?
Oh, yeah, definitely survives.
Well, then the problem with that is then if Calyrex like Terras here, even if it gets in it, what is it gonna do?
It's not gonna Astral Barrage. It can Psychic, but like, that's you.
Okay. I think the main, I am curious about the speed stats here because this, folks, is very, very fast Ursaluna. The idea behind the Ursaluna is to actually outpace Calyrex Shadow Rider under Tailwind. But
okay, no protect.
That's a great turn for us.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, getting rid of one of the restrictions is huge, especially restricted like Calyrex, because now your other restrictions will outspeed their whole team unless it's Scarf Ursa.
Oh,
yeah, okay, it's faster.
Okay. Now it might faint.
Maybe. We might get the KO.
Let's see. So the if I had gone for Helping Hand Blood Moon, by the way, like the downside there is because Rillaboom is faster, it does get the KO.
Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
If Rillaboom is faster there under Trick Room, which it is, then Calyrex will be able, it'll get an attack off before the Ursaluna moves. If I knew that my Ursaluna was faster than Rillaboom under Trick Room, I think I'd be more tempted to go for that because Calyrex isn't able to do very much damage to either of us. But I think this should now put my opponent in a really tough spot because, yes, while you do have Zamazenta, Tornadus normally even, well, I shouldn't say normally, but Protect is not that frequent on it because there's like a billion moves that it wants to run.
Yeah, typically the standard set is like Tailwind, Bleak Wind Storm, that's in almost all of them, and then typically it's like Rain Dance Taunt.
Yep.
With the idea being that it helps versus like Koraidon and Groudon. How many turns Trick Room do they have left?
We have 3, so we actually have a lot of turns
to
work with
protect.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm just thinking, like, Wide Guard, Bleak Wind, like they probably should be body pressing. Like I think generally, well, Focus Sash is probably going to be on the Calyrex here, but I could like, I don't mind Protect Psychicking here in case they have Sash Tornadus.
Oh, I was going to say Zamazenta, but yeah, I think it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Because like Zacian and Miraidon should clean up, right?
Yeah.
And actually getting the Terra here is just amazing.
It should normally be Zamaterra into a defensive Terra like Water or Dragon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man,
nice.
That's not the best type to have when your opponent has Miraidon and Zacian in the back.
Play rough, Draco Meteor. They can't both miss though. They can't both miss.
That's right. Okay.
No Wide Guard, no Protect. That's fine.
Did a lot.
Yeah.
They Bleak Wind. So I guess you could Hyper Voice, but I think this play is better because you actually want to stall out your own Trick Room here.
Yeah, exactly.
Did a lot. That doesn't do that much.
See if Body Press goes into.
Nice.
Not even. Nice. So this is an example of like, yes, we have Trick Room, but protecting helps because it just gives us some information. You bait out a Protect from either Pokemon, you bait out a Terra, for example. And so now, I mean, they probably should be protecting this if I were them.
You could Hyper Voice.
Yeah, I was thinking that. But I kind of want to just click this.
Yeah, into yeah, that's fine. Oh, and help, wait, okay. Because like
Trust.
Okay, because I think if they protect, you could lose, right? Because then they get Tailwind up, and then.
Well, it's probably a double protect.
Prankster.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, it was cool anyway. One turn of Trick Room left.
But now we just go. Oh, you Wide Guard now for that?
Yeah, but then.
But then I just set up Trick Room again. Like I don't.
You can actually just keep Psychicking it if you want.
Yeah. I'm gonna just Hyper Voice Psychic.
You haven't clicked it yet either.
They should Wide Guard here. They should, but
we don't know for a fact that they have it. Some of them run Iron Defense instead.
Have you seen the Imprison set? With
Zama?
Yeah,
with
no Steel type attack.
I've heard of it.
This 6, by the way, I expected it to be one of the most popular teams in the early format because Shohei Kimura actually won an online tournament with it.
I thought that he had. This team doesn't have Chenpao, and he had Life Orb.
He had Chenpao. Yeah. You are so right.
Yeah, but it's similar. Yeah, 5 of the 6. Yeah, it was over Torn, I think, or maybe over. I forget.
No Wide Guard comes out, so we get Hyper Voice.
That should just do it.
Yeah. Zom actually took that better than expected, but I think I'm really used to Modest Ursaluna, and this is Timid Ursaluna.
The damage, actually, you feel the damage very much.
Really, yeah. And that was the difference in that one game that I lost. 194 down to 113.
Yeah.
So really good damage, actually, but cool. The main awkward thing about playing against Zamazenta is, like, obviously sometimes it could Wide Guard, but yeah, even if I had Wide Guarded there, it's like you Wide Guard Bleak Wind Storm, but you don't do enough into either. And then, like, I have 2 things I can knock out Tornadus the subsequent turn.
As soon as Torn goes down, the game just ends, basically.
Exactly, yeah. So, a billion different ways we could play this out, unfortunately. Zama's really good when it's able to like do enough damage for something else to finish off or get knockouts, but you can see the Electric Seed really paying dividends in this one, and Ursaluna so strong with that Blood Moon. Ursa's actually been really great today. Like, I'm really happy about it.
Well. Yeah, I agree. After we didn't get the KO. Now we know we need a little bit more help.
Yeah, I think that one is just like Hyper Voice is such a tempting move to click because it's so powerful.
Yeah.
But honestly, in that game that I lost, yes, they reversed the Trick Room, but even if they didn't, like it still was bad for me because I would have eaten up a Dazzling Gleam and then a faster Saluna.
We needed to get the KO, I think.
Exactly, yeah. But I think that was me being the tough thing about sometimes playing with these teams is like you get greedy.
Yeah.
Like the turn I went Helping Hand Blood Moon onto Zamba actually was greedy. I was just like, but it was one of those where the game was not 100% like won at that point yet. But,
yeah.
Frigg was just in such a good spot, honestly.
Frigg was so good there.
Yeah, and like being able to set up that early Electric Seed for it.
It was just so good. And breaking the focus dash on the Shadow Rider while getting Trick Room up and Ursaluna in position was just like kind of chef's kiss.
Exactly, yeah. And like this is what makes best of one really tough because I think like Tornadus actually makes a lot of sense in the context of me going with the Whimsicott mode.
Yeah.
But I didn't go Whimsicott, and so their Tornadus was actually not only useless, it was like a huge liability for my opponent because it essentially soaked up a slot which could have been a different Pokemon, which maybe could have provided a little bit more value, for example. And so we had played against this team now twice, but this one actually felt a little bit easier. Like I didn't feel like I needed to make any really crazy predictions because, and part of it was because of this lead advantage.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Exactly.
Let's jump into another one.
All right.
I need some redemption. I feel like I haven't been popping off.
Well, that last one was like, like you were this close to being 4-1, right? Like,
close, yeah.
But I just can't believe, like, oh, what if it's not Assault Vest? Not Assault Vest. What if it's Ghost Terra?
What if it's a choice Vegas? Yeah. Okay, looks like somebody who's just starting their run.
Oh.
Ho-Oh Mirage. Wait, is this Joey's team?
Yeah, but without Treads.
Oh, right. Is it Bundle instead? Did he have Bundle?
He had Bundle. It's Urshifu instead of Treads.
Oh, Urshifu could be kind of annoying. So Lunala is really good here.
Unless it's Dark Ursh.
Unless it's Dark Ursh, in which case Lunala is not so good all of a sudden.
If it's not Dark Ursh though, like Expanding Force looks so good here.
I think I do Tailwind mode here. This is gonna make Ho kind of hard, but I believe I can beat it. Trust.
All right, I like the faith. I think the pushback would be like Ursaluna also looks really good under Trick Room.
Yeah, you're right about that. Okay, hang on. Let me think about this. I definitely want. No,
yeah, Tailwind? You go okay.
The thing is, so I mean, I could bring Ursaluna instead of Whimsicott. That's an option. I'm worried about Dark Urshifu is the problem. I think I have to bring Whims because it could be Dark Urshifu. It's funny because many Pokemon, like, they look different in Team Preview depending on, like, the different forms. Like, you can tell in DD male versus in DD female, but you can't tell the Urshifu form from the preview. So like if this is Water Urshifu, it's one thing, but if it's Dark Urshifu, it's totally another. I have no idea. Like the only way I'll be able to tell is if it comes to the battle.
I think there's no reason that should be the case for what it's worth. It just gives Urshifu a competitive advantage because they actually do completely different things.
Yeah, like my entire game, like, I would have brought different Pokemon if I knew it was Water Urshifu, but I'm covering for Dark here.
All right, here we go.
No Urshifu, no Urshifu, no Urshifu, no Urshifu.
Oh.
Is it Water?
Dark.
It's dark. It's dark. It's over.
It's actually that.
It's so actually bad. Still over. I can explain.
What's your Terra on Indeed? It's not fairy, right?
It's not fairy.
Water.
It's like water.
Cool.
I think I just have to like Moongeist Beam and follow me here. I gotta break the sash if it has it, right?
Yeah.
And then I gotta go into
Whimsicott. Yep.
You think Indeedee will survive, right? Okay.
Yeah.
The question is like going for Snarl.
Oh my gosh. There's no, this is specs, it's specs.
Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna lose my terrain, which is really bad. And it's not Scarf, which is really important to confirm.
I do think dark types are in a really interesting spot in this format right now, given Lunala's prevalence, but a lot of Lunalas that people are using are also Moonblast, of course, and so that's gonna be a little bit better into the dark types.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Indeedee, you fought well. Thank you for your service. So Encore's off the table here, which is not... Farigiraf is actually really hard for me to beat as well.
There's no way Meteor Beam KOs Ursh after this, right?
No, because it resists it.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm worried about Sucker Punch, honestly. Like Sucker Punch plus Switch. I think this is going to have to be Dialga saves the day.
Oh, like switch back out into Miraidon.
Yeah.
That's a good... I mean, like,
there's no way
I see that play.
It's got to be Dialga wins the game. It's the only way.
I like it.
This is tough. I'm already down a Pokemon, but I at least have broken a Pendulum Focus Sash. It's also tough because we don't know the item, right? Where if I knew it was Choice Band, I could have led with Whimsicott, but...
If it's defensive Terra Ursh, that gets scary.
Yeah, if it's
like
defensive
poison,
Terra Ursh, I just lose.
Yeah, or Steel.
Yeah. Normally they run Darker Stellar, so I just have to hope that that's the case. Okay. It's not great for me. They could be going Trick Room.
That's not terrible for you though, right?
Do you think another Moongeist Beam KOs is the question then?
Yes.
Okay.
With the boost. It's really close. Like, it's not a guaranteed KO,
Yeah.
but I think it's like, I would put it in the, you have a chance of KOing,
Yeah.
like a decent chance.
Also, his Meteor Beam is going to hit, because if I miss here, I'm in really bad shape. Okay, connect. This should do like a lot, actually.
70%?
Less, probably. Oh, yeah, about 70.
Nice.
Oh. Smash.
Dude, why does your Whimsicott have no HP?
So, like... I think I have to Tailwind here. Because the switch in Sucker Punch is so clear, right?
The risk here is what, Trick Room? If they go for Trick Room,
the risk
then...
is that they survive. I have Fairy Terra and Dialga, so like, yeah, I mean, surely they switch Farigiraf out, right? Surely. Because like, okay, think about it. If they don't switch Farigiraf out, I get Moonblast KO and Expanding Force KO.
Yeah.
I guess they don't know that I have Expanding Force, but they... Okay.
Nice.
So I won't lose both here. It should be Miraidon. Okay.
Yeah.
They can Sucker Punch either Mon, but the thing is that Whimsicott's got to be more threatening to them, right?
I think so.
Tailwind comes out. So this allows my Lunala to outspeed now.
Is it Sucker Punch?
Okay,
Nice.
nice play.
Yep, great turn.
Thank you. But the question is Moongeist Beam even KO? Because if it doesn't KO, this is kind of all for nothing.
Please, 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 please.
Okay, we're not out of the woods, but that was a good turn. We don't know the item on this Miraidon yet. Voltswitch did like 60 to an 80. I didn't even know my calcs.
I think it's... Oh, you're not Psychic Seed.
I'm not Psychic Seed.
I think it's Specs.
I think it's probably Specs, right? Because that would...
You had Terrain up.
Yeah, I had Terrain up. Oh, yeah.
It's gotta be Specs.
So I have Endeavor active now if they don't have a priority, and their last one's probably Ho-Oh, right? Oh, if they go to Ho-Oh, I can just Endeavor.
Please.
Oh, Eyes and Hands. I think I can win this. I think I can win this. Lock in, Wolf. Let's go. I have Terra available, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can Expanding Force into the Miraidon, and Terra goes Endeavor.
Oh! Wait, yeah, that's literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Endeavor.
Chat. They're not ready. They're not ready.
And then they have Ghost Terra, and then Endeavor does nothing. Okay, Terra first.
But even if they Ghost Terra,
they would still take a lot from Expanding Force.
Was there any reason to not Moongeist Beam there? Oh, frig, yeah.
Yeah, but you're probably right in that it was probably overkill. But like, also,
it would just be so funny if it's another Ghost Terra. Oh. Oh! Wait, clip it. This is for the highlight reels. This is sick.
Bop.
That's the first Endeavor of the stream.
That's right. Yeah, 1 HP Whimsicott in Tailwind is extremely powerful.
Nice. That's actually so satisfying.
Yeah, that felt really good. It's funny to have Whimsicott Lunala on the field and have Whimsicott do 99% of the damage and Lunala be the finisher.
I feel like people these days don't know how scary Endeavor Whimsicott is, because in 2011, that I feel like was like one of the scariest sets that existed. But it's like barely seen play since then.
I'm not sure Expanding Force and +1 KOs the Farig, so I think I just do this.
But you can just Moonblast Expanding Force Farig, right?
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes they won't Protect. Like the Iron Hands will never have Protect though, right?
Chat, would be so funny if it had Protect.
Fake out Protect? I could lose if it had Protect.
Nah, there's no way Farig has Protect. But I think either of this is.
I go after hands. Okay. Oh. Okay, safe. Okay, that felt good. That felt really good.
That was great.
That was not a super easy matchup either.
Yeah.
So to have Whimsicott really pop off.
I think the Ghost Terra Endeavor is probably one of the coolest plays we've had so far. Yeah, so that was awesome.
Yeah, that felt good. Yeah, I think also it was a cool way of getting through the Urshifu because it was such a bad matchup. We had to like give up the terrain, and then we had to like Moongeist Beam it once. Then we had to Meteor Beam it, and like then we had to Tailwind Moongeist Beam, and like it all worked out just perfectly.
I think that game actually, by the way, was a really good example of being like you having to play really well in order to overcome what is a really tough lead matchup and matchup, right? So it's like people look at Pokemon as a game of matchups, and it is, but you know, sometimes we'll say like, oh, it's like a 70-30 matchup.
Yeah.
So then it's like, how do you win if you're in that 30 or in that 20, right?
Yeah.
And it is being like playing really aggressively. Like that could have been really scary if, you know, the Urshifu maybe protects on turn 1, for example, but it seems so unlikely that it's gonna do that, right? And so, yeah, finding a way to like safely protect the Lunala while defeating what seems like the primary win condition was a really, really big deal.
Agreed.
And so, but yeah, it's like if you don't sequence the first couple turns in that way to beat Urshifu becomes like a way bigger problem later on in the game.
Yeah, and again, I think that showcases just how important speed is, because imagine I have Ursaluna over Whimsicott in the back, and turn 1 I lose my Indeedee. Well, now there's no way for me to stop like another Wicked Blow into my Lunala slot.
Totally.
Right? I have to Terra, it's like all awkward. So yeah, I think it's like, yeah, just pay attention to how the speed plays out. Cool, so we're gonna take a little break here so Aaron and I can get some food, because we've been at this for a couple hours and it's lunchtime, but we'll be back, and we're gonna eat, and then we'll be back for more games. So don't go anywhere, we'll have some videos for you while we're gone, and then yeah, we'll come on back as soon as we've eaten.
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogerpon Fire and Urshifu Rapid Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Iron Hands and Farigiraf to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced this tournament have been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terrapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat those Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to Top Cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Farigiraf.
And he's done it! This is his first major win, and what a one to have!
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat, even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
Does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
Go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done.
We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities from around the world, are you ready to see who will be the next Pokemon World Champion?
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. But if you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story, we passed the test. Yeah, we become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We just had a very delicious lunch.
You would not believe how fast we ate.
You would not believe your eyes. What's a firefly Pokemon?
No, it's a dragonfly.
It's a million megas. Okay, I tried.
You tried. Hey, you did more than just try. You succeeded. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Wolfe Glick. Today I'm joined by Aaron Zheng. Today we're going to be talking about how fast it was honestly miraculous. Honestly, I'm glad that production wasn't watching because like it was almost embarrassing. Like it was almost like I didn't know I could eat that fast. You know what I mean? Aaron said he said he blinked and then my food was gone.
No, literally, yeah.
I had to eat and I wanted to relieve myself as well. I had to go to the bathroom. Anyway, now we're good. We're good for breaks for a little bit. So Aaron, do you want to jump right back into
I think so.
Games?
We'll do some games. Of course, guys, keep dropping those questions in the chat. We're here to make this as interactive as an experience as possible.
Keep dropping those questions, chat. Let's go. Can we get 10 million questions in the chat?
10 big boom.
10 big questions in the chat.
But seriously, yeah, feel free to drop whatever, and we'll do our best to.
Oh, beating Illumise. Oh.
Illum.
Can you believe that those were like real Pokemon for a little bit? Like recently?
One of them was. They were both relevant.
Yeah.
In
Are you playing against somebody?
Events. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
No! No! Okay,
the turtle.
No, this
turtle.
This is actually. This is like this is so. It's stupid. It's actually okay.
No. Discharge.
Terrapagos is basically like what it gets to do in this matchup is it just gets to calm mind for forever. And you might be thinking, well, Aaron, you have Iron Hands and you have Encore from Whimsicott. It doesn't matter. Terrapagos just like.
So you just. So I think the plan. Go ahead.
It's discharge. It's literally just. I actually did play against one of these because I was like trying to figure out what to do. And basically, initially I was bringing Whimsicott because I like want Whimsicott, I want Hands, and I want Zacian, but then I dropped Farigiraf. And like Farigiraf seems awful, but it does block the fake out cycling.
I feel like when I watched Dr. Aaron Trailer play this matchup, I feel like he dropped Hands.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
That just feels so bad.
I can't give you any guidance. All I can tell you is to click discharge a bunch.
All right.
In the front? Wait, in the front?
Perhaps?
Don't you want to set light screen? No, because you got to discharge yourself.
Yeah.
You got to live with whims.
Yeah. I just like, this just does nothing. I have Helping Hand, I guess. No, I'm bringing hands.
You can discharge the Iron Hands.
I'm bringing Iron Hands. I can't discharge the Farigiraf.
Yeah.
So basically, like, what makes this so hard is Terrapagos can keep calm minding, and you don't have enough damage to pressure it. And then there's also Incineroar, which intimidates Zacian.
Wait a second, we messed up. Because normally what makes this matchup impossible is that you can't Encore because they have Ogerpon Rock. But this opponent doesn't have Ogerpon Rock.
No, Encore doesn't even matter.
Okay,
because they just saw you are your Encore. They literally just clicked on that. They're like, please, yes, give me.
Oh. Okay.
I don't mind this.
They're gonna switch to Rillaboom and then you're boomed.
Oh. You think Calyrex into Rilla?
Well, that would be no Incin. Do you think? Like, okay, your only counterplay to that would be switch Whimsicott out and then Volt Switch, which feels really bad, right?
I might do it though, honestly. Well, let's see. Okay, Hands. This is, I mean, at least now I'm not just playing against Terrapagos, but I assume it's Terrapagos Rilla in the back.
You could just light screen discharge, because even if they put you to sleep, they're not really doing anything. They have two Pokemon on the field that don't do much, you know?
Yeah.
But then you're kind of stuck with like doing nothing too. I don't know.
But I don't have a Spore Switch in is the problem.
Oh,
right?
you don't have Frig.
But even if I did, it wouldn't.
I was like thinking switch Volt Switch to like get the Whimsicott out and then Volt Switch back in, but that's too hard of a read, I think.
But I don't have to switch into Frig, right? I could go, but then I guess these would take an Astral Barrage.
Yeah. It depends on if you think with the, like they might not have Rillaboom, but they probably do.
What if I Draco?
Does that KO?
I'm gonna drop a Draco.
And you might want to. Yeah, I trust your instincts.
I think I maybe should have Moonblasted there. They're gonna switch Rilla probably.
Oh!
Come on! Come on!
Please! Oh!
Wait, I mean, even if they can't Spore me, so it's fine. Okay.
Connects? Oh my God! You're so good. You're so good. You're so good. I cannot believe you just did that. I was gonna have you throw the game immediately.
Okay, it's still. Folks, you do not understand how bad Terrapagos is for us, but now we have Encore.
Yeah, now Encore's a real threat because they can't just switch forever.
Yes, exactly.
If they go into Terrapagos here, you can double the thing, the horsey.
Okay. So let's think this through.
Rillaboom as the last one is my expectation.
But if they had Rillaboom, why would they not bring it in there?
True. We haven't set up Tailwind yet. We've set up a light screen. Now Encore is actually way better now because they don't just have double fake out cycling. So one play is to just Draco here and Encore. Alternatively, we can switch right on out into...
Like Draco Moonblast will KO, right?
Oh, because it's Sash, yeah.
Yeah, or like, yeah, just because you have Electric Train up. So there's like 80%, I think.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Hopefully, bye-bye. I was wrong. You should have, I was wrong. Okay, crit? It doesn't even matter. It's still good damage, but yeah. Oh, if you Encore their Encore, I forgot they could do that.
I honestly just wasn't expecting Encore, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that bad, right?
I think it's fine. Switch into Zacian.
Wait, no, switch into hands, and then so you could switch out. You could switch into hands and then fake out, switch Miraidon out in Encore. So you pick
I see the vision. I see the vision. Yeah. I mean, Whimsicott has to be switching, and then like I don't need to double switch here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just Draco and switch into
hands.
Yeah.
Because you have Covert Cloak, so you don't even need to worry that much about fake out.
I can't believe they actually clicked Encore there. That was crazy.
I mean, it's not even that bad for you though, right?
I think it's fine, yeah. I am happy I brought hands over Frigg right now,
I think it's way better given how this has played out.
I wonder if they Terra right now.
Maybe they just I mean, if you get the KO here, right up.
Yeah. That did nothing.
Thank you, Nice. Oh, when you connect.
Woo!
-6 Miraidon.
Still doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. This Pokemon is strong.
Okay, bye-bye, Calyrex.
So what are you? I guess either fake out user in the back is a little spooky because now they have 2 comm lines up. Like you could still lose, but I think being up 4-2 is like you couldn't really.
This is as good as it can be given how awful this matchup is.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's just generally, yeah, kind of crazy because they instant, no Rilla. That's fine. They have the faster fake out, so they should fake out attack now, right?
Right. How many turns are left of their?
So just the sheer sight of that.
That's so good.
But like because I have light screen up, I think I can switch out into Wims.
Yeah, I agree with Mirai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And then
I could double switch.
I think you need to.
Like the argument is to conserve HP on Zacian.
I guess it depends. Like eventually you want to Electro Drift the instant for the KO, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So would you rather win this with like hands or Zacian? Maybe this. Yeah, maybe you do double switch.
I don't hate it, but we'll see. It could come to bite me. Like there's also the risk that I guess they just Flare Blitz here, which would be scary.
Yeah, but they can also Flare Blitz the Whims, which would be. But I think you're right. I think saving Iron Hands is better here.
I mainly like it because with light screen up, it can also like Drain Punch to heal against Terrapagos.
Yes, although it will still do a lot. I think ideally they Terra this turn for you.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Then you didn't have a better play, I think.
Show me Calm Mind again.
Calm Mind would be so good.
Yeah!
Oh! Yeah, that's really good. That's so good.
Yeah. I mean, now they're just
boomed.
Do I ever, because they could protect Flare Blitz here, so I'm thinking like,
but
does this matter?
You don't really have another, it's this or a defensive Terra, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's optimal, right?
And Flare Blitz, does it one-shot Zacian with
no?
Okay. They might Ghost Terra, but that's fine, right?
Then they would not have Terra on
Terrapagos, yeah. Okay, I'm happy with where we are because like this matchup on paper, it's like
it's unwinnable.
Yeah, like the solution is normally just discharge. Yeah, like basically my opponent gave me a shot at this game because they didn't lead Terrapagos. Like what you normally do is you can just go instant Terrapagos or Rilla. I would go Rilla Terrapagos.
Yeah.
Rilla Terrapagos, and then you just like Miraidon's Electric Train disappears. You have fake out Calm Mind pressure, and the idea is it's like you just keep Calm Minding and you don't even care about Encore because you get to a point where like eventually Whimsicott will faint and then you're at like +4, +5, right?
And there's no way for the Miraidon team to get through it quickly enough. Here's the Terra, so maybe you're right. Maybe it is Ghost Terra instant.
But I think it's fine.
Yeah. Oh, it's Terrapagos.
Okay. GG.
Well, Aaron, it could be Mental Herb. Like, it's probably not, but we haven't.
Why would you speak that into existence?
We don't know for sure.
Even if it were, I think it'd be fine, right? Because like light screen is still up, you're +3, but you have to. Oh, I guess you could Earth Power. Okay. Folks, is it Mental Herb? The one item
for 3
in the game that could save my. Okay, no.
Okay. That is a lot. Okay, I think I think
I feel like +1 Sacred Sword should KO.
I feel like it should do 50.
No. This was very satisfying, though.
Yeah.
Just completely locking Terrapagos.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's find out if I was right. You survived?
Nice, yeah.
That's the end of incident.
Actually did a lot, though.
Yeah, it did a ton. A little more than I expected.
I was wondering if you were like admin nature with like a
little investment?
Exactly, yeah, whether or not that KOs, but...
You know what'd be good here?
Uh-huh.
Endeavor.
With my 167 HP on Whimsicott.
You also need 120 HP, which is the minimum value.
Do you think this can probably not, right? Is my guess. Terrapagos is so bulky.
You're asking if Sacred Sword will KO?
With Moonblast on top.
It'll do like...
Oh, wait, yeah, Moonblast, he has like 1 damage.
Okay, that's more than I expected. But a critical hit would be big.
And that was actually 3. That did more than I expected.
I did less than I expected.
But yeah, I think Amoonguss was really surprising to see here.
Yeah.
If it were Rilla, Rilla Terrapagos, this would have been completely different. But
it's also probably because it's early format, so people probably like we're not as experienced with our teams. You know what I mean? It's probably true of everybody else as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh my God, there's so many boosts.
Anyway, one more Sacred Sword. We'll do it here. GG.
Dude, you're killing it. What are you, 6-1?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I think it's funny that Zacian transforms after the battle.
I know, like, bye-bye.
Like, okay, I'm done with my, I'm done being big mode.
That was a good example of a game that, like, we've been talking about bad matchups in this one. I think Wolfe and I actually in our most recent games have gone up against teams that were actually not very ideal for the teams that we're using. But once again, just because you have a bad matchup doesn't mean that, like, you're just gonna lose on the spot. I think a bad matchup is really scary when you're playing against like someone who knows how to execute it perfectly, because then it's like, it's so hard, but it's like, just like sometimes people don't know that they actually have the matchup advantage.
Yeah.
And to Wolf's point, it's because like this is such a new format. So like maybe I know it's a bad matchup because I played against my friend and he'd run the matchup a billion times against me, but you know, it's like likely that a lot of other people don't know, right? So that's part of where playing games and going up against common teams over and over again can help, because it helps you understand what are the like teams that I like generally fare well against and what are the ones that I don't fare well against. And then in the ones that you know you don't fare well against, it means that you're gonna have to play a little bit more aggressively. That's why I went for the Draco Meteor.
Yeah.
Like there's so much that could have gone wrong for me on turn 1, right? There could have been a Rillaboom switch in, like Rilla switching Spore onto Miraidon, for example, right? But I was like, you know what? I already know this is gonna be hard for me, so I'm just gonna send it, and it did build up a big enough lead that I was able to convert that to win. There's a lot of worlds in which I think I lose that game, but I'm okay with that because I came into that being like, it's over.
Yeah.
But in Pokemon, like even if you think it's like really, really bad, you still want to like give it your all and you never know what could happen.
I think a big part of like doing well in Pokemon is making things as difficult as possible for your opponent. And I think you did a really good job there of like, not making super obvious moves and instead making kind of like more ambiguous moves that could get you a really huge lead, and then just, capitalizing on there.
Yeah.
To the point where even their Encore play didn't bring them back into it.
That was crazy though. Like shout out to them for finding that one, because it's like to have the confidence to Encore. It's like, because the only way Encore works there
is if you click a Moonblast.
Exactly, yeah. I guess they were maybe they were like, oh, if you like lock into a Prime move, I'd rather just like have you locked into one.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense either way, but it worked out even better for them.
Yeah.
Because I
you
clicked
went for
Moonblast.
Yeah, exactly. Cool.
Okay,
another one?
Yeah, we got a question here first of all.
Sorry. I clicked battle.
Where do you all draw the line between building based on data and building based on vibes?
I feel like team building is more an art than a science, you know what I mean? So I feel like data is somewhat important, but it's not the end all be all, as we're actually jumping into a game here.
Oh! What?
Oh man, it's Tinglu Dozo Giratina origin for me. This looks not good for me. I mean, Tinglu Dondozo is just so hard to break through it. I have Endeavor Whimsicott. Zamazenta is also actually a really difficult matchup for me. Zamazenta Giratina.
This actually looks really scary. Like,
I don't really know what to do here.
This is the kind of team that like you go up against at a regionals and you're like, what? And then like it gets like top 8.
Yeah. So I don't think I need Ndidi here. That's the first thing I know. I think I definitely need Ursaluna. Is Lunala even good here? It is. I need it for the
Giratina?
For the Zamazenta, I think. Because that's kind of my best.
You wall it, yeah.
Wait. Dude, Giratina's fully immune to my Ursaluna. Oh my god, I can't touch it with Ursaluna. That's my only answer, and Ursaluna's my only answer to Tinglu. I can't even Endeavor it. Wait, should I bring Whimsicott here? Do I even want to be going for Trick Room? Like, their team is so slow. Is Incineroar even good? Are any of my Pokemon even good here? I'm serious. All my Pokemon feel bad. Oh, I'm out of time! Oh.
I do like Whims for what it's worth, because I think like the surprise of Endeavors.
I gotta do something.
Yeah.
I gotta do something. I guess no Incin here. Oh, maybe they time out. If they time out and if you time out in team preview, then it'll bring the top 4. But I suspect that they did not time out. Oh man, what is this? Why don't they play 2 Ting Lu?
This is like such a classic Grand Challenge experience where you like go up against one Pokemon that like does really well into your team and like no one uses it, but then somehow you face multiple of them back to back.
Oh no, Oh no, Aaron, I'm scared.
Well, Ting Lu Dondozo, a classic duo.
A little too classic if you ask me. What do I do?
It's so bad for Whimsicott because it's like you're not gonna get put into Endeavor range, right?
Yeah, they can heavy slam me. It's not great. It's not terrible. Like, do I even want to use Lunala here? I could just switch. Like, they're probably not gonna wave crash me, right?
Okay, I like it.
I don't know.
It's funny that Ting Lu Dozo has been relevant for as long as it has, and here we are seeing it in a dual restricted format.
This is gonna be like 20 if there's Solfist.
What? Wait, that actually did a lot.
Crit? Okay,
oh,
thank you,
hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Oh.
Now if they snarl, it'll do less damage.
And it missed!
Yeah! Yawn. Yeah!
Wait, that was literally, that could not have been a more perfect turn. That was incredible. Wow. Wait, that was so sick.
Yay.
Let's go!
I did it.
Yeah, it seems pretty safe. They're gonna switch in Giratina probably, but
probably right about that. But this is still fine, right? Because Giratina coming in isn't actually.
What is it gonna do?
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be hard for them to stop my facade now. Okay.
Nice.
So it's just an Encore here. I think that if they chose a different move, the targeting will be random. I believe that's how Encore works.
Yeah.
Their Ting Lu will probably be faster than me. Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can actually Earthquake myself to get the. Oh, they got good targeting. I guess I could have Tailwinded here, but I was afraid of Wave Crash. Anyway, I'm glad to get Ting Lu. Bonk.
That's a huge deal because Ting Lu's so like. Ting Lu, its existence alone like invalidates Lunala and Dialga, so getting rid of it now opens the game up. And so this is kind of like when you think about VGC battles, like thinking about big picture planning. It's like, well, Ting Lu itself isn't really that threatening to Whimsicott or Ursaluna, but it's really good to get it out of the way.
Yeah.
And our opponent here, of course, like could have preserved it, but they just like let it go, and that's such a big deal for the late game. It's so big. It's
it might be bigger than Dialga. Should I just let Whimsicott go down here and get Tailwind up?
It feels fine, yeah. The question is whether or not you want to.
I guess we should Dialga. I'm not in that much danger, right?
Yeah.
I think I switched to Dialga, and I think actually Headlong Rush here because I don't want to let Zamazenta come in for free, right?
That feels fine to me. The only downside is you could eat up a Wave Crash, or you.
No, they're Encore and Dion.
Oh, true. Yeah. Then yeah, that's totally fine.
Yeah, I think I want to save.
I mean, you built up a huge lead, honestly. So
the issue is it's just kind of hard for me to break through this.
Yeah.
Like, because I probably get yawned with Dialga here, you know, so I just end up in the vortex kind of infinitely.
Oh.
Oh, does that work? It does!
No.
Like Crystal!
Big orb.
Big orb.
That did a
What? Wait, that was my Giratina answer. I just switched to my Giratina answer to get completely boomed. I think I lose.
Wait, that was nuts. It did
unlimited damage.
What?
What do I even do here? Also, how fast is Giratina? You think it's faster than me?
Yeah.
I think I have to let Dialga go down.
No.
Because like, what am I gonna do here? I can't switch. Like, I should have just Tailwinded. That was a mistake. That was a huge mistake. I can't even Fairy Terra here. Are they still on court? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. I think I'm losing all of a sudden.
Did your Ursa outspeed Zama under Tailwind?
No, not even close.
Because it's min speed.
Yeah. It's gonna come down to Lunala probably trying to win this game.
Yeah.
Oh! I mean,
Okay.
it's not. Oh, if I switched. Okay. Oh, if I switched.
Wow.
Wah, wah.
I'm actually kind of surprised they made that play.
Yeah.
Switching felt so obvious there.
Yeah. I haven't revealed. Oh, I have revealed my last Pokemon as well. So I'm kind of tempted to Terra my Ursaluna here, but that's probably bad. Like Terra Headlong Rush.
Yeah.
Wait, Poltergeist fails if I don't have an item, right? Oh, but they could have Shadow Sneak. Zamazenta.
Okay, so they have Body Press available. Like, Poltergeist Body Press is like the obvious play for them, right?
Yeah, I have Ghost Terra available. The question is, can I beat Giratina in the long run?
Yeah.
Which I think the answer might be no.
They can double your Ursa too, because they know you have to burn it for the sleep here.
It's true.
But that would be a
big play.
Big play to make, yeah.
They also are playing games that way. Like, I think I should just go for Headlong Rush here.
I like it.
The thing about this is, like, how do I ever beat the Giratina? Because the Ursaluna can't touch it, and Whimsicott's 1 attack away from fainting.
You'll survive do you think Poltergeist one-shots you?
I can get Tailwind up and then use Meteor Beam
Yeah.
to get around it, but I'm worried they probably have a secondary Ghost coverage move, right?
I don't know. If I were them, I mean, what have I seen? Poltergeist, Shadow Sneak, yeah. And then...
Like, it's probably Shadow Sneak, but it might not do enough. Oh, no!
Did they Poltergeist your Ursa?
There's no way!
That would actually be insane.
That would be, I mean, if they did that, then props to them.
Oh.
Okay.
But you don't KO now, right?
No, I definitely don't, but I don't think I was KO'd anyway. Oh, wait, Aaron, I can Encore them into Breaking Swipe.
Yeah!
And then Headlong Rush again? Oh, wait, but I'll get KO'd. It's so difficult.
But you could Encore them and then switch Lunala. I mean, it feels bad switching Lunala in. If you stay in, you...
I have to go Whims, right?
Yeah, if you go Lunala, you just get Heavy Slam Poltergeisted.
Yeah.
They still haven't Terra'd yet either, right?
Yeah, I think this is looking kind of bad. I can Encore into Body Press. I can Encore into... I could Encore Giratina and switch into Whims, into Lunala.
That's the play I was thinking, yeah.
But then I don't get speed control as the thing.
But that's assuming they're gonna...
I think I have to Tailwind and Protect here.
Let's see.
I don't have a good feeling about this.
Giratina walling Ursaluna is actually kind of sick.
It's actually insane.
Like, given how prevalent Ursaluna is in this meta.
Oh, they have Shadow Sneak. That confirms that. Yeah, good play. Okay, so it comes down to Lunala here. You know, I think I lose this almost always.
Because of Shadow Sneak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had gone for the Encore play. Encore oh.
I don't think it's necessarily over yet. I can still if they make a mistake. The thing is that Lunala... yeah. I definitely need Meteor Beam first, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you do basically wall Zamazenta with Lunala, so... Okay.
Okay, not a bad turn. I mean, if they go for Poltergeist this turn, then I'm okay, I think. Wait, they also didn't Terra.
Wait, this is good. This is really good.
Yeah. They have Breaking Swipe, Protect, Poltergeist, Shadow Sneak. We've seen all the moves, right?
I think they're going to Poltergeist your Lunala.
I would hope so.
But I feel like you should be in great shape now, because now you just Moongeist Zama.
Oh my! Big crit! Okay. Into? Yeah! So for those of you who don't know, Poltergeist will fail if the target isn't holding an item, which is a huge mechanic here. Okay, this isn't over yet, though, because they can still Terra. 32 down to 18. Like, there's only a couple turns of Tailwind left. Like, do I Moongeist Zama here?
That's what I would do, yeah.
But, like, do you think Shadow Sneak and Shadow Sneak KOs? Probably not, right?
No. That was my guess, but I could be complete. I mean, Giratina, I could just be completely underestimating here is the thing.
I forget what Grisius Orb does. Or, like, does it give them a power boost?
I think so.
They have Protect. They've revealed Protect. Because if I Moongeist Beam and Headlong Rush, then they can go...
Heavy Slam, Break Shadow Shield, then Sneak the next turn.
Yeah.
I actually don't hate the target Giratina idea now that I think about it, but... Nice.
Okay.
That should win.
I think so. Oh, we definitely would have gone down to 2.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
Oh my god.
I mean, I guess you... Yeah, even...
They haven't Terra'd yet. Oh my god, this is so close.
Wow.
Oh man, no, Ursaluna dodge it. I might feint to heavy slam critical hit.
Well, I really like I'm glad we ended up going with the Giratina, but I underestimated that thing's damage.
It's so good into my Ursaluna.
Oh, goodness.
I mean,
yeah.
Wait, they still haven't Terra'd yet. Like, imagine it's like.
There's no way it's gonna be Dark Terra Zama.
Why do they not use it?
They're not gonna one-shot you anyway, though.
Yeah, they protect this turn and then it ends, Tailwind ends, and then they're faster is the problem. Like, I need to KO them in one.
But you will.
Unless they have a weird Terra.
Don't speak it into existence.
There's no way they're like normal Terra, right? Or Dark. There'd be no reason. With normal and Dark, you overlap. Oh no, it's over. I can lose to crit.
Wait.
With this?
Is expanding force cover for any crit?
No, because it's better versus normal Terra, but I think it's gotta be.
Yeah, I mean, why would you be normal Terra Zamazenta?
I EV'd.
Okay,
I mean, I trained my Lunala. Okay, it didn't even do that much.
You're gonna KO.
I'm gonna KO. Oh wait, they didn't Terra.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was like, this game was over once Giratina went down.
Oh my god, dude, I'm scarred after.
Way to go!
Oh
Nice,
so
nice,
scary.
nice.
So scary. Yeah, Giratina just walling my Ursaluna was crazy business.
Oh my gosh, that turn 1 was awesome though.
Yeah.
You baited out the yawn into the Ursa slot.
Yeah, that felt
that was
really
completely
good.
useless. Santu missed, but I don't think that really impacted much.
Yeah, although actually it was so close it might have, because I would have taken more damage.
That's true, that's true. Okay, well I'm glad we didn't see a crazy Terra on Zamazenta because...
Yeah. Wait, my game is frozen.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, there we go.
Oh man, I didn't think I've ever seen a Terra Dark Zama or a Terra Normal one.
No, me neither.
But I wonder if you like took the statistics of all the Zamazentas that people
Surely
use.
some of them are.
You think?
Surely like 1%, like 0.1%, right? Someone's doing it.
All right, chat. Well, we rushed into that last one, so we'd love to, you know, answer some questions. So keep dropping them in the chat. But that was a good one. I felt that was satisfying.
That was a hard one. So we have a question from Pidgeling here, who says, "How far in advance of a tournament do you start making your teams?"
You're great. I mean, Wolfe has a science down to this.
So I feel like it varies. You know what I mean? But I think in general, I want at least 2 weeks in advance to like have like the team, like I would say 70-80% done. Like know like what concept I want to use, maybe know 4 or 5 of the Pokemon I want to use, and then take those 2 weeks for like refinement and practice. But sometimes, like, you know, for my EUIC team, I started building that in December, before the rule set even officially changed. I was building that. That was a tournament in February. And similarly for Toronto, I started with the concept for that around October. And so it was like another 2-month thing. So I don't think you need to do that by any means. That was more like I was trying to make my favorite strategy work, and it was really difficult, so it took me extra time to figure it out and really get it refined. I feel like about 2 weeks is typically pretty good. What do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I think I am more used to like kind of grinding closer to the event, like the week, 10 days before,
I feel
maybe.
Like that's more normal.
Yeah, but I mean, it really varies. Like, I think like back in the day, it felt like the meta like would move a lot, and there were fewer people that would compete as well. So it's like having a good read on the meta. I mean, it's still always good to have a good read on the meta, but these days, especially in like Reg I, for example, there are so many different teams and so many different strategies that are viable. And even in Reg G, we saw people like running teams that they brought to Worlds like a year later and still succeeding with it. So I think it's actually evolved a lot throughout the history of VGC. But for me, like it really depends, but yeah, I like kind of waiting until maybe like 2 weeks before an event and then like getting a grasp of like, okay, here are all the things that I think are strong right now, and then going from there.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's advantage to like waiting until it's closer. I think that's actually one of my weaknesses, is that because I lock in sometimes further in advance, like I miss developments in the metagame that otherwise I would like to account for. Somebody says, when playing in person, do you pick a song for the battle that hypes you up or something relaxing so that it doesn't distract you? I always listen to the top champion, and I don't listen to it especially because I'm like, oh, this is my favorite song in the game, but because I think it's like thematic. You know what I mean? So I always listen to that one just because of the name of the song. What about you, Aaron?
I forget the name of the themes that I do like, but I think at some point there was one that I did really like, but then I just kept... And then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just go random.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just get a surprise.
Oh, that's crazy. With random, you can roll into
you
music.
You can really roll the dice there.
Yeah, because one of the options is no backing music, and that...
Does random... I don't think random ever selects no.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
At least I've never seen it in my experience.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, I guess I don't really remember it ever happening, so maybe it doesn't. Okay. That makes sense then.
Yeah, but I think I generally prefer songs that are more hype. Because I think if it's too calm, I like... get a little distracted and I'm like, oh yeah, like this is really nice. I actually find that that's one thing like it's very easy to do in real life, or I mean just VGC, any VGC that you play, but especially in tournaments where like you like lock in your moves, and then sometimes I find myself like looking over and like seeing how like other people's games are going.
Really?
Yeah, out of curiosity, or like
turning to the stream and or seeing like how the stream game is going. And then I realized like, oh, I need to pay attention to the game that's in front of me. So it's like very easy to get distracted. Maybe I just get too easily distracted.
I feel like I occasionally will zone out, but I'll be like something that I'm guilty of is I'll start zoning out. Like it'll be like game 1, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna win, and I start thinking about game 2, and sometimes I forget that I have to still win game 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And then all of a sudden it's close, and I have to like, whoa, like kind of get whiplash and lock back in.
All right, chat. Well, drop your favorite themes and songs down in the chat, and maybe we'll pick one for the next games. Yeah.
You want to jump into another one, Aaron?
Let's do it. Yeah. I'm just reading this. If you were given a chance, would you eat a figgy berry or try to understand the figgy berry?
I would eat the figgy berry.
What do you think a figgy berry tastes like?
Figgy.
Oh.
There
you had it, folks.
I forget what it looks like. Which of the?
Do you think it's like sweet, sour, bitter?
What does it look like?
It's giving bitter.
It's giving bitter?
Yeah.
I don't want to eat it then. I want to understand it if it's bitter. A bitter berry is no good. Oh, but I like blackberries, and those are real bitter. But they're also like, are they bitter or are they sour?
More sour.
I forget. I haven't had a blackberry in a while. I have a strong reaction.
All right, folks. Let's see. Can we get a couple of more discharges off with Miraidon?
Discharge! Dude, you're getting close to 1600.
We'll see. We'll see. I think I've actually maybe only played one of these this whole year.
What? Played one of what?
Of the challenges.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Dude, you're the Shadowrunner's up as in the magnet. What is going on?
Oh my goodness.
But this one has a DD.
And Rillaboom.
And Rillaboom. No terrain for you.
So, one of, like, Whims.
Yep.
This is what I've been doing.
Yeah, it works. Trust.
It's been pretty good, honestly.
I was gonna say you could bring Iron Hand, but like they don't have instant, but then again they also have a DD, so I'm not sure.
My poor pork has just not really gotten. Shout out to Dr. Aaron Schurler for the nicknames.
Yes. I think these are Bon Me ingredients.
Yes, and a K-pop star.
And a K-pop star.
Shout out to the Seraphim. Whimsicott, yeah, let's just.
Wait, the game's canonically, chat says Figgy Berry is spicy because of the Pokemon contest. It tells you with Pokeblocks.
Oh.
Wait, I don't want to eat it if it's spicy. What kind of berry is spicy? Can anyone name a real life berry that's spicy? You know what berry is? It's not really a berry. Wait, is it a berry? Passion fruit. That thing is so good. I guess it's a fruit.
Where is it on your tier list of fruit?
Oh, it might be it's in the S tier.
Really?
It's up there with mango.
Oh my goodness.
Bill got me one time when I was in Germany visiting him and Lou.
Okay, Calyrex Indeedee.
You couldn't discharge.
I know.
Oh, you probably shouldn't.
They're
I like this song.
Expanding for. This is one of my favorites, yeah. Man, Whims actually would have been pretty nice here. I could have been like Light Screen, Electric Terra Discharge, and then Tailwind Discharge.
Oh wait, they didn't have Psychic Seed. Oh wait, it hasn't activated yet.
Do you think they go Helping Hand Expanding Force turn 1?
Does it KO?
Oh, it is no Psychic Seed.
I felt it in my bones. I mean, it could be Specs. But if it is, what are you going to do? Sack Ursaluna? No, you can't sack Ursaluna, because then who are you going to discharge? They could be like Specs as well, but Helping Hand Pollen Puff, right? There's so many options, we just have no idea.
I kind of want a Trick Room Volt Switch.
I like that play.
This could also be Sashed, obviously. Indeedee is probably going to be Goggles or Helmet.
Yeah,
it's not.
I feel like Helmet. They could be Imprisoned as well. But it's not that bad, because you won't take that much damage, hopefully. Oh. Well, that can't be good. Basically,
no!
The only way you Terra here is if it's offensive. It could be Ghost.
No, it could be Dark Terra if they're like scared of foul play.
Terry?
If I'm getting Terra Blasted right now.
You're gonna give you a little kiss. You can look away, I'll tell you what happens. Do you want me to narrate?
Is it gonna Draining Kiss?
That's fine, it's fine.
The Draining Kiss isn't gonna one-shot me, right?
No way, it's like a base.
Oh, that's fine.
Like, could be worse. Surely it could be worse. Whee! Because now they're in discharge range now.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Normally Fairy Tale they run Calm Mind as well.
It's gotta be this.
It's gotta be that.
Yeah.
Also with their Fairy Tale, that means Zacian can one hit KO.
Yeah. I actually don't. I mean, with Trick Room going up, I feel like I should be in really good shape right now.
Chilling. They're restricted to Zama, right?
Yeah.
Didn't take any. Yeah, I think this is actually a really good turn 1 for you.
It's interesting that they went for Follow Me there.
With the Fairy Terra.
Yeah, exactly, because they didn't need to, but...
Yeah, like maybe they were afraid of like Electric
this
Terra,
looks pretty,
Electro Drift.
like, frail, right? Like, it's max HP, max defense.
That's normally what they run.
Yeah, so I guess they were worried about, like, Draco or Drift into foul play there.
Foul play, but even then.
So I think the main question I have right now, because I'm going to click Hyper Voice here, I think, but do I want a normal Terra?
No.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to KO even with normal Terra and Helping Hand.
Yeah, exactly.
You're getting the NDD regardless.
It does suck that they get a Draining Kiss off in return, but...
They might not have it, because like, why do you have NDD on the team? Like, it could be defense, purely defense, right?
Yeah. Oh, you know the other play? I was wondering if I two-shot NDD with a foul play or a Psychic. Because if so, I could have gone Protect, target NDD, and then Blood.
But I think you want to. I actually think you want one of your Pokemon to die so you can get a Pokemon in that threatens Shadow Rider.
Yeah, totally.
Also, maybe you crit.
Why not?
Why not?
I'm kind of feeling it. Oh, wait.
Oh. Wait, I did a lot. If they don't go for Draining Kiss, they're not going to have much health to work with.
Yeah.
And if they do, I don't think they're picking up a KO. Actually, maybe they're on Ursaluna.
It is Draining Kiss.
Excuse
me.
Excuse me. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gotta be Life Orb, right? Tell me it's Life Orb at least.
Please. Please.
Okay, in case there's no way it does that much now, Life Orb. Uh-oh. Brother.
Well, I also have no bulk.
Oh my god, it's not even Life Orb. Ursaluna does not survive. So, like, you figure they're going into Zama here, right?
Yeah.
Keep knocking over everything.
Zama's gonna be able to... I mean, Miraidon should outpace it under Trick Room, right? Oh, but they probably have Rilla as their last one.
Yeah, right, Zamarilla.
I kind of want to bring out Zacian, but then it's a 50-50 on...
You can somewhat safely Protect, right?
Yeah.
I guess then it still just extends the mind game.
Normal Terra looked like it may have been able to pick up that knockout.
Yeah,
really
you might be right. But if you'd missed it, it would have gone back to full. I think it would have been really
And then I just lose Terra, yeah. Today's been a highlight reel of my Ursaluna getting one-shot by non-super effective attacks. Yeah. Like, I'm leaning towards Protect Psychic this time.
I like this move.
But let's just double-check Field Stay. Feels fine.
Yeah. Oh, wait, the other
But the
option?
risk is they double into Farigiraf, Farigiraf faints, I bring Miraidon, they bring Rilla out.
Then you have Electro Terra, Electro Drift plus Behemoth Blade.
Yeah.
The other option here is you could actually Behemoth Blade and switch to Miraidon, but I think I like this play better because you like even if you deal with Shadow Rider, you still have to win the game afterwards.
Yeah. So we're hoping to see a Calyrex Protect here. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't, but...
Okay, great job.
Good.
Good.
So the idea here is if you're my opponent, you're thinking, well, I can body press into Zacian and then basically two-shot it. That's not bad damage.
Not bad damage.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Proceed.
Works. Definitely blading you now. Do I want to double into this?
What can you press plus and see what the other what can they switch in here?
Rilla, Ursh, Whimsicott.
Might be worth doubling it, like because you already have this thing in electric range, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you hit this thing with another psychic, you can Sacred Sword it after. So
That's true. I would switch if I were them. Is the thing.
Do you want to pick up the KO this turn?
Yeah, I guess that's the other question. It might actually be beneficial not to, right?
Yeah, because you want to get a second Trick Room up if the Shadow Rider doesn't go down. Oh.
Okay.
I mean, they're not. Maybe they're going for the double.
Wait, unless they're sashed. What are the odds it's Sash, Nasty Plot,
Terra
Fairy?
No way. No way. One way. Please,
Wait, if it's actually that,
we didn't even think about Sash. No, it's gotta be Sash on like Winds or Ursh. Okay. Yeah.
My heart was like, in a tournament like this, you're always just like, dude, what if? All right, let's see what comes out.
Rilla gotta be right. Whims.
Oh.
Okay.
That was so funny.
Right, Ron.
Last one to Trick Room.
Just double
You
it?
Just protected, yeah. Let's see why not. Oops, Sacred Sword. For some reason, I'm always like, I think I'm just so used to only clicking Behemoth Blade in the Sword and Shield era, where it was like...
Never click anything else.
Yeah, exactly. It is actually kind of crazy to me that it's like, Zacian is actually even still remotely good because it's like no Dynamax anymore and...
Severe nerfs.
Yeah, and it's still actually relevant.
Yeah.
I've actually been pretty happy about Zacian's performance
It hasn't been bad.
today.
No, it hasn't been bad at all.
Yeah. Someone asked, what's your rating goal for events like the GC before you stop for points? I haven't played in any GCs for points like this season, but last season when I was trying to qualify for Worlds, I was aiming for, I don't know, like high 1600s, low 1700s. Like my goal was to just get any number of points basically from the event rather than like trying to have a really deep run. But Wolf, you know, obviously you won one, so.
So I think the big cutoff is top 32. That's the big one where you want to get, because the jump between top 32 and top 64 is like as big as the jump from top 32 to second place. So like there's like, that's like the big threshold you want to hit. If you're like trying to like qualify for Worlds, like really get the most value of points, of course, if you're just trying to get some points, that's totally fine too. But if you're trying to like really maximize, you want 3 top 32s, which is roughly like around the 1750 range has been traditional, but it varies, you know, depending on the event. So, yeah, like depending on specific, like where everybody else stops. Yeah, good job by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Really well played.
I think, yeah, Trick Room was good. I mean, Ferrograph's been awesome, right? Because it kind of just walls. I think like a lot of my opponents that we've played against today have just been really scared of Ferrograph, so they keep like preemptively tearing their Shadow Rider, which makes sense because foul play is so good. That's one of the reasons why I don't like clicking foul play early on with Ferrograph, just because like if your opponent has that defensive Terra, yes, you bait it out, but then you don't get a turn where you accomplish very much. And I think like part of what's really worked out well is like setting up Trick Room and then just having really powerful Pokemon under Trick Room. And it's funny because it's like Miraidon and you know, Zacian are relatively fast Pokemon, but we're up against like really fast Pokemon.
Against Shadow Rider, the fastest restricted, and we're like, oh, it's actually quite good.
Yeah, and I think my opponent having Whimsicott in the back as their 4th was also really good because it was like, it just doesn't really do anything, whereas like something like a Rillaboom, for example, could have been scarier. But one question we have from Leaf Gale, how did you memorize all the calcs you end up running in your head during games?
I would say I kind of have given up on memorizing calcs. I used to try to do it, like, and I did it for Worlds 2016, but I think it only really works when there's like a very small, when the metagame is really centralized, because there's just too much to keep track of otherwise. I think what you really want to work on is developing kind of your innate sense of damage, like how much moves should do, which is not like the same as memorizing. It's more like, yeah, just like your intuition basically, and you just do that by playing a bunch of games. Like for example, both Aaron and I were really surprised when Ursaluna went down to like Cavalryx Psychic. It's not because we memorized that damage calc, it's just because we have a general sense of like how much we expect, like how bulky we think Ursaluna is, how strong we think Shadow Rider is, how strong we think Psychic is, and you put that all together in your head and kind of like your intuition spits out, like I think Ursaluna takes like 80 to 90, and then the Ursaluna goes down and you go, what happened? That's my take at least.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, it's like, I always say that like playing a lot of games to start is really valuable because you get a sense of like the most popular attacks, right? So like if you think about this format, like a Miraidon Draco Meteor, for example, or Lunala Meteor Beam, for example, really all the restricteds and their main moves, like if you play against it once or twice, like you, at least for me, like seeing it that first or second time is enough for me to at least like try to memorize it for the future. I don't go like, you know, sit down and like try to do all the math for it. It's more just like play 10, 20 games, you go up against a lot of common Pokemon and moves, and I'm like, okay, well, I remember that this move did 60% to this one Pokemon. And then as you play more, you have like some sense of, you know, how bulky is a Miraidon compared to an Assault Vest Rillaboom, compared to a Cavalryx Ice Rider, compared to a Shadow Rider, right? And then so then you can gauge like, okay, if I know a Draco Meteor does like X% to this Pokemon, then if I'm using something that's a little bit bulkier, should do like X% less essentially. So, but the answer is like, I think the best is just playing 20, 30 games, playing against a lot of different teams that are popular in the format, because I think just going up against like the top 10, top 20 most common Pokemon repeating a couple times helps you understand those damage calcs like a lot better.
There's also another trick you can do is you can learn a couple calcs, especially the really strong ones, like, oh, I know my Pokemon barely survives Choice Specs, Miraidon, and Electro Drift. And then when you're trying to figure out if that Pokemon will survive another attack, you can instead ask yourself, is this stronger or weaker than like Choice Specs, Electro Drift, right? And do stuff like that. I think that's a somewhat common technique that people do in competitive play. We have a question about what's a sleeper pick restricted Pokemon for this regulation? What a sleeper pick Pokemon in general? I mean, after playing Giratina, I kind of feel like Giratina's slept on because that was miserable. That was tough.
Well, like unironically, right? Because it's like Ursaluna right now is one of the top Pokemon. I've said this, I sound like a broken record. I think it's my 3rd or 4th time saying it today, but like Ursaluna, regular Ursaluna has been really, really good. And it just won the first regionals of this format. Having a restricted that actually completely walls it is pretty incredible, honestly.
Like, it did good damage.
Yeah, Ursaluna literally cannot touch the Giratina, and it did over 50% with Poltergeist into your Dialga. So.
Yeah, and Dialga's tanky as well.
Yeah, I think the main thing that like ended up working out in your advantage in that one game is like Shadow Sneak and Breaking Swipe are both really weak attacks. And so like having one other really powerful attack next to Poltergeist might be good.
Yeah.
I don't know what other options Giratina gets outside of like Dragon Claw.
Yeah. But Ghost is really good offensive coverage. Yeah, I think Giratina stands out. Any other restricted Pokemon you think? Ho-Oh, I think, is underrated.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think like people were like, oh, like Ho-Oh's not actually really going to be that good. But then like the first regionals happened. Ho-Oh had a very, very good performance there. So that's the main like big question mark I have in this format, because Ho-Oh historically has not been good in VGC.
No.
Like it's been legal, right, for a very long time, but has basically seen no play. But this finally feels like the format for it to like potentially shine, especially with the rise of Pokemon like Zamazenta and Calyrex Ice Rider. And so, yeah. And then non-restricted Pokemon, that is good. It's gonna sound crazy when I say Urshifu Dark here.
No, I agree. Urshifu Dark is really well positioned.
Well, it's just because like
popular.
Yeah, but it is obviously like, you know, everyone's like, oh, of course Urshifu's. I'm trying to think of like a more interesting answer.
While you do that, I'm queuing up for another game.
All right, let's do it. I like am surprised Smeargle hasn't really been relevant yet.
I'm not surprised. I had to play at least one at regionals.
Yeah, I was just thinking how high rating.
Oh, they have their name sounds like Giratina. Who not? I lost.
Araquanid and Rhydon.
I lost to every Araquanid I played in practice. Every single one.
Oh my god! How many? Like one?
Like 4.
The fact that I ran into 4 is nuts.
Yeah. I have no Araquanid matchup. It's so strong.
Wait, but what does it do into Dialga?
Oh, they beat the Dialga first somehow. I keep letting it go down.
I see.
And then I lose.
That might be part of the problem.
Yeah, that's probably part of the problem. So, I think Lunala here. I kind of like Lunala and DD Dialga here. And then one of these 3. I can't bring Ursaluna. Every time I brought Ursaluna, I just lost to the... You know, I can bring Whimsicott here, actually, and pressure them to set Trick Room up. It's that or Incineroar, but like... Well, Incineroar's better into their Lunala, but it's really bad into their Kyogre.
Kyogre, yeah. But the question is, what is Whimsicott doing into their Kyogre? It survives an attack.
Endeavor.
With Psychic Tree? Oh no, that's not
Endeavor. They're probably not bringing Rhydon, right? So it's probably some of the other 4. I actually think I prefer Whimsicott here. It gives me another Spore immunity too, which is nice.
To me, like, if seeing your team, I'm like, I feel like Whimsicott is always a solid 4th option because the surprise of Endeavor alone.
And also Tailwind. Like,
games.
It looks so much like a Trick Room team, but then if you just like go with Tailwind, I do Whimsicott. That's my homie.
Well, I'm excited. Lunala, Kyogre as a restricted duel already, not the most common. Kyogre in general, I think maybe a little bit underplayed given like how good of a Pokemon I think it is.
Yeah.
Of course, Kyogre is one of the best restricteds in previous years. Yeah, like 2010, 2016, 2019, 22, always relevant.
My relevant goat.
So, let's see. But Araquanid, of course, really intriguing Pokemon. It is just Lunala, Kyogre.
No. Okay, let's pay attention to the speed order because it's possible. Oh, it's Slowogre. It's Kai Slowogre.
Iron Ball?
Iron Ball? My DD's not minimum speed, so it's possible that it's not. I forgot what I was saying. It could be Covert Cloak. They love weird items in the Grand Challenge. I think I just Helping Hand Expanding Force here.
I like it.
Yeah, whatever. So they're not tearing yet. Or they're slower than me. But this looks like a Trick Room team, right? Like the Kyogre slow.
Oh, it's 100% Trick Room.
Yeah. Because Araquanid and Trick Room wins. Oh wait, they're gonna Trick Room up and then they get Araquanid and Trick Room and then I lose. Okay.
No.
That's over.
What do you, okay, I think Protect Trick Room makes sense. Oh.
They have to Terra here because otherwise Helping Hand Moongeist Beam will get the KO.
Yeah.
But the problem is that they're slow. They're slower than me. Okay, I'm glad I went for Helping Hand Expanding Force at least rather than like Helping Hand Moongeist Beam because I was like, there's no way they're on me.
Exactly. Yeah.
The thing is also now Dialga's pretty good.
Okay.
Show me Omega Super Turbo Ultra Critical Hit, please. Okay.
Nice. No Wide Guard, no Protect.
AV Kyogre.
Whoa.
And I brought 4.
Oh. No Trick Room.
No Trick Room?
No Trick Room?
No Trick Room? No! What? It did so much.
Do you think Helping Hand Meteor Beam KOs Kyogre?
I think it KOs Lunala. Wait, who's more health right now?
Lunala, just slightly. Trust us.
Yeah, so, I think they're gonna Wide Guard here, right? I don't think so.
You don't think they'll Wide Guard?
No, sorry, I don't think Helping Hand Meteor Beam KOs.
Kyogre?
Yeah.
Yeah, the question, because you could just deny Trick Room right now with Helping Hand Meteor Beam.
Into Lunala? I don't. Oh, right, because of the Shadow Shield. Yeah.
The other, like, maybe they don't have Thunder on Kyogre, although that'd be kind of surprising.
Well, they
actually could be.
Yeah. They probably have Spout, Opals, Ice, right?
Ice Beam, yeah. No Protect, no Miss. Nice.
No miss.
If
we survive this turn with Lunala, I think we're in really good shape. And if we KO their Lunala. The problem your game is 90% accurate, but you have to wait so long to see. Okay,
nice.
Does this KO? Surely
it has to,
right?
There's no way it doesn't.
Yeah, great. So we get rid of their Lunala. The question is, does my Lunala make it through the turn? Because if it does, I think I'm in okay shape. But if it doesn't, I mean, denying Trick Room is still good because their team is really slow, right? And they still have Dialga. But the problem is, like, oh my god.
I mean, they should have Thunder, but the question is, what move do you give up? Because Water Spout, Origin Pulse, and Ice Beam are all so good.
Yeah. So what else is on this team? They have Amoonguss, which would be pretty bad for me. They have Araquanid, Rhydon, and DD. So if I get rid of the Kyogre, I've got rid of most of their damage. But if I lose Dialga, I lose all of my damage.
Yeah, there's just literally like negative damage.
We both tear it already. I still think that was the right move. We couldn't afford to let Trick Room go up.
Yeah.
He's so big. Oh no, it's over! Oh my god, it's so over!
Why is Araquanid like bigger than Kyogre? That doesn't seem right. What is Araquanid's item? Clear Amulet?
Amulet.
Man, back in my day, regular Dialga would run Thunder.
Yeah. I definitely Dragon Pulse here. I need to get rid of this Kyogre, right? The question is, do you think Psychic does more in Psychic Terrain or Helping Hand? Let's say Dragon Pulse is like 30%. I think Psychic does more.
Yeah. Oh.
Amoonguss. Show me Amoonguss. Show me Amoonguss. Rhydon. I could have Flash Cannon. I mean, I was never Flash Cannoning. All right, let's see what Dragon Pulse does to this thing. The thing is that it's really hard for them to break Dialga, but also...
oh, that did a lot.
That did a lot of damage. Oh, GG's going down here, though. Oh my god, I messed up. Oh. Yeah, Araquanid is too strong. I want to forfeit. It's too strong.
Fine. You're still fine.
No, Araquanid wins this.
No.
Yeah.
You have Endeavor.
Oh, I have Endeavor.
Dude, is it ever side Flash Cannon?
No. We know the damage we can get.
It would be so funny if you side Flash Cannon just for him to KO you right after.
2 turns of rain, so if we get a KO... Okay, I should always Dragon Pulse Araquanid here. I would like to double it with Endeavor, but I probably shouldn't.
I mean, right on getting an attack off here is kind of annoying, right?
Wait, if they just deal with my Whimsicott, I think my Dialga will lose the 1v1, right? Do you think Dragon Pulse 2-shots Araquanid? I'm gonna say, like, Araquanid is so tanky, but Dialga's really strong.
It did a ton to Rhydon, like...
But Araquanid's, like, really tanky. Like, it's got, like, super huge special bulk. Okay,
Yeah,
barely.
you're good.
Dialga's so good. Oh, yes! Yes! If you're wondering why my Whimsicott keeps taking so much damage, it's because I've intentionally lowered its stats, for anyone curious. It has the lowest possible, it has no good defense, special defense, and HP stat. Okay, and then we know that they can't protect because it's Assault Vest.
Yep.
Make sure I'm clicking the right buttons. Dragon Pulse. Endeavor.
Well, the side play would have been flashy, but it would have been hilarious because then he would have just like
mega loss. That's fine. Oh, and now we get Encore next turn.
Okay, Endeavor count number 2.
That's right.
That's our second one.
I really like Endeavor. Whimsicott in these close team sheet tournaments.
It's so good.
It's really mean.
I think Whimsicott is one of the best Pokemon to use in this kind of tournament because, yes, you know it's going to want to set up Tailwind, but is it Sash? Is it Covert Cloak? Is it Encore? You can even run Trick Room on it. Like, there's so many different moves that you can use on it to mess your opponents up.
Yeah.
Cool team, though. Really cool team.
Yeah,
for
really
your
cool
opponent.
team. Yeah. I think this is a situation where the information advantage helped me a lot because like they didn't want to go for Trick Room. If they just went for Trick Room with these 4, I was kind of like hosed.
I think, yeah, turn 1, we were both surprised to not see Trick Room.
Yeah. Yeah, another reason Araquanid is good is because Bodyguard is really good. I think Araquanid is really underrated. This thing is super good.
I'm really learning my Dialga Dragon Pulse calcs. Like I feel like my general benchmark is expected to 2-shot most things.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, that's nice, but then also like in a format where Miraidon exists and it gets to 1-shot everything.
Yeah.
That was nice though. Araquanid was scary in team preview, but I feel like denying Trick Room just made it really, really tough for them.
Agreed.
Like once Trick Room is denied, I mean, you just consistently outpace them, right? It's like you have Slow Assault as Kyogre, you have Araquanid, you have Rhydon.
Yeah.
All of those are such middling speeds, and none of them put on any offensive pressure really into Dialga.
Yes.
Like Dialga defensively was really solid there.
The water resistance is really nice on Dialga.
Totally. Pump asks, when beginning VGC, is it better to take a rental team and try to understand how to use it, or just build your own team and learn from your mistakes? I generally recommend using rental teams and using teams that have been developed by top players, because I think that, like, Pokemon is such a hard game when you are disadvantaged because of your team, and if you're just starting out in VGC, it's like, even the best people and team builders in the world sometimes struggle to put together a good cohesive team, like, in a short amount of time, and certainly not in their first try. So I generally recommend, if like you want to learn the fundamentals, especially of battling, taking a rental team is really helpful. That being said, I think like there are players who basically start and then iterate on their team consistently. Just know that I think that process will take, I think, a very long time often.
I agree. I think that like it's kind of hard to know how to build a team if you don't like understand the format, and so I think it's good to see like which Pokemon are like currently good, which Pokemon are other people currently using, and going like that's all information you kind of need to build a good team. Like good team building doesn't just exist in a vacuum. You can't just be like, oh, like I think, you know, this Pokemon and this Pokemon work really well together. Like you need to understand what other people are using before you can use before you can really put the pieces together. Apollo asks, trying to get into VGC, playing Sword and Shield for the first time, is it okay to only have one Calyrex and switch between Ice and Shadow Calyrex, or just keep my Calyrex committed to one type? So this is a bit of a complicated question, but if you're just like starting out and trying to get into it, I think there's nothing wrong with having just one Calyrex and switching between them. The Shadow Rider Calyrex wants to have an attack stat that is no good to be perfectly optimal, but truthfully, like if you're not like going to tournaments, I think you don't need to worry about that much about it, especially if you're using like a Focus Shadow Rider, then it doesn't really matter that much. The main thing is just like it's slightly more optimal as you take less damage from the move Foul Play. And on the other side, many Ice Rider, some Calyrex Ice Rider will occasionally want a no good or like an imperfect speed stat. However, like many of them are also just running a perfect speed stat, which, so yeah, the only thing is that you can't really make one of your stats worse, and usually the Calyrex will sometimes or always want one of their stats to be like not as perfect. But yeah, I think if you're just starting out, it's not worth stressing about.
Yeah, it's one of those like small optimizations that if your goal is to like win a tournament, like it certainly can help. But it's like you know, time versus do you want to just like have both readily available?
Yeah.
How do you change your play between open and closed team sheets? I think with closed team sheets, you have a lot less margin for error, and so like I try not to play like as risky because like I know I can lose the game like very quickly. Open team sheets often are going to be best of threes as well, and so it's like I think I'm the kind of player that like doesn't mind losing game one in a best of three if I feel like I am able to like download my opponent's playstyle and understand like how they approach the game. But basically, I think in a closed team sheet, you have less room to make mistakes, and so as a result, like I think that I try to play maybe a little bit safer, whereas in open team sheets, I think like you can dial the like your level of safeness versus like playing risky over a longer period of time.
I think that like in closed team sheet is actually a slightly different skill set where like you are needing to bait out information, like trying to play so that your opponent like pressuring your opponent to terrestrialize, and then actually like playing defensively and not committing like until you've seen it, and like trying to like play out games so that you're like getting information, like confirming items. And sometimes you'll like actually make specific choices in the team builder, like maybe you run a Pokemon with the Frisk ability, which doesn't do anything in open team sheet because it just tells you the items of your opponent, but is actually an incredible ability in closed team sheet. So I think there are slight differences, but you don't need to change your play, but it can definitely help if you are playing at a more advanced level.
Yeah, I think maybe an example is also like in a closed team sheet environment, I'm like more prone to maybe clicking protect with both of my Pokemon on turn one, whereas in open team sheet, it's like if I know my opponent's moves and like I don't have to like worry about a potential terror or one potential move or item, then like I'm more prone to just like attacking on that first turn, for example.
Yeah, well said.
Okay, we've got another one. Have either of us used Clodsire before?
I used it like maybe one time because I was doing a challenge for a video where I tried to win with every Pokemon and like all the new Pokemon in Paldea. Outside of that though, never by choice, only for content.
Yeah, I think I tried it once as well. It was decent. I forget which regulation it was at this point.
Probably A, right?
I think it might have been in a...
Oh, for like Fluttermane?
Yeah, I feel like it was actually like in a format where no one would have expected it.
Okay.
I definitely tried it once, and it was like actually surprisingly fun /
cool.
decent in the context, but I wish I could remember the moveset that I had on
Yeah.
it. I don't, unfortunately. I see one more question here. What do you guys think is the best approach for improving?
I think a couple of things. I guess you asked for best. So my answer to it would be like playing games and playing it with intentionality and then reviewing your games as well. I think it's like if you play 10 games and like sit down and like actually review them, that can be a lot more helpful than just grinding out a lot of games. I think grinding out games is really helpful when a format is beginning, just to like understand, especially we had a question earlier about understanding like damage distribution and damage calcs. Like I think grinding out games can be really helpful in the beginning, but then once you reach a certain point, I think like each game on top might not like be as productive. But I think like reviewing your battles and being able to identify what are like the key turns, what are the moments where I thought like I lost the game, or what are the reasons why I thought I won the game, and being able to analyze your games properly, I think can help really, really significantly. But I also think VGC, especially if you're starting out, just like playing a lot of games to start really helpful. And then once you reach a point where you like have some decent understanding, reviewing your games frequently, I think is maybe even more helpful.
Yeah, I second all of that. I also think that like you need to be able to enjoy the process of getting better and like of improving, which also means you need to be able to like find enjoyment and fulfillment in your losses, is my opinion.
Yes.
Like, because if you're always winning, it's really hard to get better. Fortunately, Pokemon is a game where nobody is always winning, so you don't need to worry that much about it. But
and that's
like,
coming from the winningest player of all time. So.
yeah, but also one of the losingest. Like I've probably lost more official Pokemon, like official tournament games than most. I mean, probably like 95% of the player base, right? And I think that's kind of like, yeah, one of my secrets is that I've lost a lot, and I've really tried to look with reflection on all of those losses. Every time I lose, I try to figure out what I could do better. And so I think like going in with that mentality rather than being like, oh, I'm so mad I lost, like, or oh, I got so unlucky, right? Like being able to say, okay, like, yeah, it's frustrating to lose, but how do I use this to get better, you know?
Yeah, I feel like one of the things for me is like, Pokemon can be a really frustrating game, especially when you lose against things that you never expect. For me, I like try to find joy in that and being like, wow, like my opponent like had a really cool strategy, like let me learn from it rather than getting frustrated by it, because I think like, and that mindset I think has helped me a lot, because if you do constantly get frustrated by all these different things, the game is just so hard to play, honestly. Yeah. But I think, yeah, I remember doing an interview at Worlds last year, and I was like falling in love with like losing is actually a really big piece of it, because like you're gonna lose way more in this game, I think, than most other competitive games. And that's just by nature of how Pokemon is. But if you can find like appreciation and joy for it, that'll make your life easier.
Well said.
All right.
One?
Yeah, let's do it.
We keep saying the same thing at the same time, and we're wearing the same shirt.
All right, let's see.
I think we're showing, yeah, there we go.
Can we get Miraidon?
5 big booms!
Boom, 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 boom. I think I have been actually pretty pleased with every Pokemon's performance today, except
You've been
for
popping off.
Iron Hands has been, I feel like.
Well, yeah.
Can do a little better, but
Well, I think Ursaluna keeps eating his lunch.
it's more Calyrex Zapazenta.
What are you doing? Are you still gonna magnet? Okay, but this one has Clefairy. You know what I think about Clefairy?
PP?
Oh yeah, Clefairy's German name is Pee, which is what it says when it sounds gets it out. But what I was gonna say is that I feel like if they have Clefairy, it's normally a setup Shadow Rider.
Yes, like Nasty Plot or even Calm Mind.
Yeah. There's no Rillaboom actually. You can click Discharge.
Ooh. I mean, Zama looks really good offensively into this matchup as well.
Zacian?
I literally have mixed up these two Pokemon.
Dude, if they don't leave with Zamazenta, you can just Whimsicott your Rhydon, discharge. Like Light Screen Discharge into Tailwind Discharge and shake my hand.
I'm down. But then the question is, you know, part of me wants Fergus just so bad into Clefairy.
Yeah.
So it could be, you know, I was saying Hans hasn't gotten a lot of love. Could this be it?
It's good into Chenpao. You don't have Heavy Slam. It's good. It's okay into Zamazenta. I feel like Fake Out Pressure can be good. I feel like you can use it well.
Pork is like, please.
Bring the pork.
Okay, I'll bring the pork.
Okay.
But I think, yeah, sometimes in VGC you'll have like, oh, like I could see either Pokemon working in the matchup, and so this is one of those cases. For most of the Calyrex Zamazenta games I've gone with so far, it's been Farigiraf approach, but because my opponent has Clefairy, it's a little bit scarier. Mainly because Clefairy just protects the Calyrex and the Zamazenta so well. So it's like if you have Clefairy, even if I set up Trick Room, like Clefairy can just follow me while Calyrex.
Or after you.
Exactly.
Oh!
Is it time? Is it time?
It's time! Let's go. This is what I want to see. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh boy.
If they don't make a very specific play here, they're gonna get really sad really fast.
What do they even have in the back? Like Zama?
Zama Ursh or Zama Chenpao or Zama Ogerpon?
Ogerpon? I can just do this, right?
Yeah. I'm with you.
Whee!
So I think what could be worrying here is like turn 1 you get it right, like maybe they go for Calm Mind or whatever.
But then they go Protect, switch in Zama
Wide
Guard.
They sack Clefairy for Zama Wide Guard. So that's why on turn 2 you switch to Iron Hands.
But this turn 1 is pretty foolproof. There's not actually a ton they can do unless I have played against Ground Terra, Calyrex, Shadow Rider.
Oh, I have 2 actually.
Yeah.
With Life Orb maybe?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Oh, I like this music.
It's kind of bumping.
Wait, which one is this? Must be one of the DLC ones. Oh, maybe not. Is that you?
No, that's them.
Oh no. Ground Terra? There's no way. No.
I told you, dude! I told you!
We brought Iron Hands in the back, and now we're next to the discharge. Oh my god.
No one even uses discharge!
No. Wait, we can talk about this. What's the worst? Is Terra Blast worse?
No, I live.
I think Astro Barrage is worse because then you KO your Whimsicott and then you just lose the game. Okay, you live.
Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, not really fine.
You probably live. You live. Oh, jeez. It's not even Life Orb. Wait, is it?
Specs? No.
No.
No, it has to be. With light screen up?
Well, Helping Hand counts as a light screen.
Oh, we almost KO'd Clef.
Oh, do you mind if I do?
I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. I mean, I can believe it, but... okay, I can...
Your whole team is weak to ground, otherwise you could all.
I might sack Miraidon?
No, because you have to discharge yourself. I think Hands is less valuable. Like, you can now, you can Draco the... You need a way of one-shotting it, right?
Yeah, so I can Moonblast Clef, switch into Hands.
Yeah. There's one, you don't want a Tailwind, right?
Not this turn, right?
Okay. I don't really know. This is 2. I'm not mind of depth.
All right, I'm going for it. Moonblast into you. Switch into you. I mean, it has to be Specs. Like, how would it do that much damage, right? With Light Screen?
Well, Helping Hand gets with the light screen.
Oh.
So.
Wait, okay, never mind. I forgot about Helping Hand.
Right?
I should have Tailwinded. That was potentially suspect. Yeah, that definitely should have been Tailwind. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah! That's what I'm talking about! That's... Okay, I don't need Specs. That's my analysis. And that was Helping Hand. Oh my god, that
Wait,
was
did no
Helping Hand.
damage.
Wait, what do you mean did no damage? That was Helping Hand. We
Yeah, no, but I
on the
lived.
spot. Oh, yeah. Wait, was it Focus Sash Clefairy? I didn't see.
No, it just lived on one.
It just lived?
Okay, we're fine.
We're not chilling, but we're not reverse chilling either.
I've seen worse.
We've come back from worse.
But that should have been a Tailwind, because it would covers for Helping Hand Astral.
Yeah, but it's okay. We get an extra turn now.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it was actually, like, we were like, what are they, like, I played against it before, but like,
oh.
So funny.
Discharge. It's fine.
Well, Zama comes in, right? Yeah.
Zamadenta. Alejandro. They just buy. Well, I will survive Astral Body potentially, right?
I think so. I think you have the Bank Punch surviving.
Question is low kick or does low kick doesn't one shot anyway?
No. Are you going after Zama or Shadow Rider?
Zama, because then I can just Draco Calyrex with Tailwind up.
Oh, I guess that makes more sense.
I think I want more damage onto it. I'll put it in KO range.
Something about this isn't clicking with me. Like, well, you don't know that it's not stashed, by the way, but I guess with Clefairy you can probably bank on it not being. They have Chen-Pao, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my thought process.
Oh, they're giving out the defense boost.
What?
Oh, if you Drain Punch, you're Omega chilling.
Still fine, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but now Chen-Pao's Prio. Oh, what?
Oh my god, that's so good. Now you have Encore pressure. Wait, we're back in it. I don't know. Were they? Did you fake out pressure this turn? You did.
Yeah, but I don't think I was gonna fake out anyway.
Yeah, you didn't want to fake out.
Sweet.
That's so good.
Encore Drain Punch?
Into who? Because you could Drain Punch the Shadow Rider here.
True, yeah. I actually like that, I think. But the main thing is because this has Prio, if I eliminate this, like, Miraidon just hits the field and doesn't have to worry about...
Yeah, you're right, okay. But if they protect and switch, but then even then what, right?
Yeah, you would switch back on it, but like now no defense Zama feels fine to go up against.
But, yeah.
Maybe I will.
Wait, low kick. I think you want the damage. Because if they switch to Zama, you get the KO.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a Sword of Ruin, I think.
Yeah.
No defense boost. I don't think I've ever seen Iron Hands one-shot a
Zamazenta?
Yeah.
But it might here. It actually will, I think, with Sword of Rune End.
Okay.
That's fine.
Oh,
no flinch, no flinch, no flinch.
No flinch, no flinch. Okay. It's still not over though, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I led you astray. Maybe you didn't want to KO. Like maybe it was actually better to KO the 1 HP Chen Pao than the full HP Zamazenta.
Yeah.
Because now they're threatening a KO on both, right? And you don't have enough Tailwind turns left. Wait. And you've already Terra'd your Miraidon, right?
2 turns.
Like they go Sucker Punch, right?
Into Whims.
Into Whims.
And then Astral.
Yeah. And that gets them 2 KOs.
Does Astral one-shot hands? I'm actually not confident it does.
But they could Terra Blast it, which is the same thing, right?
The question is just Calyrex Sweet Meat, right?
Yeah.
We still have Light Screen up. Oh yeah, so it definitely won't. Sucker Punch Terra Blast is their play.
Yeah. I think you might want to switch Whims out, but
yeah.
To Miraidon, cycle off, yeah. Just go for the Chen Pao, I guess, with Drain Punch.
Oh yeah, I should have Drain Punch, but... Yeah, if we knocked out Chen Pao there last turn...
It's just tricky with the Shadow Rider still alive.
Yeah.
They didn't Sucker Punch.
Oh my
Or
gosh.
they didn't do any priority.
Wait.
Into that slot?
Did they forget Tailwind? Is it? Maybe not. Maybe they... Okay. Maybe they were respecting Farigiraf? That was a great call by them, honestly.
Well,
like
we haven't
this...
revealed Zacian yet. Unless they miss here. You survive, there's no way.
No, I don't think so. Wow! I could have just Moonblasted.
It's not over, it's not over, it's not over.
Yeah.
Because now it's a 50-50.
Because Tailwind is up for 1 more turn.
Yeah.
So I have Behemoth Blade onto either slot.
You can so you can Behemoth Blade into Calyrex and Moonblast, which beats everything that's not Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
Or yeah, assuming they don't have.
I just can't believe they didn't Sucker there. Like I'm almost like, do they surely they have
Surely
it.
they have a priority move.
Yeah.
You can go for another Light Screen and hope that you survive. Like a +1
Astral Barrage. Yeah.
It's up to you. I mean, this is a guessing game and I'm terrible at these, so you should do what's in your heart.
Yeah, I am leaning towards targeting Calyrex, I think. Light Screen here. Target Calyrex is what I'm thinking. Or, well, if I Light Screen and I target you, you just get to Astral me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, the Protect is obvious from their end, right?
Yeah, but so is the Moonblast from your end. Well, it's fine as long as they don't, if they Sucker Punch, you're fine.
Yeah.
They need to go for specifically like a damaging move here. And actually, it's still possible, Aaron, that even if they... Okay, nice.
Okay, we're good.
Super good.
Yeah, sweet. That was the logic there. It's like the only way they could work out there is if Chen Pao attacks Whims. I was worried they had Ice Shard, though.
Yeah, I thought about it, too. I mean, they could still have Ice Shard, but if they did, then they should.
So now we just Tailwind.
And I think with Sword of Ruin active, you should KO, right?
Yeah.
And we know they're not Focus Sash because Chen Pao has it.
Woo! Well, okay, it's not over yet. But...
Oh my god. How could you do this to us? Sucker Punch, Azagle Crash.
It's fine. Zama should not lose this.
Sensation. Table.
It's Throat Chop. Wait,
okay.
Throat Chop, Icicle Crash,
Sucker Punch, presumably Protect.
Yeah.
So not even Sacred Sword.
No Sacred Sword. We're chilling.
Probably.
Unless Quadruple Protect.
No, they need more.
Wait, they need 3 more.
Because that was your first turn of Tailwind?
Yeah.
The question is, does +1 Behemoth Blade and Sword of Ruin KO Calyrex? It really should, right?
That's a crazy question, Wolf.
It should, right?
It should, right?
It should, right? It definitely should.
It should, right?
It should. But it might not.
No, there's no shot. There's no shot. It doesn't.
They're gonna go for the triple.
Someone said it was Encore Chen Pao. No, Chen Pao is Dark type.
No,
so.
they're saying Encore and KO the Chen Pao, but it would have lost to double protect there.
Yes.
So this is the right play. Did he fail the triple? Nice. Well played. That was really tricky after the turn 1. I like when the chat is wrong. I think so. It's like when the chat is wrong, it's especially good when no offense, chat, but when there's a delay, because like I'm living in the future. I know that you were wrong. You will learn soon.
Nice. Good job, Zashin.
Yeah. Okay,
Not even Ground Terra Calyrex can stop my Miraidon.
You brought all 3 of your Ground League Pokemon too.
Oh, feels good. It also feels good to one-shot a Zamazenta.
Oh wait, their play worked too, because because Zashin would outspeed. So I was wrong actually. I think chat was right.
Encore Calyrex.
And Behemoth Blade the Chenpao, because Zashin is faster.
Yeah. No, chat's right.
Chat's right.
Chat's right.
I was wrong.
Chat's right.
That's important to be wrong sometimes. Well played. That was spooky. I can't believe we talked about Ground Terra Shadow Rider and we were like, yeah, like some people run this, but like, yeah, just like, oh, it's like a funny thing you should be aware of. And then immediately
It literally came out, yeah.
We didn't even mention it for any of the other Shadow Riders, just that one specifically.
Yeah, I'm trying to, was there any reason to not Encore Blade?
Shard Adamant, but...
If they protect with both Pokemon there, they stall out my Tailwind, but then I just Tailwind Blade.
I think the situation was that it was the last turn of Tailwind. Oh, wait.
It was the last turn, yeah, last turn of Tailwind
which turn were we
Calyrex.
supposed to Encore Blade?
The turn where Calyrex just protected the
So not the last turn of Tailwind?
Yeah, the turn after. Yeah, didn't I need to Tailwind there? Wait, okay, I'm lost in the sauce. When did...
Like, okay, I think what they're saying is that if Calyrex gets the double protect and we Encore it and it blocks the double, Zashin will still outspeed and KO the Chenpao before it can finish your Whimsicott Hut.
Yes.
So maybe that's fine, but then we lose Sword of Ruin, but then we can have Encore Pressure, so it's probably fine.
Yeah. All right, well, we did it. That was satisfying.
That was a tough one. We had a couple tough games,
That's why you don't, I mean, like, we've been talking about this, right? Like, it's very easy to get tilted and want to give up after turn 1 because you're like, what the heck? Like, I'm up against Ground Terra Calyrex Shadow Rider, but the reality is, like, Miraidon's actually not the most important Pokemon. I mean, it is very good in that matchup, but like Zashin's damage output is like absolutely bonkers in that one, right? Like Clefairy, Calyrex, Zamazenta, right? And so, yeah, like Zashin was able to come out and do really, really well. But it was mainly scary because it was at this point, like I think getting the second Tailwind up was really important. Because I think like one of the most dangerous things about late game Calyrex Shadow Rider is just it gets to click Astral Barrage and everything, and our opponent did like bring my Pokemon low enough where it was just like able to start Astral Barraging everything, but that first light screen absolutely saved us, prevented us from getting knocked out, which was huge. I also got very lucky in that one because I ended up Moonblasting. That should have been a Tailwind, and then they, Clefairy was
paralyzed,
presumably was going for Helping Hand. It could have been a Protect there, I guess,
or
Follow Me, yeah. But if it were Helping Hand, then I would have lost my Pokemon there, which would have been really bad. So yeah.
We have a question from the chat. Played VGC 10 years ago, but haven't touched it since. How much would you say has the VGC space changed as a whole in that time? I mean, it's almost unrecognizable. It's changed, in my opinion. I think it's changed so much. Just in that, like, I mean, back in the day, you know, tournaments would like rarely get 100 entrants, right? I feel like it was like the NAIC and EUIC equivalents back then would get like maybe 200 sometimes. Like,
I will say it's actually like come in waves. So now it's a history lesson, but. VGC 2010, Newark Regionals. This was when regionals were single elimination. You literally just sign up and like show up and play. Like it wasn't like as rigorous of like you need to get a spot online. That tournament capped out at 768 people. So
that was the record for a long time.
There were even more people that wanted to enter. Like I remember I took my friend to compete there and he was like one of the last people to get in. But like there was actually a lot of interest, but it was a lot easier to get into because this was like you can show up and just play like one game. It was single elimination as well, so a lot of people would show up and just go home. And then like throughout the years, it felt like every new generation would be a huge wave, obviously, right? And so if you think about like X and Y, like that was when 2014 we also had one of the largest regionals over. I think it was in Southern California. They even split it into 2 different flights, and I think it ended at like 3 a.m.
There was Philly 2012, which was also 2 different flights.
Yes, correct, and that was big as well. But
which
then
also ended at like 11.
Yes. But then you like reach like the end of a game's life cycle. So then it's like, 2016, for example, post Worlds, I feel like people weren't really playing very much. 2017, Sun and Moon comes, big boom once again.
Big boom!
Big boom! But then like the attendance has really waned. But now I feel like we're at an inflection point in VGC where we're at the end of Scarlet and Violet, but we are breaking attendance numbers.
Yes.
Despite it being the end of a game, which is like unheard of before.
Agreed, yeah. But I think also just like, the tournament space feels very different in many ways, at least to me. Just because like for a long time, it felt like VGC was this really niche thing, right? It was like, this was something that we were super passionate about, we cared a lot about. All of us in the community felt this way, but like if you told people that you played Pokemon competitively, they would like kind of like look at you funny. Whereas nowadays, like, I mean, you know, like there's like VGC videos are getting millions of views. You know what I mean? In a way that like,
oh, it's this guy.
Well, okay, not entirely, but like, yeah, like I mean, I remember back in the day, if you posted a video on YouTube, you would expect like if you capped out at 10,000 views, you're like, that's everybody who cares about VGC. Good job. You know what I mean? And so now it's just like, yeah, the tournaments are much grander, they're much bigger. Even regionals nowadays are much more just like much bigger in many ways. So.
But I also think like if you did go to a tournament 10 years ago and you show up to one tomorrow, like the scale of it is a little bit maybe like somewhat bigger, but it like still feels like the same fundamental experience.
That's true. Yeah, you'd recognize it for sure. You wouldn't be like, what's become of this thing that I used to do?
Exactly.
Know?
Yeah.
It's still but it's just like everything is taken up a couple notches. I want to play again.
Yeah. Well, okay. While you queue up, we got one more question.
Oh.
Question for you guys: how do you adjust mid-set to either a win or a loss? You find that you're consistently inconsistent with this mindset. That is a really good question. I'm trying to like try to think of a quick answer as Wolf looks at team preview here.
I'm looking.
I wish I had Miraidon, like Miraidon Discharge.
Yeah, Miraidon Discharge looks nice here.
But as Wolf picks his team, I think if you mean mid-set, like in a tournament in a best of 3, like I think it's understanding like in order to win. I'm trying to say this in a way that's actually helpful. But I think it's like in the finding ways to. Okay, now I'm just rambling.
It's hard while I'm like pushing the buttons.
Yeah, and I hear like the tick sounds behind, yeah. Okay, let's come back to this one after.
Sure, we'll come back to it.
Because it's a really good question.
Okay,
it's a really good one.
I kind of want to bring Whimsicott here, but I really want Trick Room up, but I'm worried about. I bring Whimsicott. Like I bring Whimsicott. I want to bring Instant or Ursaluna because they're good into like. In Trick Room, and they're good into especially Kyogre, who's hard to beat. Like no physical attacker again could be bad, right?
Instant's one of those where it's like into the bottom 4, it looks quite solid.
But into the top 2.
So bad.
Or Ursaluna. It's gonna be hard to get Ursaluna in properly, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I kinda wanna bring Whimsicott.
Yeah, Endeavor. Just do it. I think if you don't know what to do, do Whimsicott.
I do Whimsicott.
Yes!
I think it was supposed to be Incineroar.
Can we get a third Endeavor? Endeavor!
I think about adjusting between games of a set is about like understanding what happened in the last game and how you expect that to affect your opponent's perception, right? Like, was there a Pokemon that was really good on your end? You're like, oh, they need to bring this to beat it? Stuff like that, you know? Ooh. 5 big booms. Okay, well, it's
Water Terra is not bad here.
Water Terra is pretty good. Booster energy. I'm worried about Taunt, obviously. Special attack? Oh, special attack being boosted is scary. Wait, special attack. Can I just Expanding Force Helping Hand? Yeah, and then go for Tailwind? Because I was going to Trick Room, but now I'm not so sure. Taunt this! Baby! I feel like Special Attack Booster could be Trick Room, because that was the last one, right? That we saw was also Special Attack Booster.
That's just so great, like...
I feel like that was like a Regulation F strategy.
Yeah. We had seen it in the context of Sun, right? Because they had cried on Fluttermane, but this time it's just pure Special Attack Booster.
Yeah. Fluttermane is a Pokemon that I think is really good in these best of 1 closed team sheet tournaments because it has so many moves it can run.
We've seen even like things like max... Oh, okay.
Kind of wide guarded.
Like max HP, max defense being used on Fluttermane.
Slow Kyogre. Sloger.
Oh my goodness.
Mein Gott. Spout. Yay! Oh. Okay, they didn't respect wide guard at all.
Oh my gosh.
The question is, what do I do if Shadow Rider comes out? Do I go like wide guard plus... Oh, it's Torn.
Oh. They're gonna Tailwind?
Tailwind? Do I wide guard?
You can just follow me Trick Room, right? Oh, you don't have Trick Room.
But I can also Helping Hand Expanding Force.
You can also wide guard Trick Room.
I can also wide guard Trick Room. I think I like wide guard Trick Room here.
Yeah.
Like it's really hard for them to punish. Show me Tailwind Water Spout. Tell me Tailwind Origin Pulse. Yeah.
Oh?
Well, you need to get Trick Room up, otherwise this is kind of a wasted move.
You will, trust.
I didn't get it up, brother.
Fine.
Do I survive?
Yeah.
Ooh, Lunala is so good.
Para.
Whose side are you on? Okay, so That's an Expanding Force Ranger, right? Because that was
Yes.
+1 Expanding Force, so I just go Expanding Force and Psychic, I think.
Yeah.
They haven't Terra'd yet. Oh, no. Oh, wait, they have Tailwind up. I was like, their Kyogre's too slow.
No, you're fine, yeah.
But the Tornadus could be Dark Terra. But am I overthinking it?
Well, what do you have in the back again?
Dialga Whims.
Even if they're Dark Terra, I think it's fine.
Yeah. They might not even have Protected Kyogre, because they have Thunder. And Spout.
They may have dropped Ice Beam.
That's true.
What is the item on? Okay.
Oh,
okay, nice. Ooh, boop, boop.
That's tanky.
Oh, tap on Tornadus' nose. Oh my gosh. I think this is one of the most satisfying feelings when Expanding Force just gets to KO everything.
Yeah, it's a really good feeling. I think part of what makes Expanding Force so threatening is that if you have Psychic terrain up, like, you're also shutting down Fake Out, you know what I mean? Whereas oftentimes with like kind of these offensive strategies, like Discharge, you have to worry about Fake Out.
Yeah.
Shadow Rider. I still haven't Terra'd.
What Terra do you think it is? What's your guess?
We don't know where the Sash is, right? Could be on Ursh, but it's probably Scarf.
I mean, you're up 4-2. There's no way you lose this, right? Especially with,
I could, oh wait, I have Endeavor Whims in the back, so I'm probably fine. I kind of want a Wide Guard here. Is that bad? Like, scout 1 turn for Terra?
I think that's fine.
There's 3
turns, yeah.
Okay, GG.
Nice. Someone said, what's your favorite Pokemon cry in animation?
I don't know. I really like Clefairy's cry. Beep beep.
Gastrodon.
Gastrodon's really good.
Animation, I don't know. Out of the ones we've seen today, Dialga. Oh, you know what it is? It's Gunk Shot from back in the day, where it's literally a garbage can.
Gen 6 Gunk Shot is really good.
Yeah.
I'm really fond of some of the Gen 3 ones, like Ice Beam. Like
Ice Beam is a classic.
Ding, 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 ding. And like the classic like Boba Bullet Seed. You know what I mean?
Poo, 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 poo. Anyway, okay, yeah. Back to this initial question, which I wanted to answer. So mid-sec, I imply as in like a best of 3 set, but I'll answer this both for best of 3 as well as like between games in a tournament like this. Yeah, I think for a best of 3 set, a lot about it is like, I frame it as I don't care about winning a game or losing a game if it's not like getting me closer to like winning the overall set. I know that probably sounds like it makes no sense. But what I mean by it is,
I hear what you're saying, brother.
It's like I think it's really easy to like win a game and suddenly be like, oh my god, I'm up a game, like I've got this down the bag. But for me, like what I'm thinking after game 1 is not did I win or lose, but how much information did I learn from that? Like what are the key ways I've learned about approaching this matchup that I think will, and like sometimes it's like you get blown out in one game, but you realize, oh, it's because I didn't bring the right Pokemon, right? Like if I just brought this one different Pokemon to the matchup, it would have changed things dramatically. So yeah, I lost, but I lost and I learned a really valuable lesson. Now if I fix that, it should give me a big advantage. So yeah, I would say like when I approach sets, it's like I try not to think about like the outcome of what happened in the first game, but more so like what's all the information I've downloaded from it and how can I use that to better improve my play afterwards. And like the converse is I think when I was younger, I'd be like, oh my god, I'm up a game against this really good player. I feel like really, really excited. But then I start focusing more on the fact that I won rather than like the actual knowledge that I've attained throughout that. And then sometimes I get downloaded by my opponent because I'm too focused on the fact that I actually won or lost rather than like learning from it, if that makes sense.
Extremely well said. Yeah, just as an anecdote, there was a game at EOIC, my last round of the day on day 1, and it was on stream. And game 1, I lost, like didn't KO a single Pokemon.
Yeah, I remember.
Like 4-0, no KOs, like just got totally blown up. Game 2, I won 4-0. Game 3, I won 4-0. Because I think when you're thinking about, oh, like, should I adjust? It's not something you do arbitrarily or because you feel like you should. Because oftentimes, like, you'll have a game plan, it'll work, and you'll be like, well, I'll do it again. Like, they got to show me how they're going to stop it, right? I think what you have to keep in mind is, like, the reason why you adjust is because you've been given new information. Sometimes that's, like, literal information, like, oh, their Shadow Rider is really slow. Like, that means that my Koraidon will outspeed, that changes my game plan, right? But sometimes that's less, like, literal, like, oh, the stats of the Pokemon on your opponent's side, and it's more like, like, I thought they were going to approach this from, like, a Tailwind angle, but actually they're leaning more into Trick Room. I think they're going to lean in more into Trick Room again. Let me, like, bring my anti-Trick Room Pokemon. So I think when you're thinking about adjusting in the middle of a set, you need to think about, like, what new information have you learned, and how does that impact what you want to do in the next game, which is basically what Darren said.
Yeah, and if it's between games, like as in when you're playing one of these tournaments, I think it's literally actually just like taking a few hours break because you have that option when you play in these tournaments rather than the in-person tournaments. And I think like sometimes you'll have a really exhausting win in these tournaments as well. Like maybe it was a 15-minute like total, just intense battle, or maybe it was a game where like you just like used a lot of brain power. It
Yeah.
wasn't one where you could just click buttons. You were like, oh my gosh, I had to like think about what my opponent could do every turn. I outpredicted them for turn after turn after turn. Like I think people often think about taking breaks after losing, but after winning, I think sometimes, especially like in exhausting games, is something that's important as well. So yeah, I think like a lot of our philosophy about like these tournaments is like don't play more than like just maybe 3 or 4 games max in a time, like hour stretch, take a break, come back later.
Don't do what we're doing right now. This is strictly, don't try this at home. This is strictly for educational purposes.
Yes.
We got a question in the chat. Ipongo. Iponge. For you, what would be the best 2 restrictions to learn VGC? Not only the easiest, but the ones that are the best for progression. I think there's not like part of what makes VGC a really beautiful game is that there's not one size fits all answer. Like it depends is the short answer. But if you were to force me to tell you 2 restrictors that I would recommend, I think Miraidon Ice Rider would probably be the 2 that I would recommend. Ice Rider is extremely tanky, really difficult to remove, and I think it's good for learning because like if you're using Shadow Rider, you get 1 turn wrong, you could lose your restricted. Ice Rider is so tanky that basically unless you really mess up, that thing is not going away anytime soon. And Miraidon just does so much damage that it requires like at a high level, like yeah, you absolutely need to position and like plan around it, but I think that like the flexibility of Volt Switch, the power that it outputs, the ability to control the terrain, I think these are all really useful things, and they pair well together really, like as well too. So that'd be my recommendation.
I think Lunala Koraidon because it's like a really offensive duo. They are going to be a little bit weaker in terms of like you're 4 times weak, obviously. To
3 types between the 2 of them.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the reason I recommend them is because they offer a lot of like damage output, which I think is really good because it's like you can just try to knock your opponents out before they get a chance to beat you. Those 2 also often enable like really strong Pokemon like Chi-Yu, for example. And so yeah, I think it's hard to have one answer in this format specifically. It's so new. But as someone who like tried out Lunala Koraidon very early before we officially started, I was like, this is powerful.
Yeah, well said. Shepard says, Feint seems like it should be such a good move, but is very rarely used. Is there a reason why it gets so little play? I won the World Championship with Feint, so
back in my day.
Feint was a great move. I think what you have to keep in mind is there's a lot of anti-priority right now between Psychic Terrain, Queenly Majesty, Armor Tail, like lots of things that will stop priority moves, and also Terra Ghost is like a really real thing where in order for Feint to work, you actually have to connect with the normal type move, and so just given how prevalent Terra Ghost is, given how prevalent the anti-priority tools are, it gets a little bit less play. I suspect that it's stronger in best of 1. When I was practicing for this tournament, there was this Smeargle Kyogre team which had Feint in the Smeargle, where like if you were like relying on Wide Guard to stop the Water Spout, they would just Feint and hit through it. Or same with it was Kyogre, Ice Rider, Smeargle. And so they could Feint to get around Wide Guard for both of the restricteds, and so I think it's like definitely usable, but yeah, there's a lot of anti-priority moves.
Yeah, and I think part of it is like Feint historically actually was very good back in the day, like from like 2011 through like 2016. Like part of the reason was like who are the Pokemon that actually would use Feint, and Hitmontop was one of the best Pokemon goats in 2012 and 2013. Incineroar obviously now is like the premier fake out user, as is like things like Rillaboom and Iron Hands, and it's just Hitmontop, when it really ruled VGC, was not only the default fake out user, but it got access to Feint as well.
Yeah.
Now, if you think about the premier fake out users, they don't get access to Feint. So it's a combination of like, well, everything Wolfe just said, as well as I think just like the move or the users of Feint just being weaker on average and like not being as strong meta picks.
Yeah, well said.
Should we do another one?
Shall we?
Let's do it.
Shall we dance?
Let's dance.
I think this is game number 10 for you.
Wow, double digits.
Double digits.
We were projecting like maybe...
Dude, you passed, you're top 100. You're 1,600.
That's pretty good.
You're so good. That's nuts.
Here we go. All right.
This is Reverse David.
Lunala Koraidon!
We're talking about it. Wait, this is...
It's actually really scary.
This is very similar to the team that Colin Hire and I think Rogov brought to Milwaukee Regionals. They had I think it was instant over Chen Pao, but I think otherwise the same.
Okay. Let's see. I think I don't like Whimsicott in a Trick Room matchup. Like
it's not necessarily
Farig.
Trick Room. They have the option of Lunala, but it's probably fast Flutter Mane with Sash.
I like Farig a lot. Thornton Psychic and Foul Play. It's not great into... Depends on Chen Pao's offensive move pool. What happens if I go with this? Am I exposed? It's a little bit spooky.
Miraidon Hands?
Sorry, Miraidon Farigiraf. It's mainly the Miraidon slot like gets a little bit exposed, I think.
Yeah.
Because like if you lead like...
You'd probably need to voltage into your hands immediately.
Yeah.
The thing is like you don't want to set Trick Room up, do you? So why are you leading Farigiraf? Because what is it going to do?
Yeah, I mean, Pressure's Psychic, Pressure's Foul Play. I don't like hate setting up Trick Room, but they should probably be bringing Ursaluna.
Like they probably want to like lead with either Chen Power or Flutter Mane, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna pressure your Miraidon right away.
I could just discharge.
That's true.
I'm thinking about it.
Wait, you could. Oh no, that's stupid. Sorry.
I'm gonna go with you, and it feels weird to not. Yeah, I'll go Ursaluna.
Oh boy. This makes me very nervous.
We'll see. We'll see about this one, folks.
Well, this makes me nervous.
We'll see about this one. I actually have no experience. I think this is a really interesting team, actually, because, like, Chien-Pao, you don't normally see that much with, like, Koraidon or Lunala. You have to respect the Ursaluna combination as well, so... Okay.
I think that's not the worst lead you could have seen.
Yeah. I think the main threat is Ursaluna switch in, Trick Room going up on turn 1.
Yeah, agreed. Because you have 3 ground weak Pokemon.
Yeah. Trick Room going up actually is pretty gnarly.
I think you lose immediately.
Do I discharge? Like, I'm actually thinking... No, there's no reason to Terra.
No reason to Terra. I think you might need to save it for, like, your Zacian. Wait, who's faster between Whimsicott and...
Miraidon?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's not do that.
Did we just...
I know. Miraidon's faster, yeah.
You gotta make a move.
This is not a good play.
Oh.
I meant to discharge.
Oh, no.
No!
Oh, no. No, they're gonna switch in Ursaluna, trust.
That's what I was thinking, actually, but...
If they switch in Ursaluna, I think you're okay. But if they don't, I think you're in Omega trouble. I thought you were gonna, like, Volt Switch or something. Ursaluna! Yeah! Oh, wait, don't miss. Oh, my God, you're so good. You're so good. That is unbelievable. Unreal. Wait, they only... Oh, my God, you're so good.
Never mind, guys.
Oh my God. It's reverse doom.
That was what I was hoping they would do, but there was so much that could go wrong.
Yeah, if
right?
they just stayed in with the Amoonguss, I think it was kind of
Rage Powder Trick Room.
Rage Powder Trick Room was kind of unbeatable.
Yeah.
Oh, Koraidon.
The bike is out.
We like the bike. Yeah, agreed.
I could actually protect here, but the other thing I'm thinking is just normal Terra Blood Moon, but then they could protect Koraidon.
But then what do they do next turn?
Yeah.
You have Encore Pressure, you have Light Screen Pressure.
8.
Like, I think it was okay to protect, but I think, like, pushing your advantage is good. Because they could...
What are they gonna do?
What are they gonna do?
That's so... We've had 2 Draco Meteor one-shotting Amoongus's.
No, it didn't one-shot the Amoonguss.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
One-shotting Amoonguss slot. Wolf. No switches? No switches?
By the way, this does highlight why like Ursaluna is a Pokemon that can be hard to use because you often like people do want to switch it in and get that Flame Orb and Guts active, but in this case, like nope.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
It's risky, yeah. Like if you like take a ton of damage or
I'm a
little surprised by that.
Do we think it's Lunala? No, wrong way. Into what? Fire?
Fire? I guess they're worried about Draco Meteor.
Oh, okay.
But I mean,
GG?
Well, I think it's KO. Surely it's KO.
There's no way it doesn't. Well, unless it's Assault Vest.
Oh!
Assault Vest Bike?
Assault Vest Bike?
It actually ended up being the perfect turn 1 because Ursa just gets to... Okay.
God, you're so good.
This actually is part of the reason why I picked this team for the showcase, by the way, because I really like winning games quickly.
Yeah.
I think like when you have things that can literally just one-shot Pokemon, it's so powerful.
You can encore them. There's kind of no counterplay.
This is also an example where I was like, I think I'm kind of like doomed on turn 1. So it's like, you know, if they end up switching, it actually just wins. If it doesn't, okay.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, like basically, even, we're in a good spot right now, but like my post-game analysis of this is like Fergraph is like maybe worth considering. I think
Ferg over Ursaluna honestly might have been better.
Yeah, exactly.
But that way if Trigger went up, you weren't just immediately like kind of like, yeah. Screwed.
Yeah, that was kind of the logic behind like Miraidon for Ig lead. Like if they go Trick Room, I can either reverse like pressure with Foul Play as well.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I find that Frigger's interesting because essentially what it allows me to do is, let's say you set up Trick Room, I can just protect with like my Zama or my Ursa and then just reverse Trick Room afterwards. Anyway, we still have multiple turns.
You could Encore the Meteor Beam or you could Blight Screen.
That'd be kind of nasty.
I think it's kind of mean.
Yeah.
I like it. Because you also lock them at a wide guard that way.
Yeah. I think either probably work in this one, honestly. Like, Miraidon and Zacian are just not losing this endgame.
Yeah.
Ursaluna's been a beast, though, honestly.
Ursaluna's been really good.
Although it is crazy seeing it get one-shot by some random things. Like Life Orb Psychic from Cavalry Shadow Rider.
HP, that's crazy.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Sorry.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Wow. But that did nothing. What? Why did that do like?
I don't know. Why did it do nothing?
2 turns of Trick Room.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those end games where there's like any combination of moves probably does it.
Oh!
Wait.
So we thought.
Wait.
Hang on. We might have messed this one up a little bit.
That's actually a really nice May.
Yeah.
I totally did not think about Pollen Puff.
Oh, what a KO did they had in Pollen Puffed? Chip.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. And you don't resist rock anymore. Oh, bye-bye.
That's fine.
Because they have to use it one more time.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it was a good impression.
Thank you. Elf Fun. That's its, Wait, who actually do I bring out?
It's gotta be Zacian because you don't want to lose the terrain, right?
Yeah. What? Wait, how did Amoonguss take that Hyper Voice so well?
Must be like max
impressive.
special bulk. And Hyper Voice isn't, that's the thing, is Hyper Voice isn't that strong with like without a special attack boosting nature.
Yeah. Wait, this is not 100% one yet, right?
I think you Behemoth Blade and Hyper Voice into the Lunala.
Yeah.
Because at the end of this, you're all like, they just don't have the damage, right? They have a Pollen Puff to get around this, but that's gonna put their Amoonguss low HP, and then you can Behemoth Blade, like Hyper Voice breaks the shield, and then you get 2 Behemoth Blades.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just surprised normal Terra normal Terra Hyper Voice isn't a two-shot.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm surprised by that too.
Maybe it was a low roll.
Yeah.
Wow.
That looked like it did a lot more. +3.
That's pretty scary,
I mean,
dude.
If we don't stop it, we might lose.
Nah, trust. I was gonna say discharge, but then I would be actually attacking myself, which would not be good. Wow!
Oh, that does a lot.
Close. No more Encore. No more Trick Room.
Okay, we haven't
terrain.
confirmed Lunala doesn't have Protect yet, so you have to be careful here.
No, but it's fine, right? Because it's just like, just do this.
Right. Yeah.
As long as I don't
Yeah, you're right.
attack into a wide guard.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow! I can't believe that Draco worked on turn 1 though.
Yeah,
that was like a Hail Mary.
Crazy busy.
Okay, bye-bye Amoonguss. I really think Lunala Ursaluna though. Like, I mean, you're using it, but it feels...
I don't have a Trick Room.
That's
right, they
true.
still have Meteor Beam. Oh, good dodge, Ursaluna!
Yunche, the Ursaluna. Good work.
Nice one.
All right.
Dude, you were already top 100.
Dude, Ursa is putting in the work. It's
I think you're like 10-1.
pretty good. I'll take it.
You're really good.
Take it. That one loss also felt very winnable. So like I think like sometimes with these I think it's also a confidence thing. If you feel like you're
9-1.
9-1.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was our 10th game.
But I was gonna say it's like sometimes it feels like a confidence thing where
Yeah.
it's like I feel like sometimes maybe I lock a team that I think is really strong, but then I have just like 2 or 3 losses in a row, and I'm like, what
you
is
like
happening?
don't believe it anymore.
Exactly, and you're
100%.
like, I don't want to play anymore. I just like undid all the progress that I made, and like that's why once again it's really important to think about the kind of like the mental game as you play through.
Agreed.
These. But we have another question. What was the format you struggled with the most over the years, and why? Oh.
I had a lot of trouble in Sun and Moon. Like Sun and Moon just didn't, the Z moves just didn't click for me. And I like did okay in Sun and Moon. Like I won a regional in 2018.
You won NAIC.
I won like NAIC in 2019, but like overall I would say it just didn't really click.
Okay, let's go through it by the years. 08, I mean I didn't play very much. 09, I didn't get a chance to play because it was lottery based back then, which is unfortunate. 2010, I got top 4 at regionals and then bubbled out of nationals top 16. 11, 12, 13, I feel good at. 14, I don't think I hit my stride until post-Worlds. So that actually might, like I was not having a good season then.
You were X2 at Worlds though, right?
Yeah, but there was only 6 rounds. It was 4-2.
Okay.
Like 3-1, so it was close to, like I lost in round 5 to Marcus Liu, who ended up top 4 in that tournament. But it was post-Worlds where I like figured out the perfect version of that team.
Right.
With like Got the Tome all while.
Yeah. You beat me at regionals.
In finals.
In finals?
Yes, in Philly.
That's right, in Philly.
Yeah, I feel like 17 I didn't click with that. It was a really good format in my opinion.
It was just
didn't
hard.
click.
Yeah,
like,
17 was weird.
I like went to 3 different ICs and like I think missed day 2 on all of them, which was quite
17
wild.
was really hard.
Yeah, like, and I ended up winning at regionals, but it still was like.
With Drifloon?
Yes, but then I played at Worlds and then brought Drifloon again, and it wasn't very good.
Yeah, Drifloon was really good for a time. Yeah.
So yeah, my answers would probably be 14 or 17.
Yeah.
And then I didn't play as much in the subsequent seasons, like 18, 19. I think I barely touched.
Yeah. Okay, I'm queuing up.
Here we go.
Here we go. This is my 10th game.
Oh, that was Draco
really...
Meteor getting a one-shot is just like such a good feeling.
Imagine if you missed. Thank God.
That would have been
missed.
so sad. Okay.
Okay.
Dark Pine.
Dark Pine. It's
Joe's team.
Oh yeah, Joe's team. Wait, do you remember this? What's the Miraidon set? Do you remember? Is it Specs?
I think so. Yeah. It's max speed. That was what he was running at one point. I know.
Zamazenta, though. This is such a. I really don't like fighting against Zamazenta. Like, I would like to do Incin Dialga here and just try to get the. It's so tough.
You think they're gonna Ditto?
Ah, nah.
Ditto.
Ditto. I think I do these 4. This is like an awkward matchup. I want to bring Incin, but I don't think I can afford it. It's just too bad against body press stuff.
Ursa looks really good damage-wise here.
Yeah, I mean, Earthquake just hits everything.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do these. I think this is my first time bringing Ndidi and Ursa versus a Miraidon team, I think, because I keep doing weird stuff.
Is that the normal go-to that you'll do into?
I feel like I was trying this and it didn't feel that good. But I feel like it's really important to deny Miraidon the terrain, you know?
Someone asks, when it comes to team building, how important are things like accuracy? Is there a version of moves like Will-O-Wisp or Draco Meteor that are very powerful but not always consistent, or is the power worth the risk? Memes aside, even though I missed, obviously a billion Will-O-Wisp, I think it's like, it's very much, why are you using this move? And when I use Will-O-Wisp, it's because I can afford to miss. Maybe not 5 times, but you can afford, it's like you're using it on a bulky Pokemon, right? Draco Meteor, I find generally you do want to be running because it's like, on a Pokemon like Miraidon, it's the difference between getting a one-hit knockout versus never getting a one-hit knockout.
Yeah.
Like Focus Blast, like generally moves under 90%, you need to have a pretty good reason or argument for. Sometimes it's like you just don't have a better move, or sometimes it's like a tech move that like you're not going to click that frequently.
Yeah.
I would err on the side of caution, but a move like Will-O-Wisp I think is a good example where you're using a bulky Pokemon, but ooh, Zama Miraidon.
That's not good. That is not good at all.
But general principle, like I would say 90% plus unless you have a good reason to use it, and you will often find those reasons, but yeah. And sometimes it's also playing games with the team and being like, I'm missing this way too frequently. If there's a better move you can think of instead, I may consider it, but let's talk about Wolfe's game.
So I could switch and Trick Room, like switch to Lunala and Trick Room here, Terra Fairy. That's one option, save my Ndidi, or I could follow me Trick Room and save my Ghost Terra for Ursa Luna. I feel like I should save my Ghost Terra here.
That feels safe, yeah.
It's just like, I'm gonna lose a Pokemon right away, and like, Zamazenta's so hard for me to touch. But I think I have to do this.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on their Terra, but if they're Dragon Terra, like they might just, like you'll pin them, right? Because it's like...
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm really curious if they Volt Switch bring out Ditto.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Like Volt Switch Body Press KO NDD, Ditto comes in and copies you.
Could be Hands as well coming in here. Hands, Volcarona, Ditto, Grimmsnarl.
Show me Ditto. Show me Ditto.
Wait, we don't want to see Ditto. It's bad for me.
Don't show me Ditto. Don't show me Ditto.
Didn't know. No!
Oh!
Yeah. What are you laughing for? Evil Eric. Oh.
Wait, that's
over.
Turbo bad.
It's so over, gamers. Wait, did they get the Adamant Orb boost or not?
I have no idea.
I got no clue.
My guess is no.
My problem is they don't have Wide Guard at least. I think this is really bad.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's Iron Defense.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. I just gotta use my ghost types, right?
Yeah, I like it, I like it.
Do as much damage in this thing as I
What's
can.
the item on the Ditto? Scarf?
Oh, it's normally Scarf or Sash, right? I hope it's Scarf.
Or sometimes Goggles, which is so
Wait, why
rare.
do they get to copy my form if they don't have the item? They shouldn't be. They should have to copy regular form.
Dialga?
Yeah. That's how it should work. This is looking kind of bad.
Not trust.
They might
be
be
like
reversing
30%.
Trick Room. Probably a little less. Drop?
5. Okay.
Okay, they're reversing Trick Room.
They can't hit your Lunala.
I hope not. The thing is, what happens late, like now? Helping a Moongeist Beam isn't even gonna get the KO here is the thing. I wish I could switch my Indeedee out, but I really can't justify it.
What do you have in the back? It's
Dialga plus Ursaluna.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's kind of
body press, body press.
I have Ghost and Fairy Terra, so it's not like Doom.
It feels like it needs to be Ghost Terra Ursa at this point.
Yeah, the problem is that I need to get another Trick Room up. Or stayed in. Oh, I could have Expanding Forest. That might be my bad. I could have Expanding Forest.
You think I'm like KO Zama?
No. Maybe, but no, I'd probably not.
That's fine. Do you think this KOs?
They're not Scarf, by the way. No, I don't. Maybe it would have KO'd.
It's still, I think it's okay.
It's not over. The problem is that they've stolen my Dialga.
Bring it back.
Which is actually quite bad. Like, I want a Fairy Terra here, but then I become weak.
The other option is what? Protect this turn, yeah.
Probably isn't right.
I like it.
They're also +5, so I'm not even sure I'll survive.
No, you will.
Like, body press. Yeah, I guess they need to flash cannon my Dialga here.
Yeah.
And then it might come down to speed ties, which is whatever. They haven't terrored yet. The thing is, if I'm smart, there's a small chance I can win this with Ursaluna. Like, if I can just deny Dialga from, like...
Reversing Trick Room again?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Ursa does look insane here.
Yeah, I probably should have Expanding Force last turn. I kind of thought they would deny the terrain, but I guess it makes sense that they don't want to. Oh! Unless they... Wait, I get the attack off. I get rid of Zamazenta.
And Trick Room up.
Unless they flash cannon this slot.
You'll survive even if they flash cannon.
I think so. Dialga's pretty strong.
I'm confident.
They don't have the orb, though, so surely they're not getting the boost. Okay. That's
wow.
fine.
Is that KO?
No.
A KO? Okay.
It's not over. I need to make sure I don't lose both Mons this turn is the thing.
I feel like I literally can't see Dialga. It's like so big, and then the fairy like...
Dialga, if you're there, raise your hand. So it's Miraidon, Grimmsnarl. Oh, hands. I didn't even think about hands. I was just like so focused on the Zamazenta.
Volcarona.
Volcarona's okay, I think, because I have Earthquake damage. We also keep in mind this Dialga's like a lot frailer than mine because it doesn't have the HP.
Yeah.
I guess I tear it for nothing in the end. But okay, I need to do it to survive. Like I need, yeah. Good thing I didn't protect.
That would have been
probably a good thing because now I've Terra'd. They're thinking.
I think the Terra's worth it though.
Yeah, I think it was probably necessary. Hands. Oh, I see it. Because they probably want to go for Flash Cannon this turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can switch and protect. They're not gonna fighting move my Lunala.
No.
And they're probably not even gonna reverse Trick Room here, I think. And even if they do, it's not the end of the world.
Because then your Lunala can come back out.
Yeah.
But then I guess they can switch in Miraidon to change terrain.
Yeah, and go for a fighting move.
I like it though.
I should have taken longer because they've been taking a long time, so you just want to make sure.
Yeah. Ditto was actually a good pick for them, I think.
Yeah, I agree. We also have to keep in mind that at any point they could switch it out and bring it back in again.
Yeah.
At least we know what moves their Dialga has. That's why that's the advantage. see. There's my Lunala. So we want to see, like, I mean, the play that to me makes sense is Wild Charge into this slot and Flash Cannon into my Dialga. Like, that's threatening big damage on both.
Yeah. And you have to respect the, yeah, exactly.
Wild Charge.
It's like if you don't Wild Charge, you can go for, like,
annoying.
I guess that play was always safe from their end, right?
Kind of.
Oh man, it would have been crazy if you called the Trick Room and Trick Room the Trick Room.
Yeah, I mean, I could have attacked as the other option.
You wouldn't have KO'd anyway, right?
Probably not. So, I mean, in order to win this, the problem is their Iron Hands might not, like, in a best case scenario, it's a speed tie. In a worst case scenario, I'm just slower. So annoying.
You could protect Trick Room again.
Oh my god, I could. Do you think I survive a Flash Cannon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it.
Yes! Come on!
Come on! I mean, Dialga's really strong. Here's the way I see it. I'm trained so that my Dialga will KO most Terra Fairy Rhydon with Flash Cannon, but that's without the Crystal. And I should be actually bulkier.
Yes.
So I should survive. They shouldn't need to. Oh, it's Terra.
I literally forgot they still have Terra.
It's gonna be the hands, right? Because they don't want to do the ground move.
Water.
Fire.
Earth. Yeah. Long ago.
Oh my god.
The 4 Tapus.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I should survive. Oh my god, yeah, the orb matters a lot. What is that? What? That is ridiculous.
I led you astray.
No, it's okay. I think the play was good. They just called it out. That's ridiculous.
Kudos.
Yeah, well played. It's not technically over, but yeah, their Dialga just caused me so much trouble. Well, my Dialga just caused me so much trouble. Oh, man. Yeah, Iron Defense Zama plus... You know, it's actually technically not over.
If you had Earthquake there, I guess you could have gone the other, protect Dialga Earthquake?
Yeah.
That would be such a...
It was too committal. But maybe that was better, actually, because if I get Dialga in the late game, it's... no, I still lose. If it's a speed tie, and I win the speed tie, then I could end up in a position where Ursaluna won, like it's Ursaluna, I need probably a speed tie win and a crit, and that's, yeah. And then I need a Draco Meteor miss. My odds are probably like
I've seen worse.
1 in 1,000-ish.
I've seen worse.
I didn't use the thing yet, have I?
Your what thing? The meteor.
By the way, this is all because I did an Expanding Force on one turn. Like I went Helping Hand Moongeist Beam, and instead, if I'd gone for Helping Hand Meteor, Expanding Force instead, I would have gotten more damage on Dialga by a lot.
That was a tough turn though. Like
Yeah.
I don't think it was like a blatant mistake.
Okay. If I win this speed tie,
come on!
I don't even know if it is a speed tie. It probably isn't.
Come on!
Yeah. Good play.
I guess its hands wasn't one-shotting Ursa. Like,
I thought they might double it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, the speed tie didn't even matter there, I don't think, because I don't think. Yeah, Earthquake wasn't going to do enough. They didn't heal that much from Drain Punch.
Yeah. I also forgot they still had Terra. Ditto was kind of, yeah, that was scary. That double up, man.
Yeah. Okay, I can still win this. I actually can.
Draco Meteor miss.
Draco Meteor miss.
Win speed tie.
Win speed tie, Earthquake KOs. But it might not be a speed tie.
That's speed boosting on your hand.
I don't think my Ursaluna's moved first a single time when it mattered in this whole stream. Okay, go for Snarl. I survive. Oh, okay, that's...
Live.
No. It's,
Ditto was actually very impressive there, but yeah, I think it was scary because like Iron Defense Zama just started putting on pressure.
Yeah, I felt like so pressure to get rid of it.
Yeah, like it's like reactionary to respond to it.
And they always went for the reverse Trick Room when like in front of my Dialga when I could have gone for attacks, and I like kept protecting.
All right. Well, I think we might throw it to a very quick break.
I gotta pee again.
Yeah. I was gonna say that water that we have been chugging has hit. But yes, we will take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll play our final remaining games, and of course close out the stream with all of you. But do drop some questions in chat, and we'll be back to answer them very shortly.
Be back shortly.
Bye.
Bye.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon GO World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokémon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina Beastar, a pivotal card here in the Red Deed Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're gonna see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's gonna take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is the handle! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much, as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper. And as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Terravelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界一取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo.
se siente increíble.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in the home stretch of this very special stream here. Of course, my name is Aaron Cybertron Zheng. I'm joined by Wolfe Glick, and yeah.
Hello.
Dialga.
Dude, Dialga. We saw how strong it was when the opponent had it. So I need to feel a little bit better for me to use.
We have a couple questions before we jump into the final couple of games, but wanted to thank you all once again, of course, for tuning into today's stream, for dropping questions, for engaging with us throughout all of it, and hope this is something that you enjoyed. Of course, a very unique opportunity for Wolfe and I to get to do this, so thank you to Pokemon, thank you to the entire production crew for making this happen. And if it's something you enjoyed and want to see more of, definitely, let everyone know on social media, give us your feedback, and I, for one, even if it's not us being here, I think it'd be awesome to continue to see these fun streams outside of just official VGC events.
Absolutely. Could not have said it better myself.
Thanks, man.
We have a question from Unity GG's, which says, should you use similar or a variety of teams over the course of a season? It depends. That's the answer for a lot of things. It depends on the format. Some formats it's better to lock in one concept and continue iterating on it. Sometimes it's better to adapt to the meta. I think just you should be playing in a way that feels fun for you. And if that's using the same team, that's cool. If it's using different teams, that's cool. You should be enjoying yourself. I think that's the most important thing.
I completely agree. Yeah, I think for me, for example, I like using the same team until I feel like it is either not strong anymore or I'm not having fun with it. I think it's I want to use teams that I am enjoying playing the game with, and as soon as that's not the case, I think it makes me want to shift to something else. And I actually think we have seen players have a lot of success sticking with an entire team for a season. When Shoma Honami won the World Championships in 2015, he had used the same core of Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus, Kangaskhan basically for the entire year. And then when Naoto Mitsubishi won the 2019 World Championships, he also was using his Lunala team basically throughout the entire season as well. So it really ranges, right? It also depends on are you trying to win worlds? Are you trying to just have fun? But overall, my answer is the answer depends based on whether or not you're having fun.
Yeah, agreed. Well said.
But yeah, shall we get into it?
Let's do it, dude.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. We got more questions. Potentially. There we go. Nice. Okay.
Any advice on how to improve at team building, or should I just find good team building friends? The only way to get better is by doing. You have to build before you can build before you can build good teams, you have to build bad teams. That's my philosophy. So yeah, you just have to keep trying it. It's really hard, honestly. I've been doing it for 14 years at this point, and I still build bad teams. So yeah, don't beat yourself up. It's just learning more about what you like and what you value as fundamental principles is the first step. But yeah, just keep. I mean, if you don't enjoy it, you don't have to do it either. You can always use rentals, but yeah, if it's something you're interested in, you have to try. The only way to do it.
Yeah, I will say I think it's having people to work with, having friends, definitely very helpful. I do think there are a lot of people that of course start building by themselves and then maybe go to their friends and then come together afterwards. But yeah, I think it's there's no better way than to just do it and then try it. I think part of team building is you won't know how good a team is until you battle with it, right? You may have theoried all these ideas, but then you have to put it in execution, and your way of judging it is when you're playing your battles being oh, do I feel like my team is actually giving me advantage, or do I feel like I'm working really hard to win these games? And so, but yeah, I think no better way to do it than to keep iterating. And I think iterating on the same team often is helpful because then you kind of really see all the different iterations that it goes through rather than trying something, it doesn't work, throwing it out and trying something else. If it's about improving team building, I think trying to take a team idea that you started with and bringing it to its full form and seeing how you develop in the process teaches you all the intricacies of team building, whether it be changing a Pokemon for a matchup or adding a new move or item for a matchup as well.
Yeah.
The longer I think you stick with the team when you're team building, the more you'll learn about the process, and I think that helps with improving inherently.
Yeah, totally agreed. Let's play.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right.
I think you're up.
Here we go. Shall we get some more Miraidon? Discharge.
Discharge. Discharge. Dude, Discharge has been good. Oh, man, top 68?
Yeah, I'll take it.
We'll take it.
Just to be clear for everyone, I am not playing for championship points in this one. I will not be included in the final rankings. I am, as someone who's not even trying to qualify for Worlds. Just wanted to make that abundantly clear. But it, of course, has been a blast, so I appreciate everyone for tuning into all of this. And we've got Aaron
Aaron!
Could it be?
Wait, is it our Aaron? No.
That's actually a really cool team, though.
Yeah, it almost
Kyogre.
looks Regulation H-ish. They have Arcalon and
Yeah.
Sneasler.
So if I were my opponent, it's like I see Rillaboom. Like
I see Rillaboom too.
Hello. Rillaboom, Kyogre, Miraidon, Archaludon seems decent.
If they don't bring Torn, I don't see how they beat like
Whimsicott.
like your Whimsation looks so impressive.
I agree, yeah. Leaning towards Whims. I could just actually lead this because they can't. They don't even have. Yeah, exactly.
They don't have Trick Room either.
Right on in the back, and then probably Hands.
You want to bring Pork?
Yeah.
It's not a Frig, right? It's not Ursaluna here.
Yeah, I don't think I want to set up Trick Room here.
Yeah, it'd just be like for Armor Tail, but like it's you don't need that.
I guess Ursa actually could work. Nah. It's gonna be Pork.
They were bringing Pork.
All right. Sneasler is interesting though. I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, it's seeing a little play in Regulation H. I think just because like Unburden is really good and you have all these terrain setters. But I don't know. It's not quite as dominant as it was in Regulation H.
One of my favorite things, by the way, since I'm playing against someone named Aaron, is of course, one of the best friends Wolf and I have in this community is Aaron Trailer. And the way we became friends was literally, back in the day, you would always have these I think we still do. I mean, you have players meetings before the tournaments officially start, and so it's based on where your name is. And so, I was just AA sitting next to someone else named Aaron as well, and that's literally how we became friends. And I think it's serendipitous how friendships can start in VGC. The way Wolf and I became friends was we both won the same tournament we went to.
Yeah.
And we were like, hey, congrats, man. Good stuff.
It was serendipitous.
Boo.
That was quick discharge.
All right, what do we got? Rillaboom or Archaludon, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool.
You should click Endeavor.
Dude, I wish. Dude, roll.
Dude, roll.
They're probably gonna fake out Flash Cannon is my guess. We have Hands, we have a lot of options.
So many options, dude.
But it's almost a little bit intimidating.
Yeah, they have no speed control.
Yeah. Whimsicott probably survives after a light screen from Flash Cannon.
Yeah, but
right?
do you what do you next turn?
Tailwind. I don't mind light screen protect turn one.
Why protect? You're not in any danger, right?
Well, if they switch Rilla out into Kyogre, Electro Shot.
With light screen up, no same type of attack bonus.
That's true. It's true.
You can play off the Rillaboom if you wanted to cover for it.
Yeah.
Sacred Sword the Archaludon. If they fake out, they have to know they're in danger of getting
Onboard, yeah. Yeah, they don't fake out. Boom, boom. How much does this do?
50. 100 billion.
That's pretty good. Okay, that's fine. Oh?
Oh, into themselves!
Oh.
Themselves. Okay, how many of them have to crit for them to get the KO? Do you think it's loaded dice?
Yeah, definitely. Wait, that's actually really cool. Someone in chat actually called it. They're delayed, so that means they said the message before it actually came up. But nice. I mean, this was a duel that, of course, won regionals back in previous regulation. So, all right. I still feel fine, though. I mean, I don't... Does +5 body press KO?
Way.
I don't think so.
No way. Oh, wait, no, it's +6. It got hit 5 times.
Oh, no.
Wait, maybe.
Okay. Nah, we're chilling. We're chilling.
We're big chilling. I mean, you might lose exhaustion, which is kind of bad, but...
Can't I just Moonblast, though?
Yeah.
And play rough?
Behemoth Blade, maybe?
Oh, yeah, why do I need a... That covers for Kyogre, right?
Yeah, but they're not going to switch to Kyogre here.
Or Miraidon.
They're not gonna, if they switch to not getting the KO is the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Moonblast will KO, right?
That would be very bad if it didn't.
You have no special attack investment, right? You survive this.
Yeah. Every day of the week.
Every day of the week and tomorrow. How much do you think this does? 70?
70.
9.
Oh, but okay, that's fine. It's actually totally fine.
Discharge.
Yeah, no, literally. Wow, that's really impressive.
Yeah, good job, Archaludon.
They're gonna have Kyogre Miraidon in the back, so I can Tailwind.
I think it's Tailwind, Discharge, Switch, Moonblast.
Yeah. Rilla probably pivots, I guess, into Miraidon?
Yeah, it's still kind of risky for them, though. Because, they don't know that you don't have Gleam.
Yeah.
You could very easily... Gleam is what they should expect here. It's if they're... it's normally Gleam or Snarl, right?
Yep.
And both of them would be bad to switch Miraidon into. So it's possible they switch, but I think it's less likely.
I do think I actually have a pretty significant team advantage here, and I didn't play turns. My outcome from turns 1 and 2 aren't as good as I would have liked.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
We haven't terra'd yet either. And you've, water terra.
Oh my, I did infinite damage.
You crit yourself.
Did I para as well?
No, you have covert cloak.
Oh, true. I always forget about that. I feel like when I think of covert cloak, I literally only think about it in the context of fake out, but it actually has a lot more applicational use. Yeah. There was one time where I had a Cresselia, and it was up against Tyranitar Excadrill, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna set up Trick Room, and I had covert cloak to block fake out.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, as long as they don't flinch me, I'm good. But then I didn't even realize, but I was like, oh, they can't flinch.
Wait, was this on YouTube? Mm-hmm. You uploaded it recently?
Yes.
I watched this.
Oh, Sneasler. Maride, okay.
You have hands in the back? Wait, hang on a second.
I might lose this?
Oh, they don't have the seed active. It must be Grassy Seed.
I mean, they should Fairy Terra Dazzling. I want to switch out, right?
You definitely want to switch Miraidon into hands.
Yeah.
Right? Just Moonblast?
I think so.
You can get a fake
I get Encore if they fake out Miraidon.
If you survive the turn, you definitely Encore, but I don't think you need to. I think you want to get Moonblast damage down.
Yeah.
Within range of something else.
It just would have been cool.
It would have been
cool. The immediate Encore into Sneasler.
They might not go for the
fake out
though.
Yeah. It's like Moonblast is guaranteed damage. It doesn't make a sound.
No, it doesn't. Only if it's booster energy.
It's a bummer.
I know.
All right, here's the Terra. That's good.
That's great.
We really want to see if it's Fairy Terra Miraidon. This game should be a lock, assuming they're choiced.
It could be Electric Terra.
True. Nice.
Fairy, yeah. I mean, this is just discharge for the end of the game.
Although also meant I could have just stayed. I should have made the extra bold call of just staying in.
No, they probably fake outed.
Oh, onto it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You think it's Poison Touch? No, it's Inverted. Bop. Big damage. That's actually fine. You're right.
Yeah.
They got Electric Terra discharges wins.
Oh, hands looked up pretty low. Unless they... No. I don't really see it out.
No, I think you have this.
Oh!
Hold on.
Wait.
Wait a second.
Wait. Uh-oh.
Wait, check your turns. How many turns are everything are left? Because they might have Protect.
But...
you have 2 Tailwind turns. What Electric Terrain? It's 3.
We should be okay. I mean, I can just lose to...
Nah, you're fine.
Sneasler also often doesn't even carry Protect, right? So
and they almost never carry Protect.
Yeah. I actually do think Life for Miraidon was very underplayed in the previous regulations because I actually think. So it's funny, the team that won the World Championships with Miraidon, Iron Hands, Farigiraf, Ogerpon, one of the ways that people started using it was with Life for Miraidon in best of 1 play.
Yeah.
Because when you saw the team, you would always assume choice specs, right? And so it was actually, I think it did really, really well in one of these online tournaments and on the ladder as well. Because it's you're just gonna be so underprepared for it.
Well, you're like, oh, I can just attack it. I can use Fake Out. They can't Protect.
Yeah.
And they Protect, and you're like, oh, I committed both my attacks for the turn instead.
Exactly, yeah. It does feel sad that the Archaludon got to boost up, or got so boosted up, but it still couldn't KO his option. And this option has no bulk, yeah.
Oh, it has Protect!
Uh-oh.
Wait, hang on, wait, hang on.
If they double Protect.
Oh, okay, we're fine, fine.
Wow. I'm shocked Sneasler protected and not Miraidon there.
I thought this was going.
Not what I would have expected.
Discharge.
Discharge was unbelievably good today.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding
really legit.
Earlier. Wait, you're gonna you could lose this. If it's Sash Sneasler.
Uh-oh.
Wait, I think if it's Sash Sneasler, you might lose because you're gonna KO your own Iron Hands.
And then they'll outspeed.
Yeah, with Unburden.
Uh-oh.
Light Screen ends. Yeah. I think.
Uh-oh.
Wait a second.
Uh-oh,
hold on. Wait, they're not Sash, right?
I actually think there's a very good chance they are.
I think there might be Sash. You need the Para. You need 1 chance at Para here. Maybe they'll go for the double.
Or, no, Hands isn't surviving this, is it?
I think you needed Light Screen. It just ended.
Yeah.
No. Para. You crit yourself. Oh, no. Wait. What happens first? Is it Sash or is it Para?
I think Para would have come out first. Oh! I'm not faster than Sneasler, right?
Unless they're adamant. No. I don't think so. Wait, that's a crazy way to lose.
Okay, I feel like this game actually should have been a total lock, so I want to they didn't even break Kyogre!
Oh my God.
They're a beast!
I think that we maybe should. I guess we should have Moonblast. Oh! It's adamant with no unburden. Oh my God, you're a beast, brother. You're crazy.
No, okay, but the reality is I do lose this if it's just like a burden
or speed
Sneasler.
booster.
Yeah, exactly. So then the question is, how did it even because I felt like I had such a team advantage.
Yeah. I feel like I guess we need to Moonblast the Sneasler.
I also could have just drifted instead of discharging.
Yeah, that was probably the correct answer. You could have just drifted the
fake out discharge.
Yeah,
or sorry, fake out drift.
Drift, yeah.
I think that was probably
better.
Yeah, but I was like, discharge. It actually did a lot to my Iron Hands, but...
we don't have that much time left, so we're just going to jump into the next game.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes.
I'll start queuing up. I think this is
Bring us home, Wolf.
Probably our last game. I would like to win. I don't want to end on a loss. But if I can't win, then that's okay too.
How do you feel about Dialga after today? Like, are you pleased with its performance, or like, yeah?
Okay, I think it needs back to the kitchen.
Back to the kitchen.
Not like.
Oh.
Didn't I just lose to this? Wait, is that?
They have Treads and Ice Rider and Volcarona.
And oh my God. I want to bring Whimsicott like spiritually, but I don't know how good it is here.
Spiritually.
Like I want to bring Whimsicott. They also have the Treads looks kind of annoying.
Dialga looks pretty sweet here, though. No?
Dialga's pretty good here, yeah.
But it has to worry about Treads is scary.
I think it's gonna be Dialga.
Instant.
I feel like I need Instant here. It's definitely Lunala, and then it's one of these two, I think. Like, Indeedee gives me terrain control. I think I do Indeedee here. Is that crazy?
No, I don't think so.
No Ursaluna, because they have Ice Rider. I do it. I do it for my city. I do it for my town.
I think it's like basically you play very differently based on which one you commit to.
Yeah.
With Ursa, it suddenly becomes a very Trick Room-centric strategy, but with Indeedee, it's like if you eliminate Grim, which I think Instant Dialga can do, then Lunala can do
really
Lunala
good
things.
Yeah, I mean, Expanding Force is just really strong here. Also, one thing to note is that sometimes, and I've noticed in these best of one tournaments, that Ice Rider don't actually run Clear Amulet. Like, they just assume that you aren't going to bring your Intimidate user.
We've seen Citrus Berry, like Calyrex Ice Rider. I think even with Leech Seed, maybe
I've seen Leftovers Leech Seed.
Yeah.
Like, that was like my last practice game before this. I played on, I was like, I'll do one more. And it was Leech Seed Leftovers, and it like 1v4'd my team.
Yeah.
Because I just like couldn't break through in time. It was like Grass Terror or something crazy.
All right, let's see. What's the lead?
I mean, Mirard and Grimmsnarl is what I expect.
That's like the easiest. Safe.
Yeah.
But that's good for you if they lead it, I think.
I think the problem is that Specs Draco could KO me, so like it's like, what do I, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, Mirard and Bulk. Fake out D-Pulse is kind of free, right? They probably don't have Grimmsnarl in the back, do they?
That would be crazy if they did.
And even if they did, it's no offensive pressure.
What their Treads fourth? Probably.
Treads would be kind of bad. Like, they have Ice Rider for sure. Oh, they could have Valiant as well.
Yeah. Do you ever Flash Cannon for Rhydon?
Oh my God, should I?
And for the memes. I mean, it's actually like not a crazy play because they could Fairy Terra or Switch, but it's also like...
They could Ghost Terra.
Oh my gosh. Safer to D-Pulse.
I'm gonna Dragon Pulse.
Yeah.
Because I'm not that worried about Valiant here.
Oh,
okay.
Let's go.
It could be Rage Powder or Covert Cloak.
Nice. Okay. Cloak Rhydon, by the way, is a thing.
Oh, yeah. Buggle Buggle. But still, I'm glad you got this damage down. Great impression. This is not going to KO anymore, but the damage is still really good. Ooh,
that was really close. Yeah. Draco is scary now.
My instant, I can protect U-turn somewhat safely.
Yeah.
The problem is like, my Dialga's -1. Like, it's like, do I need Dialga? I probably should save it. I have 3 special attackers. Like, I'm just worried the Protectus feels so obvious, you know?
Yeah, the question is, what would you get out of it if you didn't?
Yeah, I would like Dragon Pulse. Yeah, you're right.
Like 30% to bulk, maybe a little more.
Like, I wanted to knock off the Volcarona and Dragon Pulse, but it's probably too risky. I mean, I survive at least.
You should.
I definitely do. Okay. But do I survive a Struggle Bug? That's choice specs. Instant, come on, Instant, come on, please, I really don't want to lose Instant here.
Yes!
Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. But I'm kind of in trouble now because how do I beat the Ice Rider? You know what I mean? I need to get through the Volk. I guess annoying.
Struggle Bug is actually really annoying here.
Yeah, because I'm
given
so
this.
specially based. I didn't bring Ursaluna. Oh, if I had Ursaluna to switch in there, I would have been big chilling.
Okay, they probably bring out.
It's gotta be Ice Rider, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess my question is it worth wide guarding here?
I was thinking that.
Or should I just go for the Meteor Beam? What's their last Pokemon? Valiant. It's what even is it?
I thought it'd be Treads.
Yeah.
But then if it's Treads, they don't want to set up Trick Room.
Right. I think they're just gonna Glacial Lance here, probably. I really don't want to give them the attack boost, but I also want to reset my drops.
Could it be NDD switch?
I think I go Dragon Pulse. I think I go Flash Cannon, Terra, Water, or Meteor Beam.
I think that's good, yeah. Yeah, I think Instant probably valuable to conserve, assuming because
Treads last, yeah. Like I'll end up at +0, but I think Water Terra Lunalis still has the advantage with Miraidon gone. Like the wide guard's so obvious here, but okay, they do Terra. It's okay.
It's probably Ice Rider Terra.
Yeah, it's Ice Rider.
Water.
So I could have Dragon Pulsed, I guess.
Grass.
Dragon. Water.
Dragon would have been crazy. But those always feel so bad when you're like, oh, I just took Dragon Pulse instead.
I could have wide guarded. But it's like wide guarded what?
What would you get out of it?
We just have to hope that this Meteor Beam connects.
It's really bad if it misses.
It's like unbelievable because I think I never beat Volcarona if it misses.
I think you've hit every one on stream today.
Why did you say that? Why did you say that? It's our last game, Aaron. How could you do this to me?
I'm so nervous.
Oh my god. Okay. This should KO, right? Surely this KOs. Okay.
Nice. Okay, nice.
I have a lead now. Are they going for high horsepower? Or are they going for... Okay, you know what we want to see? We want to see Flash Cannon Special Defense drop, which that means we can switch... It confirms an instant safely. Oh, big damage. Good job, Dialga. Oh, it's AV, it's AV.
AV, yeah, I was gonna say.
My mons are special! And I'm like neutral special attack. Oh, Aaron, it's bad.
No, it's fine. Unless they have Seed Bomb. Like
they have Seed Bomb.
Oh.
It's Grimmsnarl.
But it's fine. It's fine. You're fine.
I'm not fine. I lose.
No, you don't.
I can't ever beat this thing. I have to intimidate it a ton, I think. I think I want to go wide guard here. Is that crazy?
Yeah.
Really? Like, oh, because they're not going to Glacial Lance?
I don't think they will.
Well, like, what am I going to do with Lunala? Like, I want to make sure Instant survives the turn, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Moongeist Beam it? Like, feels bad. Fine.
They go Light Screen. Wow, well, we were talking about crazy items on Ice Rider.
Yeah. Yeah, if my Instant had more health, I'd be big chilling.
Yeah, it actually took more from Drift than I thought.
Yeah, me too. Maybe it was like modest, Miraidon. And the good news here is that even if they do get a Glacial Lance off, it's not getting the attack boost. Like, it's still at neutral. Yeah, it goes back to neutral. Yeah, light screen. Breaking through this thing is going to be impossible.
At least it can't heal.
That's true. It's probably like Pollen Puff. Does Grimmsnarl learn like Pollen Puff? Can you imagine? We just need a crit. Aaron, I'm not breaking through. Oh, okay.
That's fine. Wait, now you have... Oh, that did a lot.
I did a ton.
You have Fake Out. You can't... Wait, terrain's not up.
No, it's not up.
But yeah, U-turn's probably better because then you don't want to get Spirit Break, right? Wait, are you slower than Grim?
No, I should be faster. Yeah. So really fast.
You can also knock off to get rid of their AD.
Like, I'm trying to think about how I want to win this in the long run. I feel like it's like Dialga, right?
Yeah.
And I think with that, I want to get more Intimidate down.
Because if you... Yeah, neither of these will protect, right? So you have no... You don't have to worry about protect at any given point.
Okay, they're going for Spirit Break, probably.
I think you're okay, because Infinity then can protect the... Yeah, you're like... You're chipping away pretty meaningfully.
Assuming I'm faster. Okay, I am.
Okay, nice.
I was like pretty sure. Okay.
That's cute, yeah.
But the Grimmsnarl has no attack. What if it uses Pollen Puff? I don't think it gets Pollen Puff, but imagine. Okay, NDD, come in. Come in.
Hello, who's there?
NDD. Clean up an aisle. Calyrex. Oh, my health. Oh no, I get the terrain. I'm the dumbest guy of all time.
It's fine, it's fine.
Is it? Yeah. Yeah.
Instant back in.
Knock off Psychic.
Yeah.
And then clean with Dialga.
Or Helping Hand knockoff.
Ooh, Aaron.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
Actually probably better. Oh, I gave them Psychic Terrain. I was a fool. I guess I could have gone Dialga there. And then we find out Grimmsnarl and Incineroar speed time. And then the Glacial Lens crits and I lose. Foul play, light screen. Oh, please.
That's fine.
I can't get rid of it. Okay, it's fine.
Dialga wins.
Dialga wins.
Wait, when does terrain disappear?
A while.
Okay. Yeah, you just brought it on. That's like Thunder Wave.
Uh-oh. It's -1. I live. Trust.
No, you definitely will.
I live. Trust.
Woo! That was close.
I almost didn't live, Aaron. Okay, now I go Follow Me, Dragon Pulse, and the Grimmsnarl uses allies.
This is so fitting. We end the stream with Dialga.
That's right.
Claiming its throat. It is like 5 times the size of Calyrex. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. I won't stand for this.
It's so big. Its head is even on the screen. Oh my god. Pop. Okay, finally. Finally.
Wait, it was a little scary when it was like Assault Vest came out, but the good thing is like the advantage of knowing neither of the Pokemon can protect on the opposing side just means you can like launch attacks pretty consistently.
Yeah. Dialga is so big. Why is it so big? Oh my god.
You can't even see its full
space. It doesn't even fit on the screen. Is Palkia this big too?
I think so.
It's so funny to me. And then it like zooms in just on the face.
Wow, that's a
lot.
ton.
Yeah, Dialga's really good. The felt like it went up. That's the first time I've seen it like, did you see that? And like it like aimed upwards. Okay. Good job, Dialga.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little thing. Like it has like a little Knight's visor covering its face. You see that?
Dialga put in work.
Dialga's pretty good.
It was good. I mean, Fake Out Dragon Pulse turn 1. You did 1 billion damage with it.
Yeah, that's right.
And did the game also killed Calyrex. Like that was the MVP this one.
Yeah, Dialga was really good here. Good job, Dialga.
Whew.
Okay, so gamers, I think that was our last battle. In the end, Aaron, you went 10-1. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think I went 8-3, so not too bad myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think overall really, really successful. This was a really cool experience for both of us. I mean, if I may speak for both of us. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like normally we would play these kind of like global grand challenges from our home. So to be here in person and to do it, with like a chat and here at like the Pokemon Company International Studios. Yeah, it's like a really cool experience for both of us, and I hope you all enjoyed it as well. I think it was nice as well to have a higher production value setup, because normally it's just me in front of my green screen, Aaron and his setup, But yeah, I think this is a really fun format. I think that I at least hope that this was not only entertaining but educational in a way, because I feel like we were learning a lot just playing, and so I hope that you as the audience learned some stuff as well. Aaron, anything you want to say as we kind of wrap up here?
It was a blast. Yeah, I mean, this was truly like a first time for us, and so it was really awesome to be able to get the opportunity to get invited out here. And there's no one I would want to do this more than, of course, with Wolfe.
Likewise.
And it's we were just reflecting on this the other day, but like we met like 14 years ago, and it's like crazy how much life has changed, but how Pokemon is still such a core part of our lives. So of course, appreciate Pokemon for inviting us out here and for everyone involved in the production today. There were so many incredible people that made this happen, and I think it's just really cool to be able to do competitive related stuff outside of regionals, internationals, and worlds, because for the longest time it's like the only touch points that people have to those, of course, are from the primary big tournaments that we stream. But VGC is something that you can play year round. You don't necessarily have to go to the tournaments. And for those that are watching from home, the grand challenges, the global challenges, there are a couple that happen. It feels like maybe one every month for quite a while.
Yeah,
for
like 8 months.
They're a great way to learn the game and, of course, get more opportunities to play. And so, I think we are nearing the end of this season specifically, but there will always be more. These Wi-Fi tournaments are a great way to try out these teams and, of course, really get a lot of great experience across so many good players around the world.
Yeah.
And so, once again, thank you to Pokemon, of course, for having us, and thank you to you all for coming out. And of course, if you're just getting started with your competitive Pokemon journey and you want to learn more about how to train your Pokemon, there's an article on Pokemon.com that you can go check out, which you can see on the screen.
Pokemon.news/Pokemon training.
There you go.
There you go. If you didn't see it, now I've told you it.
And the Pokemon.com website, they have a kind of hub specifically for Play Pokemon.
Yeah.
And so there are often actually like articles and power rankings that are featured on it as well. And so that's something that you'll want to bookmark and just check every now and then. I think that there's a lot of great content that people might not even know is out there actually on the Pokemon website, and a lot of really great members of the VGC community contribute to said articles.
Yeah, I mean, some of our good friends are like, before most or a lot of major tournaments are out there talking about their impression on like what they think is going to do well, what's underrated. And so if you're interested in that, if you're following, it could be a really, really useful touch point. And yeah, I think that like not as many people know about it as they should. So we're here to tell you.
Of course, we're not done with this season yet. There is still Portland Regional, there's this NAIC, there's Worlds, and if you want to just know where to go to sign up to compete in tournaments, arcanine.gg/events is going to be where you want to go. Tournament registrations are very popular, of course, and so you'll want to try to secure a spot for future events, but that's going to be your go-to place, of course, not only to sign up for events, but also follow along with them if you are watching from home and maybe want to support your favorite players or support your friends that are out there.
100%. Yep. Yeah, it's great to have everything in one place where you can just go and see what's up, see what events are near you. Maybe there's an event near you that you didn't even realize was near you. So yeah, if you want to, you don't even need to be going to play. You can go to spectate as well.
Exactly. And of course, there is a broadcast hub for all of this as well. Pokemon has been putting a lot of efforts into making sure that you have a good place to keep up with all the action that's been happening. So check out the broadcast hub. And of course, there are schedules for future tournaments as well as who is going to be part of the casting team. I think that's always something that's exciting. Of course, you can check out previous VODs as well. And I mean, it's been a very exciting season, Wolf. You've obviously been a big part of it, but the season's obviously not over yet. We've got more events coming up with Portland, with NAIC, with Worlds, but in competitive Pokemon, VGC continues to grow bigger and larger, and so these are going to be your go-to places to keep up with all of the action. But yeah, as we wrap up, any final words, man?
It was awesome. Yeah, it was great being here. I had a great time. Aaron and I were talking in the breaks, but it just flew by. So yeah, I hope you all had as much fun as we did.
And if it is something that you enjoy, don't forget to let us know. Don't forget to let other people know here on social media. Tell the Play Pokemon Twitter so they do more of these, of course. It'd be awesome. Once again, I'm just really happy to see more VGC-related stuff outside of tournaments themselves, and I'd love to see more members of the community being featured in these in the future. But huge thank you once again to Pokemon and everyone involved for making today happen, and to you all. So I think that's it. So
that's our time. Yeah. Thank you for watching. And yeah, I guess we'll be seeing you sometime soon, I'm sure.